use. And let me tell you, if you have ever sat in any sessions that Cecilia is training, especially as a woman aspirant and also as a person who has gone through technology facilitated gender-based violence, you literally realize that there is a lot to learn from her. So at this particular time, ask her those questions in terms of how do you block those people? How do you report them? How do you avoid them? How do you protect yourself as a woman aspirant, even as you campaign online? And Cecilia is also the creator and host of the Digital Dada podcast, where she amplifies critical conversations on digital security, feminist technology, and the realities of online violence, advocating for a feminist internet that recognizes tech-facilitated abuse as real violence and strives to create safer, more inclusive digital spaces. Let's give a hand for Cecilia.
Now, there's lots of hands to be given today, and I'd like you to please raise both your hands. Inua mikono yote miwili. Now, put a hand down if you've ever... Hiya. Relax. Put your hand down if you have personally ever experienced any incidences of TFGBV, technology-facilitated, gender-based violence. So trolling, phishing, deepfakes. So you put one hand down if you've experienced any of those. Put the other hand down if you know somebody who's experienced TFGBV. So in a room of about 60 people, we have just 5-6 hands remaining. And that paints a really worrying picture when you look at TFGBV. Now, when you look at statistics from both Amwick and Crown Trust, they highlight very alarming rates of TFGBV, both within the urban areas and the rural areas of Kenya. And data from the Association of Media Women in Kenya shows that there's 60% of women in public and influential roles that face online harassment, while Crown Trust's gap analysis pinpoints major systemic and legal shortcomings in managing digital abuse. But also, as you've seen around the room, there were barely any hands left, which means there's people in the room who have either experienced TFGBV or know someone who's experienced TFGBV, and that's the conversation that we want to have now. So Cecilia, we will start with you. And IREX does a lot of work around TFGBV. These are young people, these are women that are vying or hope to vie in the next general election, which is just around the corner. So talk to us a bit about the work that you do in relation to TFGBV.
Thank you so much. And I must first of all applaud every woman in this room, because when we look at the Kenyan political landscape and seeing vibrant women like yourself, please give yourself a hand of applause. You know, when he requested us to introduce ourselves and somebody would come and tell me, Kajiado East, Kajiado West, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm just here because I've been invited for a panel. I was just looking at all of you with so much admiration, because we know what happens, and you're still there trying to bring the voices of women on the political landscape. So I really admire you. So back to our question. One of the things that we do is something called digital safety. I'm sure all of you are on the digital platform. What we do, we educate women, and especially women like yourself who are vulnerable, because immediately you say you're going for a seat on the Kenyan political landscape, you are already vulnerable. So how do you protect your data? How do you keep yourself safe? And we are at a place whereby we cannot say, I will not deal with a digital platform. I will go door to door. See, we know all of our voters now on the online platform, especially the young voters that we are actually targeting. And most of you right now, we are encouraging that each and every one of us should be having a voter's card. So when we are talking about using the digital platform, how safe are you? How are you engaging with your electoral? How are you putting your information in a way people can be able to understand? Also, the biggest elephant in the room, we are talking about TFGBV, tech-facilitated gender-based violence. Unfortunately, it is here. Unfortunately, literally all of you will be able to experience TFGBV, because one of the things that I can tell you, we live in a very patriarchal society, and a patriarchal society is a violent society. Especially when women say they are running for a political seat, there are people who will actually, their job will be to troll you. Nothing else. They will be there. Their job is to troll you. So how do you protect yourself from TFGBV? How do you make sure that TFGBV does not push you? And you meet some of you and they say, no, I decided not to run because the violence was too much. So we try and make sure that we are teaching you tactics to make sure you're safe, and also how you can handle TFGBV, because we don't want to lose you. We don't want to meet you next year and say, I decided to step out because it was too much. Because if we continue the way we are continuing, are we going to even meet the two-third gender rule? No. So we have to be there. You know, I keep saying, tutangangana hapo hapo, you know, all of us have to be in that space, because the internet is gender blind. So how are you able to deal with it? Yes.
Thank you very much, Cecilia, for that. And you have highlighted the situation in terms of women. When you just decide to vie, you're there and somebody's just there online trolling you, posting naked images even about someone. And when I forward this question now to Ian, when a woman candidate is being sexually threatened online, they have said, I want to vie for an MP position in, let's say, Kajiado East or Kajiado West. And the moment they decide to say that, they post an image, you know, showing themselves they're in a very nice suit. And then the following day, you find someone online has changed that particular suit and put her maybe in a naked version of it, or in a version maybe in tattered clothes. What should she do at that particular point? It's at 2 a.m. in the morning. She has just seen that. What can she do, and what does NC4 do to help such women?
First, I'd say thank you for your question. And I think it's a point of importance, and it's a heartache for almost everyone in the room and for our families as well back at home. I think as NC4, one of the things that we hold dear beyond just response is the coordination framework that brings together quite a number of agencies across government in terms of internal security. And I think at 2 a.m., when you have such a case, because it's no longer just about it's happening to you, you want to issue a rebuttal. What will happen in the next couple of hours would be screenshots, shares across WhatsApp groups. And by the time it's morning, it's going to be a proper picture was taken by legislators. It was a gentleman and a woman. So the original photo had 3 people, but the photo that was moving around social media was just 1 woman and 1 gentleman in a way that looked suggestive. Now, I imagine this woman has a family. How do you first explain to your family that this has been misrepresented? So for NC4, I believe we do have a reporting channel that is hosted on our website. We also have a number that is available 24 hours, 7 days a week. And once you have reported such an incident, what NC4 will do is it will escalate through the channels it has. It will go through the Communication Authority of Kenya and initiate a takedown process. One of the things that we have been struggling with over the couple of years that we've been in existence is the Computer and Cyber Crimes Act of 2017 or 2018 is the most hated act in the country. It's always in court about something. So there's a concern that it exists to infringe on communication rights and the freedom of expression. However, we have put safeguards in place to ensure that as we respond to these incidences and these concerns raised, we do not infringe on your right to communication. So regardless of what's happening where and when, part of our response usually involves ensuring that your concern is addressed in a way that we do not infringe on any other party's right to expression. Something also that is important to mention, beyond the coordination aspect, there's also the aspect of investigation, and there's the aspect of complaints made to before court through coordination with the ODPP. One challenge that we have with these cases that go to court that include technical, that include the TGBV, technology-based, gender-based violence, is by the time we get to court, most of the people that are involved in the complaint usually have reconciled. So when you've reconciled, now we are left with the matter of, do we prosecute or do we withdraw? So the advice we are giving to the victim, because there's always a victim, yeah, is even as we pull it out of court, ensure that there is no record of this, whether it's an image, whether it's a video. And nowadays, we are even able to produce voice that mimics your voice, yeah? So it could also be your actual voice, but it's not your voice. And then it's saying some very nasty things, either about your family, your church elder, something that just impugns and attacks your character or misrepresents your preferences in life. So I believe even as we interact in the community and in the society, and we make up or we reconcile or we get paid or whatever settlement that we decide to go about outside of court, it's important to ensure that that settlement safeguards you in the future, such that the same information that had leaked does not leak again or does not get shared again. I think that's quite about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Cecilia, we have read, or Daniel has read quite a comprehensive bio. But I think we have to then merge the realities of these young youth and women in politics and in other public spaces against what has been brought to the fore around reconciliation. And actually, I think the biggest challenge is not that people reconcile while the cases are going on. I think the biggest challenge is how long it takes the system to actually respond to those challenges. We've heard that there's 358 days to the next election. I'm a woman candidate. My opponent or whoever else, powers that be or whoever else it is, has posted pictures that are incriminating to me. Between the time I report that and the time that action is taken, it's probably post-election. The damage has been done. My reputation has been smashed. I probably will not even have it in me anymore to move forward to those general elections. And if I do, then it is most often the case that prosecution comes way later, if at all. So I want you, Cecilia, and NC4 to pause there for a little, because we want to give it to the plenary. And we really want to hear from the young people in the room, from the women aspirants themselves, on what questions they have, what concerns they have, so that it's also not just a conversation between the four of us here. So Daniel, are we ready?
Anyone that has a question? I can see one. We can take two for now.
Thank you very much, team, for the presentation. One question would be like this thing about the deepfakes that Mr. Ian has clarified how to go about it. What about personal information that someone decides to sensationalize it? How do you also handle that, or mtu ajipange?
Thank you. So questions around sensationalization. Any other questions across the room?
There's one on this end.
Good morning, people. I am Virginia. I feel we also need to be very realistic, because you realize that people, maybe they shame you on the internet, and then maybe you're trying to safisha the picture. I think we should also say hata sisi tunachafua pia, because this is politics, and you realize the person who's trying to, taint your name, they are probably from your opponent's side, and you also have some trash on them. I think we have that realistic discussion, like, is it advisable? Because there's politics and it's dirty, and it is your opponent, and you also have that on them, while you're still cleaning the mess they've created for you. I think we also need to throw some dirt as well.
Thank you. I did not get your name. Virginia. So Virginia is asking a very interesting question, but it's very, very practical, right? Because at the end of the day, and I think there's an outrage to Cecilia on the morality conversation around tech-facilitated gender-based violence, especially on the side of politics, because we are like, huyu akirusha na mimi narusha, aki-attack na mimi na-attack, si ndio? It's a tit for tat, and at times it's usually ni nani ametokea na ile mzuri sana, yeah? And it also comes off as if it's an expectation from also the people, whereby we have normalized this particular aspect of TFGBV. So that one I'll throw it to Cecilia. Tracy, over to you. Do you have one more question?
At the back, any questions before we hand it back to the panel? Any question? Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Sophia Katampoi. This is my third time as an MCA aspirant in Kajiado County. I heard the gentleman say that there's a platform to report. Kindly give us the website and give us the platforms where we can report these issues. Thank you.
And then the last one from... You can use mine.
Good morning, everyone. Are we allowed to ask questions only, or you can share your observations? My name is Linda. I have one observation to put across to my fellow women leaders that are trying to seek for those various political seats in those various areas. You know, you don't need to be vulgar in order to sell your manifesto or agenda. Wamama wajaluo mpo. You don't need to be vulgar. You don't need to be vulgar. Pole, kama nimekugonga utanisamea. Hapa tunakwaza tukikwazuiana mpo. You don't need to be vulgar. Usitumie lugha chafu. We have young women that are looking up to you. The moment you sell your manifesto using vulgar language, something will be off and you're going to lose it. Don't think that being vulgar is giving you some recommendations that people will vote for you because you are vulgar. We have women leaders, when they are given the microphone maybe to talk in funerals or somewhere, you get embarrassed. Maybe you have people that you have accorded respect that are around there in that function or funeral. It doesn't come out, especially when it is said in Luo language. I'm not a Luo, I'm a Suba. My mom is a Luo, so somehow nasikia Kijaluo, toto ufata baba. I'm a Suba from Fangano Island. Hizo vitu zikisemwa na Kijaluo ni chafu. Please, tunaelekea msimu wa siasa. Let us sell our manifesto with a language that can also inspire the young women that are looking up to you. Don't be vulgar, that is one. Second, we have women that are enablers of gender-based violence. You come across Facebook, a woman is being trolled, there is a rumor. You're also resharing the same thing. What are you doing? You are resharing false information. Are you your sister's keeper? Somebody is being trolled, is being mocked. Huyo ni malaya, blah, blah, blah. You are there, you are the person liking, resharing. Mnafanya nini jamani? Tupendaneni. Me, I always say, my motto is the present is female. And the present can only be female if you are supporting each other. The present can only be female if you are holding each other's hand. But it can't be that way when you are the enabler. Ukiona tu mtu anatroliwa, huyu ni malaya amelala sijui na nani, you are there sharing button. Unashata kitu juu, hata ukiita ukiulizwa ni ukweli. Haujui, you don't know this person beyond Facebook. So please, let us support each other, let us love one another, and remember, don't be vulgar. You can still be elected without being vulgar on the microphone. The young children, imagine being vulgar and your daughter is watching you on TV. Ulikuwa vulgar, sijui kwa constituency gani, ni aibu aina gani, huo mtoto anakuchukulia aje. Na watoto wasahau, and the internet that does never forget. These things will come back to you. Those are my recommendations and my insights in regard to this. Thank you.
Tracy, over back to you. I love something that she said. The future is female.
The now, the present.
Not the future, the present. Okay, sorry for misquoting you. Hata ndio vizuri nimeona mnasikiza. So it's the present is female. So if the present is female, let's talk about TFGBV. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you. So Cecilia and Ian, we've had issues around sensationalization. We've had issues of, young people and women not just being victims, but also being perpetrators. We have had issues of tit for tat, and we've also had advice about not, doing that to others.
So first, let me start responding to that young lady over there. She asked about when somebody shares your information online. So we call it doxing, when your personal information is actually shared, and most of the time, of course, is for malicious purposes. So the first thing we always say, with doxing, you have to be very careful, because you see, this is your personal information. They've said so-and-so maybe lives in house number, block, whatever, or where you work, your phone number. So in such instances, the first thing you need to do is report. You report to the platform. The platform has a reporting mechanism. Second of all, in such cases, we always insist you go to the police station. It is because you see, even here, your physical safety is threatened. And not only you, it could also be your family. That is one. And additionally, share it with your community so that they can know that this is actually happening. You see, with doxing, somebody can find you anywhere. So it is important you share with your community, and also for purposes. With IREX, we do something called also physical safety, situational awareness. So wherever you are, it's important to be able to have, not live in fear, but situational awareness. Like in a room like this, how many people do you know? Like you just making sure that when you are around people, you know who is around you. And also, I would like to respond to what that young lady talked about, resharing violence. So many times we've been what we call second perpetrators of online violence, because somebody is abused on the online platform. You know what we do? We reshare that information. So what we are doing, we are actually amplifying that information. And that's why we are talking about women being, forming a sisterhood, the cyber sisterhood. It's important when you see somebody being trolled, what can you do to be able to help this person who is going through trolling? Putting a meme there laughing also means you are also taking place in this perpetrating kind of violence. Last but not least, when we are on the online platform, how are we managing our information? How many of you in the room have ever taken time to Google yourself? Find out what information is out there. Your phone number could be out there. Your personal email could be out there. So it is important, first of all, to do a search and find out what is out there about you. Because if you don't know what is out there, then you don't know what you can be able to protect. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Over to you.
Thank you. I think there's quite a bit of pickle when you're dealing with morality. Because one of the things as NC4, and even coming from the public, is how do you police morality? Because it all comes down to, in this society of ours, what do we consider as the limit to? This is moral, this we cannot allow. Yeah? It's quite the discussion, and it's quite the issue. Because to her, she doesn't want dirty politics. To somebody else, if you do me, I must do you. Yeah? And to the generation that is youngest, that now can vote, the Gen Zs, to them, it's a tit for tat, yeah? I know you. You've done against us. We're going to do you worse. That's when now we share phone numbers, details of our families, our children. Yeah, let's greet them. That's what we're doing now. And the challenge is, today it's your opponent that is going through it. Tomorrow you're the one in government. Yeah, you're the one who has to deal with the realities of being taken to court to explain how you're going to implement a law without infringing on the rights of the bloggers, the rights of activists, social society. You understand? So it's quite a challenge. However, my advice to all lady participants in the political environment is, one, grow a thick skin, because it will always come. It's upon us, yeah? And as much as we would want to run away from it, it's quite a problem. It's quite an issue, yeah? We might not be able to completely run away from it. So I think as a society, it all boils down to what we allow to happen and what is prosecutable as per the law. So I think with that, I would also want to deal with the issue of sensationalization of your personal data. The Office of the Data Protection Commission, the ODPC is an organization that is well versed with handling your personal data. And as she has said, it's important to minimize on what you're sharing online, because as much as we are all friends, we're not necessarily all friends. And there's quite a lot of information that is available on our social medias that shouldn't be there. Yeah? I understand that we are public figures and it's important that we share almost everything and anything. But my advice to you is, if I have no business knowing ASEAN, don't share it with me. Okay? So that it minimizes, because this information, before it's shared, it has to come from somewhere. Yeah, and maybe it's also important to mention that even as you report these cases, I will share the platforms. Even as you report these cases, as NC4, we've had also show you a WhatsApp number that you can reach out to. It's all available 24 hours, 7 days a week. We monitor also the incidences that are reported on the website 24 hours, 7 days a week, and we issue responses and guidelines. Also, when this happens, as you're reporting to NC4, remember, because there's this thing about WhatsApp being hacked. Yeah. So remember to also report to the nearest police station, because at the end of the day, it will need an initial report, and that initial report is not NC4 report. It's the OB number that you get at the police station. Thank you.
County. And my question is to the gentleman there alluding to ODPC and its mandate. My question is for you, in cases where you go report to the police and the police does not feel the weight of your case, and for them it's just like any other thing, how can you fast track that? And then in regards to information integrity, do you have a mechanism to bring to book people who do PSYOPs, intentionally release information about themselves for clout or kiki, and in one way or another mislead public opinion? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think Cecilia and Ian, we can respond to that in 1 minute, as we also give our closing remarks. We can begin with you, Ian.
say policing morality is very hard. Yeah? And I also say that the CMCA is one of the most contested and legislation we have in the country. So there's quite a number of sections of when it comes to policing the digital space, it all comes down to the impact of the information that has been shared. Because how do you classify it? Is it a religious extremist post? Is it does it affect national security? Because if it does, then the mechanism is there. However, if it's just a personal thing you're sharing, yeah, maybe you're misrepresenting fact that you've bought a new car or you're fighting. Yes, the question about police officers taking your reports trivial. My suggestion to you is just go on our website and report it and tell us which police station that was. We will have a conversation with them.
Yes, what's next is a very, very interesting welcoming session where we have our very able chief guest, Honorable Mother Karoa, Senior Counsel. Let's give a round of applause. And we also have our Kewopa Chair, Madam Honorable Leah Sankaire, the County MP, Kajiado County. And we also have in the room our very own able County MP for Nairobi County. That is none other than Honorable Esther Pasari is in the room as well. So this is going to be a very interesting opening session. So once you finish up with the photo op, we're going to have a little bit of a dance. And then finally, I'm going to welcome Mercy, who is going to usher us through the opening session. So DJ Waiwa, are we ready? The women in the room are very ready to dance. Just a little. Yes, so we can stand.
It's time to dance. So be on your feet, put on your dancing shoes.
And the song that is playing is on the strength of a woman.
Okay.
Hey. We have DJ Wiwa in the room. Hey. Wako wapi watu wangu wa kudance tukuja hapa mbele? Hey. Our dancers kuja tu hapa tu dance kidogo. Aha. Aye, hey. Pole pole tu.
Thank you.
Are we ready for Kanungo? Are we ready? Aye, siwasikii. Are we ready for Kanungo? Aya, tuanze. Aya. Hey, pole tu. Aya. Hey. Mama County ndio huyo. Aya. Hey. Hey. Kanungo Alfeko. Kanungo. Hey. Usiachwe nyuma. Come, let's dance. Hey. Dancing to the present is female. Hey. Ay. Wapinduru. Hey. Vaida. Hey. Iya. Aya, tuimbe Vaida tukiketi. Aya. Hey, tukiketi. Aya. Hey. Aya, Vaida. Okay, tukiketi. Aya. Tukiketi. Okay. Asante sana. Wapi makofi kwa DJ Wiwa? Let's give a round of applause to our DJ.
Thank you. And we hope that energy will prevail all through. Ida, in Kenya we do lots of dancing, okay? As you can see. And so please wear your dancing shoes because the next time a song plays, we will expect you here to dance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please be up on your feet for the national anthem. Please be up on your feet for the national anthem. As that is being set up, please remember that we are monitoring the socials and we hope to see your posts there with which hashtag, Daniel?
Women in Politics, KE.
Correct, Women in Politics, KE. And the point is to take selfies, make new friends, and tag Kewopo on your digital platforms to help amplify the forum. Is the national anthem ready? Thank you very much. You may be seated. So those of you who may have come in after the session started, we would once again like to thank you. And thank you for making time for the Kenya Women Parliamentarians Association's Women and Youth Convention 2026. The theme of the evening is of the day, is enhancing inclusive electoral governance through women and youth-led advocacy and policy engagements. Daniel, who do we have in the room?
So in the room, as I had earlier mentioned, we have our key chief guest, who is Honorable Mother Karua, Senior Counsel. We also have our KEWOPA chairperson, that is Honorable Leah Sankaire, County MP from Kajiado County. We also have one of our KEWOPA members, that is Honorable Esther Passaris, who is the County MP for Nairobi County. We also have our very own KEWOPA Executive Director, that is Ms. Mercy Mwangi. We also have the Uraia CEO represented. We also have representative from Denmark. We also have IEBC, ORPP, civil society in the room, and also the women and the youth aspirants who are together with us today. So it's a filled and packed room.
Thank you very much for making time to be here. And again, we'd like to remind you that at the end of the day, there is going to be a gift for she or he who has the largest engagement on your digital platforms, who has taken pictures from this engagement, posted something about youth and women in politics, and used which hashtag?
Hashtag Women in Politics, KE.
Thank you, Daniel. So, karibuni sana. And Mercy, as you make your way here, we are here discussing women and youth issues. We've talked about 358 days to the next general election. At a time as such next year, we will be done with the next general election. Daniel, how do you feel about that?
I am feeling pretty excited. I think for young people, it's a majority of us, it's going to be our first time to vote. So we are particularly very much excited to see, how voting happens and how it takes place, and, how do you put the ballot box in the ballot paper, I beg your pardon, in the correct ballot box. The colors that they'll have and all that. So we are really looking forward to the elections, but also something we're also looking forward to is seeing whether this year we're going to meet, or in the next general election, you're going to meet the two-thirds gender rule. I mean, it has been 16 years since us meeting the two-thirds gender rule, and that is a very, very big question that we're asking ourselves on whether we are really going to meet that two-thirds gender rule in terms of our elective representation. And also, even when you look at the young people who are there at the National Assembly and also the Senate, there are very few. So we are asking ourselves also, who are these young people who are going to come out and vote and to vie, I beg your pardon, and who are also going to become the next members of parliament. So I'm really, really excited, and especially after the 2024 Gen Z protests, tulisema tuonane wapi? Kwa kura. Kila mtu ako kadi? Nani hako kadi? Uko kadi? Niko kadi, uko kadi?
Daniel,
umesikia watu wako kadi. So people are ready to vote.
It's interesting you say that, because there's only 25% of women aged between 18 and 40 who are eligible to vote and have actually registered to vote.
25%?
Correct. Only 25% of women in the age bracket 18 to 40 who are eligible to vote that have actually registered to vote. Worrying as it sounds,
It's worrying. It is worrying. 25% is too low. Yeah.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about women and youth and increasing those numbers within the political spaces, we must remember that the only way we can actually increase those numbers is if people go out and vote.
Register.
So ask your neighbor, Je, uko kadi?
Tracy, mimi niko kadi.
Tuta verify na form 34B.
Yes, and there's a famous saying, even as we get into our welcoming remarks, there's a famous saying that a society's progress is measured by how well it includes those who have traditionally been left behind. And as we look towards Kenya's 2027 elections, we must ask ourselves a difficult question: are women and young people still being left behind in our democracy? We see it in the numbers. We see it in political party nominations, in access to campaign financing, in political networks, and increasingly in the violence and harassment that women, particularly young women, face when they dare to enter public life.
Yet, women and young people are not on the margins of Kenya's democracy. Day in, day out, we keep on hearing that. who is the largest demographic within Kenya?
The youth.
The youth. So these are the voters, these are the organizers, these are the communities, and these are the futures of the leaders of today. You were almost lynched when you said the female is the future of females are the future, not the present.
The present is female, and the present is also youth. Yeah, not the future, it's the present.
So perhaps the question is not really whether women and young people are ready to lead. Maybe then the question that we need to ask ourselves is whether our political system in Kenya is ready to let them lead.
Yeah.
That is the conversation that we have come to have today. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is our great pleasure to welcome you to this convention once again and to invite Ms. Mwasi Mwangi, who is the Executive Director of the Kenya Women Parliamentarians Association, to give opening remarks. And Mwasi, usijifanye haujaona hapa watu wakidance. DJ.
Aweke moja ya Masi, si ndio? Hey.
Pigieni Masi makofi.
A dance kidogo hapa. Hapa, just a little. Hey. Aya.
We want something danceable. Anguka nayo. Thank you. Thank you, Masi. And that's my local dialect. Do you know what Mamamlai means? Do you?
No, I don't.
So that's Nyala. I'm a Nyala from Port Victoria. And Mamamlai means a good woman. So we'd like to give you your flowers for leading this organization well, for a convention well done, and that we hope you will give us good opening remarks. Karibu, Masi.
Thank you very much, our MCs, Tracy and Daniel. Makofi kwao. Honorable Martha Karua, Senior Counsel. Our chairperson, Honorable Lea Sankaire. Honorable Esther Pasaris, who's a KEOPA member and also the county member for Nairobi County. Ida Sorensen, lead governance and help from the Danish Embassy. Our other partners present, women aspirants. Wamama mpo? Ay, hampo. Wamama mpo? Good morning. Thank you, DJ. And could you please give a round of applause for our DJ Wiwa? When we talk about women representation and inclusion, this is what we are talking about. We have a young DJ living with disabilities, and when we talk about giving these positions, this is what we do what we say, yeah? So, asante sana DJ Wiwa for gracing the occasion, and we are here today because we want to have women in the next parliament, right? Both at the national and at the county level. Sindio? Si wangapi wanasimama kiti ya national parliament? Tuone kwa mkono. MP, Senate, wangapi? Tuinue mkono bila almost 40%. MCAs, we are here. Great. That is great to see. Because like Tracy said, the numbers in the current parliament are not it. Na tumekuwa tukijaribu kupigania hii mambo ya 2/3. Oh, governor, sorry. Governor, wangapi wanasimama kiti ya governor? Hapo lazima tuende nyuma ya tent. Senate tumesema. President, unajua hata president Thank you. So remember, as KEOPA, what we do is that we help bring together women aspirants from the highest seat to the lowest seat. We have 6 electoral seats that we go to elections in every general election. So we have the president, we have the governor, we have the Senate, MP, woman member of National Assembly, mwenye tunaita woman rep, and then we have the MCA seat. So it's important to know which seat you're vying for and the roles and how you're going to play your role as you vie for that role. So thank you very much and karibuni sana to this Women and Youth Convention. It's a particular pleasure to welcome you here today. I know our chair will also do an opening remark. But today we are seeing, we had a call early this year, maybe to just give you a background on why we have this event. We had a call early this year for women aspirants on our website. The link is still active. So I know some people have said there are others tumewaacha, but we used the database that we have already created from the call that we did early this year. And we've already had several information sessions online. If you follow our social media, we've had several information sessions with IEBC, with ORPP, on TFGBV, because it's become a big deal and we are seeing what AI is doing. And I know it's gonna shape how our politics run in the next year or so. And so we continue to ensure that the women who are vying have the capacity so that when they get in there and when they are vying for these different seats, they are able to make it. Because the end goal ni kufika, si ndio? Si the end goal ni tuingie viti hivi vya bunge, vya governor, vya MCA, si ndio? Yeah, so that's the end goal. And so here we are today gathered here because we have a program which we've been running for the last few years, supported by the Danish Embassy and Uraia Trust, which we are calling the Enhancing Inclusive Electoral Governance Through Women and Youth-Led Advocacy. But like Daniel said and Tracy, we need to think beyond that. And what I usually say is, if we are talking about the 2/3, we need to have a critical mass of women at the primaries, but also at the August ballot, sindio? Because we can't be talking about having 2/3 na hatuna wamama wamesimama viti, sindio? Kwa sababu kama hatuna wamama wamesimama viti, then that means we are not going anywhere, right? So it's important that we have a critical mass of women and young people who are going through the political party primaries. And here we have different political parties represented. And beyond the political parties, we make it to the ballot. So the more numbers we have at the ballot, the higher the chance of getting more women, yeah? And when you look at the statistics, only about 10% of women made it to the ballot, candidates, women candidates, yeah? So even if we are trying to get 33% from 10%, we can't. Hata wakichaguliwa wote, si ndio? So it's imperative that we have all of you at the ballot. And so that's why we have this event today, where we want to address some of the issues that are, number one, barriers that affect women. We've heard about the systemic issues. I know a lot of questions that have been coming through our other sessions on political parties. How do we navigate? We are hearing talks about zoning. We are hearing talks about party coalitions. And this is where women get elbowed out. Even when you look at the party coalitions that are going on at the moment, sometimes you struggle to see women, right? So how do we ensure that we are seeing women? Women are participating. Because if you're not being seen, then hata wakati viti zitakuwa zikigawanishwa, utakuwa wapi? Hauko, si ndio? Yeah, so these are the conversations we need to hear. And we have our members, we'll have a few more members joining us later today. And how we've planned this convention today is we will not have the formal panel that we usually have. We want the questions to come from the women aspirants. Simusha hit ground. Tumefika ground. You already have challenges you're experiencing as a woman candidate, right? Those are the questions we need you to interact with the women who will be here. And we ask you to be able to ask, critical questions that will help your political journey moving forward. And so when you look at the program, we have structured it in a way that it covers some of the issues that you're experiencing. We'll have an intergenerational lab. I've already spoken about that. And finally, as a last session, we'll have a session about mental resilience. A lot of times in the last election, we normally have mentorship forums like this for women aspirants. And after the election, one of the things that the women told us last time is, Masi, munakujanga tu before elections, munatu train, and then you disappear. After so I tell them, remember, KEWOPA is a membership organization, so we start now focusing on our members. But also it's important to remember the women who have walked the journey, yeah? And even as we mentor them, what other areas can they look at? What other opportunities do exist in government? You know, like I keep telling women aspirants when we are training them, even as you think, for example, to go as an MCA, there is the speaker's position. There are other roles in parliament, committee chairs. Are you already thinking about these things? Ukiingia ama wewe unataka tu uchaguliwe ufike. So yeah, so these are some of the conversations we want to have today. And I would like you now to begin the conversation. I'd like you to welcome our chairperson, Honorable Leah Sankaire, to welcome us because this is a KEWOPA event. She will have the opening remarks as she welcomes us to this convening. And karibu sana chair. Tumpigie makofi.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for our DJ? Thank you so much. She's a true example of inclusion and empowerment. And so we really appreciate you, and we thank you for taking us through this session this morning. Our chief guest and founder member of KEWOPA, Honorable Mother Karua, Senior Counsel, representatives of the Embassy of Denmark, led by Ms. Ida Saronsen. I hope I pronounced it well. The team leader, Governance and Health, Embassy of Denmark, the Chief Executive Officer of Uraia, Mr. Oliver Waindi, honorable members of parliament, led by my own very sister, Honorable Esther Passaris, the county MP for Nairobi, our partners and colleagues from the IEBC, OPAC, CAC, and civil society, women leaders and aspiring women leaders, young leaders and aspiring candidates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure to be with you this morning, and you are all looking lovely and beautiful. Let me begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to the Embassy of Denmark through Uraia for the partnership and support. Your investment has enabled KEWOPA to take this conversation beyond Nairobi and into the communities where women and young people experience the realities of political participation every day. Through this program, we have worked across 6 counties: Kiambu, Turkana, Homa Bay, Nyamira, Nairobi, and Uasin Gishu, engaging women and young people through policy cafes and creating spaces where they could speak openly about their experiences, their aspirations, and the barriers standing between them and political leadership. We have listened and we have learned. And we have asked a very important question: what must change if we want 2027 elections to be different? Today's convention is therefore both an ending and a beginning. It is the culmination of the conversations we have had across the 6 counties, but it is also the beginning of a much bigger national conversation about what we want in Kenya's electoral democracy to look like in 2027. Because the reality is that women and young people continue to face barriers that should have no place in a democratic republic. Women candidates continue to confront discrimination within political parties, unequal access to political financing, difficult nomination processes, violence and intimidation, online harassment, harmful stereotypes, and expectations about what a woman should do and not do. Moreover, the growing culture of political violence and goonism is not a threat to our elections. It is a threat to the women who dare to participate in them. When a woman knows that stepping forward to seek office exposes her to intimidation, harassment, or violence, we cannot tell her to simply be courageous. We must ask ourselves what kind of democracy requires women to risk their safety simply to exercise their right to lead. No woman should have to choose between her safety and her political aspirations. Yet when violence becomes part of the political environment, it sends a powerful message. This space is not for you. Stay away. And every woman who is forced to retreat is not merely a personal loss. It is a loss to our democracy. This is because a voice that is silenced is a voice that our institutions will never hear. Young people likewise face their own barriers, including limited access to political networks and resources, exclusion from decision-making spaces, and too often being treated as voters and campaign crowds rather than as a leader in their own rights. And when these barriers persist, they do not only hurt individual women and young people, they impoverish our democracy. Even though Kenya has made important progress, we cannot ignore the fact that 2/3 gender principle remains unrealized. The question before us cannot simply be why women have not entered into political leadership in sufficient numbers. We also ask, what are we doing to remove the barriers that keep them out? Because ultimately, our ambition must go beyond simply increasing the numbers. The goal is not to make women and young people leadership exceptional. It is to make it normal. We should build a political culture where a woman leading is not remarkable, where a young person leading is not surprising, and where representation is no longer something we have to fight for. It is simply how our democracy works. That is why today we have deliberately brought together different actors. We want to hear from our electoral institutions, civil societies, women and young people themselves. We want to talk honestly about political party structures, nominations, financing, electoral violence, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and the safety of our candidates. Because a woman should not have to choose between her political ambition and her safety. And no young person should have to believe that politics is a space where their voice matters only when their vote is needed. Our conversation today will also take us beyond institutions and laws to an intergenerational leadership lab. Our experienced leaders will share what it really takes to navigate party primaries, political negotiations, campaigns financing, media scrutiny, family pressures, and the many barriers that accompany political leadership. We have also created space today to talk about something we do not discuss enough in political leadership. This is mental health and well-being. This is because behind the campaign posters, the speeches, the criticism, the social media debates is a person who gets tired, who experiences fear, who can experience trauma, and who sometimes need to step back and breathe. So today we will talk about burnout, stress, political trauma, social media fatigue, public criticism, and self-care. Not as a peripheral issue, but as part of what sustainable leadership requires. But ultimately, this conversation cannot end with good conversations, photographs, and applause. It must end with commitments. As we adopt our convention communique, I want us to be clear about what we are committing ourselves to do. Specifically, 1, what will our electoral institutions do differently? What will political parties do differently? What will parliament do differently? And what will civil society do differently? And perhaps most importantly, what will each one of us in this room do differently from today? So as we begin today, I encourage you to ask difficult questions, share your experiences, disagree respectfully, challenge assumptions, learn from one another, and yes, have fun. Let us network, let us laugh, let us tell our stories, let us meet people who've never met before. I know most of us have never met the founder of KEOPA, our senior counsel, Honorable Martha Karua, and she's here today in this room. And perhaps leave this room with relationships that will outlive this convention. When I was seated there, just to add something, Honorable Esther Passaris told me that Honorable Martha Karua is her political mentor. Probably they met in a convention many years ago. Probably they met in a cafe, in a hotel. I don't know where they met, but she became her political mentor. And today, Esther Passaris is a very polished politician who is actually a very active member of KEOPA and has pushed so many bills and conversations in Parliament. That is how networks works. Today, get a mentor, get someone you speak to, and let this journey begin from today in a different conversation and in a different level. 2027 must be the election where women and youth move from the margins to the center of power. And I believe that all of us are here today because probably you're in the margins, but you want to move from the margins to the center of power. And this is where the conversation, this is where the roadmap, and this is where the path begins. As I close, I want to share a small personal experience that I had many years. Sometimes, back I think in 2012 or 2013, I sat in a convention like this, and KEOPA was actually the lead. And I listened to them because I had political aspirations. And I knew that one day, one time, I will lead. And I sat in that forum and I listened. And from the insights that I received that day, it started shaping my political thinking. It started shaping my leadership. And today, I stand
that have been proposed as we head on to the 2027 election. The civil society, political parties, this is usually a big one as we head to elections. And also you as an individual, Chair has posed a challenge to yourself. What are you going to do as you prepare for this journey? So allow me then to introduce the next speaker, who is Kavi Karoga, representing the Uraia Trust Executive Director, Dr. Oliver Waindi. Karibu sana Kavi. Tumpigie makofi.
Good morning, everyone. We should start by clocking it for the DJ. Niliambiwa siku hizi we do not clap, we clock it, so clocking it for you, and thank you very much. Riding on all the protocols already, it is a pleasure to be here to represent Uraia Trust. Uraia Trust is an organization that continues to work with KEOPA to amplify women's voices, and we are supported by the Danish Embassy. Thank you very much, Danish Embassy, through the strengthening public accountability and responsiveness in Kenya. And before I go on, I would invite you to take a moment to just scan the room, see who is there, who do you know. Let us scan the room for a moment. Have we scanned? For me, I see a room full of change makers, trailblazers like our own Honorable Martha Karua, who continue to show us that it can be done. I also recognize women like Madam Chege, who has navigated a very difficult space in Nairobi County, and all the other women leaders. In fact, even Leah, navigating patriarchy in Kajiado has not been easy. And for you, we say kudos. We also want to recognize the young women who continue to challenge the norms of leadership that say age is equal to leadership, that you cannot be leaders. We also want to recognize the great work that women rights organizations and youth-serving organizations continue to do to amplify inclusive governance in Kenya. To you all, I say kudos and viva. Na mjipigie makofi. And whilst we recognize that all this work has been going on, definitive interventions have been done, we also recognize that women continue to face very many structural and systemic barriers. Ni kama tunajua tuko na kidonda, tunahisi hicho kidonda, tunasikia huo uchungu wa hiyo kidonda, lakini bado hatujapata tiba. Si ni kweli? But in 2027, if we work collectively, I am sure we'll find a solution to amplifying and increasing the number of women in these leadership positions. Some of the barriers that have been mentioned and continue to be mentioned are, of course, the negative social norms that continue to perpetuate patriarchy and ensure that women are left behind. We have also had a lot of negative coverage and profiling by the media, which is an area we should look into. You would hardly see a positive story about a women leader, but they're very quick to cover negative issues about women. We have also seen how tech-facilitated GBV continues to hamper the participation of women, and it continues to manifest itself in ways that we have not seen before. We have also seen how our political parties operate. We have seen how they themselves become a stumbling block for women. And for that, it calls for all of us to have a more concerted effort, more seamless collaboration, in the way that we continue to work. And I do take cognizance of the interventions that continue to be done by groups like Uchaguzi Platform that are calling for electoral reforms, issues that the National Women's Steering Committee continues to push in terms of movement building and ensuring women have the strengthened capacity to actually marshal for campaigns. So we are asking that we should continue working in such a way that we'll be responsive, we'll create a level playing field, and all organizations will play their part on the same. I also take this opportunity to thank Kewopa, Mercy, and your team for creating such a positive and powerful platform for all of us to leverage our competencies, our knowledge, the goodwill by our duty bearers and our development partners, the goodwill and expertise by the women rights organizations, youth organizations, the women and women aspirants who are pushing and have decided to run next year. And to you, we say, we will continue to support you because we want these actions and what we are doing to be commitments. We want these conversations to move from conversations to actual interventions that are responsive and working for the women. At Uraia, we will continue to inform, engage, and empower all of you, and especially women and youth, to be able to run in these spaces. We also want to say that we want to encourage women and youth to go for it, not to be afraid, because they can make it. And for us, 2027 looks, what we would want to see is, of course, women running in these positions, a safer space for women to run in these positions, and for women to have greater influence in decision-making spaces. Our commitment as Uraia is to show up every day for Kenyans and to ensure that they continue to exercise and enjoy their constitutional rights. We also want to say to the youth, ninajua mnauliza bag ni ya nini, si ndio? Ama mmepata jibu? But for me, the bag also is a symbol of your hopes and your dreams and a vision for yourself and for Kenya. Something that you can be pulling out of your bag strategically to ensure you're leveraging your strengths to get into these positions. And now I want to ask you to take a moment to think, what will be your particular role in ensuring that we have a safe, inclusive, transparent, and credible elections next year? This is indeed a call to action for everyone in the different spheres of influence that you have, in the different spheres of work that you do, that you continue supporting inclusive leadership and governance for youth and women, that you can amplify their voices and they can get into these positions. I will leave you with an old saying that says, when you look up, and I invite all of you to look up, when you look up do not lose sight of what is on the ground. And in terms of the upcoming elections, what this means is there will be very many distractions, very many demoralizers, very many destructive voices telling you you cannot do it. And for you, I say, do not lose sight on what is in the ground. Kama uko kwa ground sasa hivi, endelea kupanga mikakati ambayo itakusaidia kupata ushindi, si ndio? Si ndio? Yes, so thank you very much, and I wish you all impactful deliberations, and I look forward to networking with all of you. Thank you very much.
Makofi ya kilo for Kavi. She is the bag holder. So lazima mumpigie makofi ya kilo ya zaidi. Mimi nikiulizwa bag ni ya nini, ninasema bag iko na Kavi. And so this morning she reminds us of the importance of partnerships. We've had this partnership with Uraia and also with the Royal Danish Embassy for a few years now. And Kavi, now that you've spoken about supporting interventions to ensure that women are coming in, one of the biggest questions that these women keep telling me or my team when we go to the ground, or even Akina Daisy, anyone who's working with women aspirants, is that pesa inakuja kama imechelewa sana. Yeah? Aida, because I know you've just learned a little Swahili, but you know pesa already, right? Pesa is money. So the women aspirants in the previous election is that we do support some of these interventions so that they're able to, participate in the party primaries. But a lot of times when the resources are coming in, it's usually way past the party primaries. And I keep saying we lose so many women during the party primaries. So even as we talk about supporting women candidates, women and young people, it's important that they take cognizance of the timings. And the party primaries happen around March, April next year. So it's important that even as we are bringing in the women, we are able to support them way in advance before the party primaries so that we are able to ensure that a lot of women are able to successfully go through the party primaries so that they make it to the elections. So yeah, so I think that's siyo nimewatetea. So anyway, so thank you very much, Kavi, and to now invite our next partner, Aida Sorensen, who's very new in the country, so we are very blessed and delighted to have you. She's barely 2 weeks in the country. So karibu sana Aida, you can come to the stage and share your remarks. Thank you very much.
Asante, Mercy. Asante sana, Mercy. And asante sana to the DJ as well. As Mercy said, I've been in the country for 2 to 3 weeks, but I'm so happy and delighted to be with you. Good morning, everyone. Habari sa asubuhi. Jina langu ni Ida Sanson, and it's a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you also to Kewopa for inviting the embassy to this important Women and Youth Convention. Today's topic is of great importance to Denmark, but it's also personal to me. My commitment to women's rights began long before I knew I would pursue a career in diplomacy. And in fact, it was one of the driving forces behind my engagement as a young civil activist in Denmark years ago. And it continues to also resonate deeply with me today as a diplomat, as a mother, as a citizen. So when we talk about women and young people in politics, we often talk about numbers. How many women are elected? How many young people are represented? How many are in leadership positions? And those numbers, they matter. But behind every number, there's a human and a story. A woman who has decided to put her name on the ballot, knowing that she will face harassment and intimidation, both online and in her personal space, simply because she's a woman. A young person who has decided to enter politics, knowing that they may be told that they are too young or too inexperienced, or that politics is a game for someone else, and that someone else is usually someone with more wrinkles and less hair. And that's why today's conversation is important. As women, we sometimes hear that girls and women are somehow not natural-born leaders. And I find that strange. I'm a mother of 2 girls, and when I watch them play together, I see something quite interesting. They create elaborate games and stories. They decide who plays which role. They negotiate when they both want to be the same character. They resolve disagreements, make space for each other, at least most of the times, read each other's emotions, and practice empathy. And when the game changes, they adapt. We call that play, but we should also recognize it as practicing leadership. They're practicing negotiation, conflict resolution, communication, responsibility, understanding another person's perspective. They're learning to make their own voice heard while also giving space to others. Are these not the very skills that we ask our political leaders to demonstrate every single day? So perhaps the question is not whether girls and women are natural-born leaders. The question is, are we looking for leadership in the right places? And whether we recognize and value the leadership of young people and women, whether we recognize the leadership that they are already showing young people and women in their families, communities, civil societies, businesses, etc., long before they even enter the political sphere. Now, a democracy works best when everybody can see themselves in the institutions that represent them. Women make up half of society. If I'm not mistaken, here in Kenya, young people make up 35% of the population. So when women and young people are missing from the political decision-making, we are not just missing out on certain voices. We are missing out on talent, experience, ideas, and leadership. But we all know that representation is not enough. We need to ask, where are the women, where are the young people when important decisions are being made? Are they represented in parliamentary committees, in party leadership, in electoral institutions, in the places where priorities are set and resources are allocated? Representation matters, it does, but influence matters even more. And this is where I believe that all of us have a responsibility, particularly those of you who already hold positions of influence, including many people in this room. All of you have different positions, different levels of influence, but everyone in this room has the ability to open the door for someone else. And so I call on you to be allies to one another, to use your positions, networks, and influence to bring others up. At the same time, we must ensure that representation is accompanied by genuine influence. And I call on you to practice intergenerational leadership by creating space for the next generation while learning from the experience and wisdom of those who came before you. This is the essence of democracy, the belief that all decisions become better, stronger, and more sustainable when everybody has a share in shaping them. And I know it's not easy. We know that there are barriers to participation, cost of campaigns, restrictive social norms. Many of them have been mentioned here, and I'm sure all of you in this room have faced these barriers and felt them on your own body. The question is not whether they exist, it's what we do about them. And I suggest 3 things. First, political parties and institutions need to create pathways for women and young people, not only once the elections approach, but throughout the political cycle. Encourage them, mentor them, and give them access to networks and opportunities to develop their leadership. It's not about giving women or youth preferential treatment. It's about creating an environment where the visible and invisible barriers are removed so that women and young people can thrive and excel on an equal footing. Secondly, we need to look beyond the numbers and create real influence. A woman or a young person in parliament should not just be present, they should be there to shape decisions. And this requires for us to understand that they should not only be included in decisions concerning youth or families or social issues, but they should also be included in discussions on economy, security, peace, and foreign policy. And third, young people need meaningful ways to participate before the frustration builds. The civic energy demonstrated by Kenya's youth and Generation C in 2024 showed that the young people of this country care deeply about transparency and accountability. And that energy can be even more powerful when it's proactive rather than reactive. Through the civil society, entrepreneurship, and political parties, electoral constitutions, and youth caucuses. And there are many reasons to be hopeful here. You have a very strong constitutional and legal framework. You have an active civil society. Women and young leaders across the country are already doing remarkable work. And Kenya has also demonstrated a positive economic development and giving new opportunities for innovation, investment, and inclusive growth. But inclusion is a two-way responsibility. Those seeking to lead must be prepared to step forward, and those already holding power must be prepared to open the door. Now, fortunately, my own country has been lucky enough to make progress on women's political participation. But we certainly do not have all the answers. What we have learned is that progress does not happen simply because we agree that equality is a good idea. It requires political will, institutions that work. It requires people who are willing to and able to open doors for others, especially within the parties themselves. And it requires us to recognize that a strong young woman coming into leadership does not diminish one's own influence. Rather, it extends it if you are willing to take her with you. And that's why the partnership between Denmark and Kewopa is important. We are proud to support Kewopa, both directly and through our friends in the Oriya Trust, towards a more just and democratic and inclusive Kenya. And so as you go into today's discussions, I would just leave you with one thought. When a woman or a young person decides to enter politics, they're not asking for a favor. They're offering ideas, energy, experience, and their leadership. Our job is to make room for that leadership, because leadership does not belong to one generation, one gender, or one type of person. Leadership is already there. And our job is to recognize it, make room for it, and give it the opportunity to serve. So on behalf of Denmark, I thank you, and I wish you a very important and fruitful convention. Asanteni sana.
Makofi. Thank you very much, Ms. Ida. She's reminded us that women asking to be in these spaces, it's not a favor, right? Women have talent. Did you hear what she said? Yeah, they have ideas, they have experiences, they have leadership skills, yeah? And she also talked about ensuring that political parties are creating pathways. So this is almost the fourth time I'm hearing political parties, so we're already starting to identify the institutions. And also, one last thing is that she talked about looking beyond the numbers. Once you go in there, what type of influence are you and skills are you bringing to influence the agenda, whether it's at the national parliament or at the county assemblies? Thank you very much. I'd like first to recognize some members who've joined us before I invite our chief guests, Dr. Ann Dorito, IEBC Commissioner, a good friend of ours. We have Senator Asante Sana. We have Senator Beatrice Ogola from the Senate. She's also vying for Nthiwa constituency MP. Then the incoming, the incoming member from Nthiwa constituency. We also have Senator Mariam Omar Karibu sana Mheshimiwa. We have Honorable Waithera Achege. She's an MCA elected at Nairobi County Assembly. How many times? 3 times elected. So you will need to hear what she's been doing for those who are vying for MCA, Sindio. And then we also have Honorable Martha Wangare, MP Gilgil. She's also a senior member in Parliament, sitting her 3rd term. She's also still vying for MP, and she also sits in the Speaker's panel, first chairperson in the National Assembly. Karibu sana. So now we've come to the ultimate in the opening session, and of course the chief guest is a voice that needs little introduction. We all know this, this formidable woman, Honorable Martha Karua, a senior counsel who spent decades in this country at the intersection of law, public service, politics. She's vied for president before, right? She's also a party leader, we know that, yeah? And she's also been a key person fighting for the struggle for democratic accountability. We have seen her in the courts, in and out of the courts. Yeah? She's an author. How many have read her book? We are doing badly because in her book she shares her political story. Yeah? So if you've not read her book, you need to get a hold of her book because it also gives little tidbits here and there. And her journey also speaks directly to today's theme. What does it mean for a woman to enter political spaces that were not necessarily designed with her in mind? Yeah? You've seen her. We already talked about her being one of the 3 founder members of KEWOPA. When they founded KEWOPA, they were trying to create space for women in parliament. There were very few women in parliament back then. And when they formed KEWOPA, they came together as the few women who were in that parliament, and they fought for multiple things, which if she tells you some of the things that were never used to happen in that parliament, I hear that for the washrooms, they used to go across the county hall. They never used to come with handbags into parliament. There are so many small things that we enjoy because these women fought for these spaces, yeah? They've paved the way for us. And so I'd like us, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to invite our chief guest, Honorable Martha Karua, to address us. Now, Wimbo DJ.
The way that told her I will run. Just only one verse. Knowing me, you can decide to take this away. Something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, 'cause you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought my pride was gone, oh no. Something inside so strong. Tosha DJ, asante sana. Good morning, everyone. What a beautiful day. I want to begin by thanking the leadership of KEWOPA, led by the chair, the partners, all the dignitaries present, riding on the protocols already established, and the participants. It's a great day. As I came in at 9, this room was as full as it is, showing that the participants really were eager to come in and share this conversation, and that is really great. I will abandon the speech and talk to you, but not before saying that it is an honor and privilege to be invited by KEWOPA to share a few words with you
as you start. I think what is important today, and especially because I'll be leaving after delivering this, is to share my journey. The more things change, the more they remain the same. I vied for the first time in 1992, but I was already, by then, a household name because of fighting for human rights and for the return of political pluralism. We had a one-party state back in the 90s. So when I went to the field, what I was telling the people, I've been your advocate, even without mandate. I've done this for you without mandate. Just consider how much more I'll do with your mandate. That is to say, there must be something you do in your community. It could be just being an usher in a church. It's still community work. It could be leadership of a women's group. It is community work. It could be just an active woman in one of the chamas. I'm just inviting you to write on everything you've ever done for community. Women, we are shy. We never sing our own praises. Our brothers do, even where there's none to sing, they invent. So please, don't forget to put up your leadership skills to be acknowledged. Don't forget who you are, and do not ever let anybody define you, because the moment you step up, even fellow women might ask you, how do you think you are going to navigate in this, terrain? You may not meet much encouragement, it will be discouragement, but ignore the naysayers. What is in you must be so strong. You must believe in yourself. That's all that it's saying. It's affirming you as somebody wonderfully made by God, as somebody who is a full human being, not three-quarters. You are just as good as anybody else, and as good as you believe. So you really must believe in what you're doing, because you know what? Even before you talk, your posture communicates whether you believe in yourself, the non-verbal communication. You must be your number one cheerleader. If you don't believe in you, nobody else is going to believe in you. So that's why I wanted that song, Something Inside So Strong. And there's a verse there that says, brothers and sisters, I would say sisters and brothers, if they say you are not good enough, just look them right in the eye and say, I'm gonna do it anyway. You see? So anybody telling you you can't do it, look them in the eye and say, I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah, so you don't need their approval. You've already decided. And in seeking elective office, or any office at all, 50% of the job is done when you step up and say, I want to be the next member of parliament for the county assembly, the next senator, the next member of parliament for National Assembly. I want to be the next president of the Republic of Kenya. To sort out the mess. Because it's women who sort out the mess, even in the home. So we will sort out this mess. So when you believe in yourself and you step up, 50% of the work is done. The rest is topping up. But if you don't believe in you, even if you're given all the support, you still will not make it, because you'll be communicating. The nonverbal communication will be that I'm not ready for this. So sisters, be ready to follow through with your aspirations. And why does KEWOPA exist? Because two heads are better than. When you come together as women leaders, you are then able to network with others and to impact better than you can impact as one single person. It is that power of networks that has invited you here today, under the network of KEWOPA. And KEWOPA itself has its own networks. It has Uraia. It has the Danish. It has many, many partners. I can see Daisy of Crown Trust here. It has many friends. And you know, women, we lead in networks in this country. That Jama, that friendship groups, that religious group you may belong to, whatever other club you belong to, that investment group, do not forget that women in their daily lives always exploit the power of networks. Women hardly ever walk alone. Even the mamas in the village, to improve their homes, they have small groups where they are contributing very small amounts, but they do wonders. Women are so active. If there's a project in the school, who shows up? If there's a project in a church, who shows up? If there's disaster in the village, who shows up? Women show up everywhere, not just in their homes. The question is, are we going to show up for each other? What are we going to do? In the political parties you belong to, across political networks, across party affiliations, are we going to deploy our numbers to show up for each other? When I came in, there was a panel here discussing online violence, gender-based violence. And they were talking about reporting. I'm tired of reporting. I don't report no more. I deal with it. What if all of us dealt with it? That any time you see a gender-based insult against any other woman online, what if we swarmed like bees and told them to stop it? That is more enforcement than any other legal enforcement would work. And that woman won't have to go. That woman won't have to leave her station to go report anywhere because it's tedious. You are already crushed by what you are seeing. But women also, just remember, if you are on X, there's a B button. B means block. Do not give someone airtime to insult you. So that's a fast response. But we need, as women, because it's already out there, whenever you see gender-based, I don't care what the woman has done, but don't insult her on the basis of her gender. You know? Like this weekend, there was somebody going hard on a CS. And the opening title is These Women. See? How many women are in this cabinet? And how many cabinet members could you honestly say are performing the male members so that you now weigh in on the women? I want to see a comment criticizing the entire cabinet and criticizing each one of them for actions not based on their gender. But we are so quick, even parliamentarians, the total number of women out of a parliament is both Senate and National Assembly. Of 416, the women are 70? 102, they are 102, including those specially elected. Out of 102 out of 416 is less than a quarter, or just about a quarter. But who is seen as not working? Have you seen online anybody suggesting we scrap parliament? But there are so many suggestions that we scrap the women's seat. So the women are the ones not working. The way I'm also sometimes disappointed in the women's response to women issues. But I do not judge them alone. I judge the response by parliament to women issues. Why? Every member of parliament, every elected leader, including the president, is a women representative. 50% of their constituency is who? Is women. So as you go hard on women, on yourselves, ask what the totality of parliament is doing on women's issues. And that, sisters who are in parliament as women, is not to excuse you. Your voices must remain louder than everybody else. but I will not let people give unfair criticism to the women's voices, which are totally inadequate, because a critical mass should be close to almost 200. It should be 150, 180 there. But we will blame them even when they do not have a critical mass. Again, sisters, we are not excusing you, but we are just saying we will not allow anybody to discredit women unfairly. If I'm asked for 20 vocal women, I can supply the names. If I'm asked for 20 vocal men, I will supply the names. The rest I may not know. If it is 20 over 102 and 20 over 300, who is sleeping? It's our brothers. They are the majority who are sleeping. So what I'm saying, whether in the media, in the mainstream media, online, please, when you let women be weighed down, you are actually working against yourself, especially if you intend to run. You are already coming to a negative field where they feel they do not need women. So if a woman, like my namesake, is competing in a constituency, and almost 90% or 100% her opponents will be male, we've already told them that women are unwelcome. And for women to be elected, they really, really have to do wonders. I want to tell you that you got to look at what parties you're in and how they behave. A party shows signs early that they'll be undemocratic. How many times do you get the mic to talk when they are on the road? Is it only the guys getting the mic? You already have the information that they'll have no space for you, but you are refusing to see it. You fall along like a sheep being led to slaughter. I once was in a party in 1992. Apologies to those who were born after that date, because it's 34 years ago, and not everybody in the room is 34. I was in a party. It was the party of the moment, because Matiba had just come back from London. So there was that wave. That party, I had to fight literally, yani to grab the mic. Tiny as I was at that time. And I realized I don't have to do an uphill task, especially when we went to the party elections and they were rigged in favor of my opponent. I said, wait a minute, what am I doing here? I'll wait and nominations will be similar. So I left. It was September of 1992. I joined the Democratic Party, Kibaki's party then. I was able to defeat my opponent in whose favor they had rigged. Had I remained like a sheep being led to the slaughter, maybe my journey would have been different. Because once beaten, twice shy. So if the barriers are so high and you don't overcome them, not everybody returns to the playing field again. So I don't know what I would have been. But I defied, I went to another party, was given a fair chance, was able to meet my opponent. If you're seeing the signs, smell the coffee, wake up, do something about it. But there is also another way of doing it. If your party is a listening party, get together as women, even if you are competitors, and tell the leadership, either they recognize you, give you fair platform, or you'll be showing them your backs. Guess what? A majority of supporters and campaigners of almost every political party are who? Women. So we are also not utilizing our numbers where we are not leveraging on our clout. Why should we be ornaments for a party to show, look, I have women in the party, when in real time you are not getting a chance? When we ask for fairness in nominations, we are told you want an easy ride. I just want to tell you who gets an easy ride. Parties that are dominant in areas, certain areas, 90% or 95% of the candidates they give the opportunity to run are men. And you know that nomination is like an election won. What if they gave 50-50? 50% of the elected people would be women. So our brothers use the male card. They don't talk about it, but this is the male card. That anybody seeing a man walking, saying, I will run, seeing a sister here saying, I'll run, they will ask her, are you sure? The man will not be asked. Okay? Lakini wewe hata wanawake, are you sure? Let's stop the self-hate. It was said by the representative of the Danish, I'm afraid of mispronouncing your name. She said quite clearly that not more often than not, naturally, we are leaders because we are leading on the home front. Do you think it's a small issue balancing the home budget, especially for those who are on the margins of economic empowerment? How do you think a woman in Mathare, in the informal settlements of Nairobi, raises a healthy child without money, a child clothed, even though with tatters? How do you think they raise those children who later become leaders? It requires serious management skills, serious budgetary skills that almost air budget will be made to fit the every need of the day. And that is the story of every woman, balancing the economy, the budget of the home. Our work is inclusion every day. That little dish you serve, or you saw your mother serving, that everybody got a scoop, however little. And if a neighbor came in as she was serving, they still got a little share. If the man of the home was out, his food was prioritized and kept aside. Even the weakest in the family, when others are racing to the pot, your mom will tell you, hold on. And they'll first scoop for the one who cannot reach the pot quickly, whether a young child or a person with disabilities. Inclusion is the name of a woman. Resilience is the name of, courage is the name of, it takes courage to raise a feeble child to become a healthy adult. It takes courage to nurse the dying, sometimes back to health with the grace of God. The things we do take what? Courage. Therefore, you are courageous. You may never have been told, but just going about your daily routine, you already possess courage. Therefore, believe in yourself. Women do not know tribes, although a few may utter those words, but generally speaking, a woman doesn't know a tribe because women marry across the boundaries. Therefore, women are unifying. Sing praises of women. And even if you are competing against a woman, compete fairly. Talk about your strong qualities, not the weakness of your female competitor. Even a male competitor, by the way, when you deal with weaknesses, their weaknesses, and talk about them so much, you're giving them airtime that belongs to you. Talk about your qualifications. Talk about them until when your constituents are sleeping, they'll be dreaming about what that lady, that girl said they would do. They'll be just hearing your voice. There's a way we talk about our opponents and we give them all the airtime. And people live without even knowing your name, especially if you're a newcomer. Be very aware of those habits, yeah? So, let me say this, and you can get it in my book, those who are able to access a copy. It's available at Textbook Center. I'm actually telling Kewopa because several of us have written. Millie has written and has written also about experiences buying. These should be treated as training manuals. Perhaps we should have strived to have a copy for each one of you because you can get some of those things. I was raised in rural Kirinyaga, doing exactly what every other child does. In other words, and I'm sure if the chair of Kewopa was to tell you about her upbringing, it will be ordinary. If Esther Passaris was to say, if any of these leaders present here, you don't need any extraordinary background to become an extraordinary leader. In other words, you are enough just as you are, wherever you were raised, you know? And I'll tell you that the lessons I learned as I grew up, your first mentors, because we say big names when we are asked our mentors. My first mentor was my mother, my father, and my paternal grandmother, because we lived in the same compound as happens in those places. And my paternal grandmother was a graduate of the social school, not the formal school, but a powerful woman whose lessons live with me today. She taught me that space is never given. You grab your space. Do not wait to be installed like a chief on any seat or a king. You know, take the space, step up and go for it. And, you know, give the qualities that you think make you who you are. They did not teach me entitlement to wait to be served. You wake up and you join those serving. And as you serve, you leave your portion. You know? Isn't that what we do all the time? So I'm just telling you, you are qualified. And you don't have to be a lawyer like me. You are as good in whatever profession you are in, so long as you believe in yourself. We can't all be the same things. You might not be loud. You might be soft-spoken. There is soft power also. You see? So you do not have to be the next person. Just be you. Be you, and you'll be enough just as you are. Now, when I went in and said I wanted to be a member of parliament, I was already very vocal, and I said a household name because I was an activist within the Law Society. I was a leader within the Law Society, having gone through the motions, but a young person of the day. Even my own colleagues in the corridors, people who had believed in me as a leader, some of them questioned me. Since when did you become a politician? And I asked the guy who asked me that, since when did so-and-so, the guys whom we were active with in the same council, vying, nobody asked them. The likes of Paul Moite, Imanyara, nobody asked them since when you became a politician. But Martha was to be asked that question. So I realized it's an unconscious bias in almost everybody's mind, including women, because women are raised in patriarchy. Never be deceived that women are their worst enemies. There will be a few vocal ones who will be quite vicious. You think it's the entire battalion. But women are kind and they welcome me. They will welcome you. I remember going to a market and women were shaking their skirts that I want a skirt like mine. In other words, they were inviting the skirt wearer to join other skirt wearers. So do not be told that women will not embrace you. Just use your power of networks. I'm using it even today, and I'm asking us, support capable women. We are not saying you be elected mayor because you are a woman. If you're not competent, we have no business electing you. We cannot come from one bad governance to another. Elect capable women. And I'll assure you, if we go on capabilities alone, there will be more women elected than men. That I can assure you from what I have seen aloud. The other thing, you'll be told about money. And women, tunakuja, you know, I don't have money. Who told you men have money? They don't work at Donnaroo, or they are not the producers of money. I've been a party leader for a long time and a parliamentarian. I'll tell you, men cry about money as much as we cry. And money doesn't have to be in your pocket. I've never had sufficient funds of my own to run on. Not even the times I was elected consecutively for 4 terms. Money is mobilized. Whether for business or for politics, or for any other public thing, you mobilize money. Even those who have money do not always use their money. They mobilize. Because for me, stepping up to be elected ni muradi. Na muradi huendi na pesa yako. Unaenda na pesa ya umma. Yako kidogo mnachangia nyote. You don't want to finish an election with debt. Whether elected or not elected, you would have to pay the debt. Let us learn to raise money. And sometimes it doesn't come in big chunks. My first election, the amounts I was raising to go to a Harambee, I would send 20 cards to colleagues. Each would give me 500. That makes 10,000. I use my petrol for going and other logistics. That's my contribution. And I'll give in a church or in a Harambee the 10,000. And it was a lot of money. So it doesn't have to come in huge chunks. There were a lot of youth, because I was a youth of those days. There was a lot of youth, both male and female, going door to door on my behalf. There were women going door to door. All those, I counted it as money. They funded my election. Even today, don't just wait for hard cash. Those volunteers quantify it into money. Do not be afraid to raise money. And I always tell people, it is not anyone's responsibility to fund your campaign, even when you are a woman. You are responsible for yourself. Let's not talk like there is a source which comes for women. There are organizations which are training you today. You are very lucky. We didn't have many. Although I'll tell you, I was then the chair of the League of Women Voters. Organizations weren't as well funded as today, and we formed the league the election year. There wasn't much going around, and many women organizations were disclaiming that they are not political. Yani, they were dissociating with us, the wayward few who are now entering politics. You are coming at a very good time. You have so many examples of good women leaders. Women's leadership is accepted, but our brothers are still resisting. Why? It's very difficult to cede ground. If you come for my seat, I'll be kicking. I'll be trying to keep you off. When we march towards equality, it means we are asking our brothers to cede ground. It's not easy for them. Do not wait for them to say, yenyewe my sister nimeona, I've been very unfair to you, kuja uketi hapa. It will not happen. So please, take your space. Do not wait to be invited. Tumesikizana hiyo? And support the other woman. If you are on one seat and you can't support them, do not talk ill of them. Talk of your strengths. It will help you. I have contested against a woman. I could have said 1,000 things because they were available. I chose to give my qualities. And I know I won, though I never got the crown. So we cannot complain of gender-based violence, verbal violence, and you then become the perpetrators. That's what I am saying. Now, we have agreed online we form an army. And you don't have to know the woman, but do not allow people to troll. We will swarm in on them and decide what we are going to do. I also want to say this. Numbers tell a story. You were given the numbers that out of 18,000 plus seats, there are just about 1,000, less than 2,000 women vying. How then do we expect to be elected? We are not presenting ourselves to the voters. So please, let us encourage one another so that we can be enough. Before you came, sisters in leadership, I was saying, imagine if there were 15,000 women running, as many would be elected. And these days, they are examples. And let us pull each other up. Everyone pull somebody else up. And I'm glad today in this room, I can boast of 2 significant mentees, Esther Passaris and Waithera Chege, among many others. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Esther. And mentorship is not only face-to-face. Sometimes you mentor, even through the TV. I've met many people who tell me that I mentored them. I've met many people, men and women, who say they were elected and told, go be our Mother Karua. There were even 2 women nominated in 2007 to come and handle Martha Karua in Parliament. Yeah? They thought I could only be handled by fellow women. On arrival, they became friends. So we were leaning on each other. We didn't fight. You don't have to fight your own. You can disagree without fighting. Now, I think I've said enough things about opening doors for others. Let me tell you one thing about the brotherhood. Once a man stands, everybody assumes they are equal to the task. When a woman stands, question marks arise. I want to repeat what was said, that merit resides both in female and male gender. And when you contextualize gender within the family, people understand. My father is not a gender activist, but you can't talk about me to him. He's my number one. He's still there, thank God. He's my number one supporter. My brothers too, they are not gender activists. So within the family context, except very rarely, the entire family will collapse for you. There's nothing they will not do. So let us use all the networks we can. And let us tell them it's all about gender. It's all about promoting whoever has a certain talent in the family. If it's for leadership, promote the person with it. If it's for another profession, do the same. Now, as I conclude, because I can see I have overshot the time I was coming to do, let us carry the traits of integrity, that you're going because you have a calling to serve. If you do not have a calling to serve and you're looking for a glamour job, you are the wrong person to represent people. But if you represent people honestly, they do not expect you to be a magician to solve everything. You seek answers together. And even when you don't succeed, so long as you level with them and tell them, brief them what is happening, people are very forgiving and giving. That's my experience of being elected 4 consecutive times. That I didn't have to lie. Even when I forgot, I could look them straight in the eye and say, my goodness, I forgot. And then we would devise a system of reminding me next time halfway before the next appointment so that this time I don't forget. Yeah, people know you are human and you have limitations. I wasn't and have never been Miss Moneybags. I don't give cash. There's a person you may help who is very desperate, but as a rule, no cash. Even now in the village, I go, Madam, we want money. I ask them, where would you expect me to get money for you from? I tell them, do you want change or do you want money? It's a hard conversation, but they normally retreat. I would say it's only that I would be fouling because we are from different political persuasions, but there's an answer I sometimes give and they just raise their hands and say, let that money stay. When I tell them stay with bad governance, because sometimes you've got to confront the reality. So do not look for money to give. Look for money for your logistics. Yes, sometimes you give money. If you're going to send somebody to move from one station to another, they will need transport. But I can't give you money for coming to my meeting. Iyo nakataa kabisa. Let us be the change we want to see. I have many, many things to say, but I'll just say in conclusion, let us be each other's keeper. There are things we can lobby for together even when we are competitors. Safe space to operate on. Fairness within political parties. And we should have a women's manifesto giving political parties notice that if they do not treat women well, women will leave enemas. Men sometimes want certain women elected, women who will not give them trouble. Giving trouble is demanding for your rights and the rights of other women. I'm a woman who gives people trouble all the time. And I'm not gonna change, because I always say, if to do my job, I have to be bad, then I want to be my worst so that I accomplished the job. It's not a beauty contest. It's not a contest of who is going to be the politest. It's a contest of who can get the job done. So are we ready to get the job done? Yes. When you are elected to parliament, will you be the voice of women? Yes. Because we must amplify our voices. And that's why I'm telling our sisters we want to hear each one of you. Amplifying the voices of women in parliament. We want to count the times you have stood. Do you remember there were 42 decapitated bodies of women at Kware? I would have wanted the women in parliament to stop parliament to discuss those bodies. It didn't happen. They did other things. But I think that even as the women of Kenya, because we must not see parliament only, and as the people of Kenya, we were not outraged enough. That was enough for us to stop the country. The death of the Gen Zs, so many of them, it should have been enough to stop the country. I think we tolerate things we should not tolerate. Let us raise our voices, because the Constitution gives us avenues to do that. Let us do the best we can. And I must ask, what did the Gender Commission do about those 42 bodies? What did the Human Rights, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights? That one, I know what they did. If the Gender Commission did something, and I don't know, please someone remind me. We need to task all the bodies that are standing up for women and ask them what they did. And we also must ask the president, who is 50% a female representative and 50% a male representative. What did you do for us when 42 bodies, decapitated bodies of women, when femicide is rising? Every elected person must be asked the tough questions. And you who wants the seat of that elected person, you must go saying, these are the things I will do. Enumerate how you will do better than the person who is not there. We are beyond insults. We are for issues. Issue-based politics. There is no manual on how to be a member of parliament, how to be a leader. We can only share our stories. You will too one day, like the Honorable Chair of KEWOPA, share your story. And I must say her story was very inspiring, that she's listened in a KEWOPA conference. And today she is the chair of KEWOPA. May I wish you the best and hope that you will have a story like hers next time we meet. Asanteni sana. And always have something inside strong enough to conquer all mountains. Thank you.
Makofi ya kilo 10. Thank you very much, Honorable Martha Karua. I believe we have been inspired, the women aspirants, right? We have picked at least one thing. At least the first thing she said, believe in yourself. Sindio? We have picked 1 or 2 or 3 things. And so I hope you will carry that as you proceed with your campaigns. Right now, I'd like us to take a quick group photo with the Danish representatives, our chief guests, chair, and the members of KEWOPA. And as they walk here, I'd like to recognize Honorable Hamida, Senator Hamida, Senator Tabitha, and Senator Consolata who've joined us. So if we could have this podium off so that we can take a group photo here. Photography team. We can walk to the podium. Daisy, join us. Kavi. I think we should stand and then then some up, yeah? So, yeah. Or we can have some seats. Vin, tuko na viti. Hey. Vincent. No, I think hapa chini. Before you sit, yes? Yes, I'm being told by the Gen Zs that we need a selfie with. So, Tracy, could you help us with this? Yes? Oh, so participants kindly stand so that we take a photo with the congregation. So, should take a selfie. How does this? Sorry. So the audience kindly stand so that you're seen on the photo. Sawa sawa. Thank you. We can take our seats.
Very good for your social action, huh?
1, 2.
Yeah.
So, Honorable Martha.
Honorable Martha, we need...
let's take our seats, please. Let's take our seats.
She's leaving.
She's leaving. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful welcoming session we've had. We will now be heading for tea break. We'll now be heading out for tea break. We can come back at 11:35. Let's come back at 11:35. So tea is served on your left. Once you go outside on your left, you're going to find your tea served there. Okay. Okay. We can also have persons with disabilities coming to the front for their photos. We can go for a tea break. For our VIPs, we can head to the VIP room for the tea break. We'll come back at exactly 11:40.
Then wakirudi tutawaita wote hapa.
The Kewapa ushers, please assist our guests in terms of going to the VIP room to receive their tea. Then for our guests, we can go to our left-hand side so that we can also take tea. We'll be resuming at 11:40, where we will have a very, very detailed conversation with the members of parliament. DJ, please play us some songs.
You're fighting a losing battle. Wachana tu na.
We recognize the presence of Honorable Millie Odhiambo in the room.
Okay.
Okay.
You sat with us.
Sawa, sawa. No.
Let's go for that break. Tutarudi.
Okay. For members of parliament, they're requesting for a photo with persons with disabilities.
Thank you. How are you?
For the members of parliament in the room. Ndio huyu Tabitha. So we are having a photo with the persons with disabilities who are vying and who are aspirants. Senator, you can also be in the photo. Remember, we are having our tea break up to around 11:40. Expecting to have you back at 11:40. Okay. Sawa. We're having a photo at the front with persons with disabilities together with our members of parliament. Remember, tea is being served outside. Remember to grab a snack even as you head towards our next conversation. What is happening? Bad girl Millie.
I like your energy. Yeah. I'm Grace. I'm getting sorry. But I'm leaving my
Vincent,
My name is Vincent Ndereba, incoming MCA Viwandani Ward, Makadara constituency.
My name is Rosemary Modoni Kenothia, incoming Kiambu Woman Rep 2027. Bilha Joyce, incoming MP Embakasi Central. I'm Beverly Yakech, incoming MCA Komarok Ward, Embakasi Central.
Okay. So we'll start the question. We'll start with Kiambu, because Kiambu ndiye alikuwa amesema anataka kuwa wa kwanza, si ndio? So you're going to answer, is this a myth or fact? Yeah? Is this a myth or a fact?
Okay.
So you tell me if it's a myth, it's a myth. If it's a fact, it's a fact. So science has proven that men naturally handle pain better than women.
A myth.
It's a myth, that's correct. We can go, so when you're number one, Sindio, then you're number two. So the question is, women are more likely than men to experience chronic pain for longer periods of time. Is it a myth or a fact?
A fact.
A fact, correct. The other one is, science has proven that women are naturally more creative than men. Is that a myth or a fact?
A fact.
Pardon? No. You said it's a fact.
Yes.
The answer is it's a myth. Because research shows that men and women have similar creative potential overall. Studies suggest that creativity is influenced more by personality, environment, experience, and opportunity rather than gender. Yeah, so that's the correct answer. Tumpigie makofi kwa kuparticipate. Okay. Lastly, on the myth or fact to Vincent, men often apply for jobs when they meet only 60% of the qualifications, while women usually apply only when they meet nearly 100%. Is it a myth or a fact?
Pardon?
Acha nirudie. Men often apply for jobs when they meet only 60% of the qualifications, while women usually apply when they meet nearly 100%. Is it a myth or a fact?
It's a fact.
It's a
fact.
Yes, that's correct. It's a fact. Studies have found that men are generally more comfortable applying for jobs even when they do not meet everyday requirements. Let's now go to a tougher one. Sindio? So this one I'll give it to Tracy to ask the questions on the coats of women.
So who?
Start with Kiambu.
Kiambu. Ready? During conversations about women in leadership, governance, and public accountability in Africa, she said, women work harder and women are more honest. They have less reason to be corrupt. Who said that? Nirudie. So this category is called her voice. So I will say a quote and then you say nani alisema. Sawa sawa. During conversations about women in leadership, governance, and public accountability in Africa, she said, women work harder and women are more honest. They have less reasons to be corrupt. You know, we're not the ones who created the rules. It doesn't have choices. Wachana na multiple. Yes. It's an African woman. I'm repeating one more time. During conversations about women in leadership, governance, and public accountability in Africa, she said, women work harder and women are more honest. They have less reason to be corrupt. Who said those words?
Winnie Mandela.
Good try, but not Winnie. The answer is Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. So you may take your seat. Good job. Clap for her. While discussing women's political participation and representation in leadership spaces, she said, "If you are absent at the table, so are your interests."
Martha Karua.
No, very close, but not Martha. This was Njoki Ndung'u. Clap for her.
Hiyo makofi jameni hata hai-encourage mtu. Hey, tupige makofi.
Now, while reflecting on her journey building one of Kenya's most successful manufacturing companies, she said, "I have always been driven by the need to prove that African women have what it takes to get things done and at the right time."
Manufacturing companies.
So it's a woman.
Yes.
And while reflecting on her journey, building one of Kenya's, so that already tells you it's a Kenyan. While reflecting on her journey building one of Kenya's most successful manufacturing companies, she said, "I have always been driven by the need to prove that African women have what it takes to get things done and at the right time."
Honorable Martha Karua.
No, Martha is not in manufacturing, so clap for him.
No one gets the gift, but we can also give them the gift because of participation, right? So we are all going to give them the gift, but after this particular panel session, all right? Okay, all right. Tracy, you can introduce us to the next panel session.
So if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, please be quiet and clap twice. Good. Now we are moving swiftly with the program. We are really behind on time, but we'll work our best to manage it. And now, how many days did we say we have to the next general election? 358. So tulikubaliana sasa, tumetoa -1, because in the morning we were at 359. And so the question is Kenya ready for the 2027 general elections? What's the feel in the room? You had a very quick no. I don't know your name, but you had a very quick no. Please, we want to hear why.
Yes.
Is Kenya ready for the 2027 general election?
Let us shout, yes or no?
So we'll hear from a no, then we'll hear from a yes.
Yes. Okay, someone who is saying, just one person. Someone who is saying no? No?
The question is Kenya ready for the next general election?
No.
So we'll hear from a no, then we'll hear from a yes.
Kenya is not ready for the next general election because once we need to recognize the bodies that are mandated.
Let's have one meeting, please. Let's have just one meeting.
We need to look at the bodies that are mandated with this job, and that one body is IEBC. And we need to ask IEBC the hard question: are they ready for an election? Okay. Because even the constitution of the IEBC as it stands now, it is not ready for a general election.
So the constitution of the IEBC is not ready for a general election. Who feels like we are ready for an election?
Someone who is saying yes. Someone who is saying...
We as Kenyans, the question is not is IEBC ready? The question is Kenya ready for the 2027 general election? Daniel, let's hear from someone at the back of the room.
Okay, someone who is saying yes. Okay. I can see a mic here. Let me give it here, and then this particular session we're going to have is more of you asking questions to the independent actors. So we will not ask most of those questions. Are we together? So let's hear just from her, and then we welcome the panelists, and then we continue with the questions.
Thank you. Hamida Malasen is my name. Kenyans are ready for the general election because Kenyans have been politicking every year since the last election. Kenyans have been politicking. So Kenyans are ready. The question is IEBC ready? But I believe also they are ready because they've been allocated within the budget. There's allocation for the IEBC preparedness and also the general election. Thank you.
Tracy, it seems IEBC will be on the hot seat today. Yeah, people are asking whether IEBC is ready. Are they ready for the election? They're saying that we people, as the citizens, tuko tayari, but they are not sure whether IEBC is ready, isn't it?
So the beauty of these discussions is that IEBC is in the room.
Yes.
And we will hear from IEBC. It's interesting because the question is Kenya ready for the 2027 election? And then instinctively, we have all decided, our first point of landing is IEBC may not be ready. But Malasen has been of the opinion that IEBC as an institution is ready for the elections. And so there is differing opinions across the room. There are those that feel like as a country we are ready for the next election. There are those that feel like bado. Some are somewhere in the middle, that the citizens are ready, but the institutions may not necessarily be ready. And so as Daniel has said, this is more a chance for you, the audience, to ask questions to the different partners that are coming to speak to us. And first is Dr. Anne Nderitu, who is the former Registrar of Political Parties and now serves as a commissioner at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. So Dr. Anne Nderitu, karibu sana. Let's give a hand clap to Dr. Anne. Daniel, who else is coming?
Yes, to join Ms. Anne Nderitu, we also have Mr. Marcus Agenga. Mr. Marcus Agenga is an elections, governance, climate, and human rights expert with over 14 years of cumulative experience in electoral and climate governance, capacity building, and program management. And he's currently the program's lead at ELOG. Let's welcome him. And And lastly, we're going to have Mr. Loserian Tukey from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Mr. Loserian is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with over 10 years experience in public service, and he currently serves as a Principals Compliance Officer at the ORPP, and he's going to be answering the hot questions regarding the political parties. I think, Tracy, you can have a seat here, and I think maybe we can take the first question to Dr. Anne Nderitu. Dr. Anne Nderitu, the people here, the women and youth here have said that sisi kama wa Kenya, as Kenyans, we are ready to go and vote for the 2027 general elections. But they are not very sure whether the IEBC is ready. Sindio, are we sure whether the IEBC is ready? No? So the question is IEBC ready? And especially on matters to do with inclusion, are you ready as the IEBC? So let's listen to Dr. Anne Nderitu from IEBC, and then I'll welcome questions to Dr. Anne. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting IEBC to this panel. And I want to also congratulate Kiwopa for the good conference, and specifically raising the issues of inclusion. I know an election is as good as it is inclusive to the weakest of the society, or even the very marginalized of the society. And women forms part of the marginalized group in the electoral process, and therefore this is a very timely conference. Is IEBC ready? Are you the one answering the question, or is IEBC? Then you cannot say no. Neither can you say yes. First of all, I will say that preparing for election is a process, and it's a journey. The question actually should be, are we where we are supposed to be in terms of preparing for election? And the answer to that question is yes. To the extent that we have set the infrastructure, a few months ago we launched the strategic plan. We also launched the election operation plan, which actually give all the timelines of how the election will be conducted. So the greatest question is whether we are where we are supposed to be in terms of the election operation plan and the timeline. You already know and can see that we have launched, we have done what we are supposed to do to put into Parliament the legal reform, what need to be changed and what need to be looked into. We have also, we have seen gazetted the electoral campaign finance regulations, which is supposed to be gazetted 1 year to election. You have seen we have announced the tenders for elections, the main international tenders for technology, for ballot papers, and all that. We are busy doing the recruitment of some critical staff, almost finishing to that extent. So we are where we are supposed to be in terms of electoral preparation. So we cannot, then you cannot tell us that we are not ready. The question is whether we are following the timelines as we launch them as per the operation plan. And the answer is yes, there's an operation plan. It's widely shared and you can see the timelines even on our website. And we are where we are supposed to be as far as the electoral preparation is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ann. And there's the Commission just the other day, last week actually, released the spending limits. And for presidential candidates, who remembers the limit? For presidential candidates, who remembers the limit? 6.11 billion. Yes. For political parties, what's the limit? 24.45 billion. With transport as the largest permitted party expenditure. Then we have, again, in terms of concentration of campaign financing, that a single contributor can only contribute up to 20% of a candidate's money, funds for the campaigns. But also that any candidate that's spending more than 1 million has to have its campaign expenditure submitted to IEBC before spending. And that political fundraising now faces tighter documentation. So there's more auditing. And so, Dr. Ann, I want you to sit with those thoughts because these are young people, these are women who are aspirants, and there's a lot of questions around political campaign financing. But as you sit through that, I want to turn to ORPP, who are the regulators of political parties in Kenya. When we think about political parties, what is our number now? How many political parties do we have?
We have 96 political parties.
96 political parties. Are these parties genuinely prepared to nominate women in winnable positions, or are women still being encouraged to participate primarily where the party already knows women are unlikely to win? But also, can a woman realistically win a party primary in Kenya without money, political networks, and protection from intimidation?
Thank you very much. From the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, one of the key issues that we really... sorry. Can you hear me now? Yes. As the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, one of the key issues that we really concentrate on is inclusivity. And women, youth, persons with disability, they are very close to our heart as an office. And we encourage political parties right from their inception, from the point of registration through their compliance issues. We encourage them to ensure that there is inclusivity, there is inclusion of women, there is inclusion of PWDs, and there is inclusion of youth in their processes. When it comes to nominations, we are actually at that point now, whereby we are coaching political parties in terms of crafting their nomination rules, and these nomination rules will play a key role in the nominations that are coming sometime in April next year, March, April next year, whereby we anticipate that the Katiba ruling of 2017 will be adhered to, and IEBC will not receive a list that is a nomination list of candidates that is not two-thirds gender compliant. So as an office, we are capacity building political parties and leadership in political parties to ensure that these issues of inclusivity from their end, they ensure that more women, more youth, more PWDs participate, not just as candidates for nomination, but participate as candidates who can go all the way and win the seats. So yes, we are confident that we might have not been able to achieve the two-thirds gender rule, but as time goes, we can tell from 2013, 2017, there was an improvement. 2022 there was an improvement, and we anticipate in 2027 we'll go one better.
Thank you. I feel a little scared because you talk of we encourage parties. But I think when you look at political spaces in Kenya, especially for institutions mandated constitutionally, encouraging vis-a-vis the mandate of an institution sounds very worrying when you look at it from the standpoint of young people and women who are aspirants. And so I think one of the aspirations is, beyond encouraging, supporting, there's the other side, there's the supply side of it, there's the demand side of it, but there's also the supply side of it. And as an institution, you are constitutionally mandated to regulate those parties. So there's still a couple of questions there. And Marcus, lastly, before I open it up to the panel, Marcus works at the Elections Observations Group Africa, which is a civil society movement. You are also part of the Uchaguzi platform, amongst other actors. We have constantly seen elections in, elections out, by elections in, by elections out, that there are statements that are released on the worrying trends, the post-election violence, the flaunting of the campaign rules that have been put in place. But it also really poses a worrying question from the standpoint of women and young people who vie, that beyond statements saying we are worried, we've had use of the word we encourage, we've had use of the word we hope to improve. So beyond statements, because again, statements are as good as they are acted upon. As a member of the Uchaguzi platform, as the Elections Observations Group Africa, what are you doing to support the young people and the women aspirants as they move into the 2027 elections?
All right, thank you very much. My name is Marcus, as Stacey has said. I work for Elections Observation Group, which is a coalition of 18 civil society organizations. Our work is to observe electoral processes. But Stacey, there are three things I'd like to say. First is that as a civil society body, we are mandated to oversight these institutions like the IEBC or ORPP. What are we doing? Our work is to create platforms like the ones that Kiwopa has created here. We create platforms where we share information, where we give evidence. Of the two-thirds, and you've been at the forefront of fighting for the two-thirds. And what is the work of an election observation group like ours? When in 2012, there was an advisory that was given about the two-thirds. When, for example, you're asking good questions, IBC attempted in 2022, although Anne, you are not there, but IBC attempted in 2022 and returned the lists back to the parties. What did they do? They went back to court, and then they were given some reprieve. We have seen instances where, as ILOC, our work is to work with the laws that are given. One of the things I would like to hear also as a participant in this meeting, I know that there are amendments, there are reviews to the Elections Act, so that we front load, as it is now, are there mechanisms of front loading lists, the candidates list before election, because we have relied heavily on top-up mechanism. But we are learning from Rwanda. We are seeing what's happening in South Africa, where they front load the list before the elections. So one of the things, even as ORPP is helping parties develop their nominations, how are we holding the political parties accountable to the gender commitments within their party processes? That's what I would say.
Thank you, Marcus. I'm not sure you've answered my question. Okay. You've brought up important questions, but you still have a question to answer. But while you think through that, I really want to open this up to the plenary because, again, as was mentioned in the morning, as we've kept on saying, this is a convention for youth and women who want to vie in the next general election, 358 days away. So Dr. Anne, ORPP, Marcus from ELOG, Dr. Anne from IEBC, these are young people, these are women who want to vie in the next election. And so we really want to open this discussion for an open, honest, candid, but respectful discussion. A lot of times, again, we hear young people and women saying they don't have access to these institutions, that they don't know where to find ORPP, they don't have access to IBC, IBC is too busy, they rarely have access to civil society. So KEWOPA has brought them all here. And so this is your chance, young people, women, PWDs, to please then engage with the different actors on this panel and ask them questions. So I'm not sure Daniel is still here. Yes, and so please remember to keep your questions respectful, but you are allowed to ask candid and open questions. Who shall take the mic first?
Thank you very much, Tracy. Who'd want to take the mic? I think we've had a lot of questions. I can see one there. I had also been told that persons with disabilities also have a question that they'd want to raise. So let's begin here. So please keep the question short, straight to the point, and very direct to the person you're asking to.
Margaret Anyango, and I would like to ask a question to the IBC. What mechanisms have you put in place to those leaders who are using vulgar language, which may plunge this country into chaos? Like, for example, in the just concluded election, mini-election, there is a leader who said that if you know you are not from this area, you need to be very careful. What mechanisms have you put in place to stop such leaders from vying for any political seat as IEBC? Yeah, that's what I would like to know.
Thank you.
A very interesting question there regarding the regulation of the language. We had a question here, so I'll be moving this way. Okay, I can see the hands.
My name is Rhoda Pulei. I have a question, a recommendation rather, about the woman representative seat. Ideally, this seat should be a one-term thing, because this woman will be empowered. She will have resources, structures, and strategies to continue to transit to the male-dominated space for maybe an MP seat or the governor or senator. So I think we should give, so that we can open more doors for other women leaders to come in. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping it brief.
Thank you very much. We have the person with the mic.
Thank you so much for these opportunities. Let me ride with the protocols observed. My name is Irene Irongo from Kiambu County, an aspiring member of County Assembly. And my recommendation, or rather my question, goes to Madam Anne, the IBC Commissioner. I happened to be in the recently Olkalau elections, and I was a chief agent in one of the institutions. And one thing I came across was the difficulty in voting with persons with disability. So my question is there an allocation to avail these people with disability to vote with their own decisions? Because as you recommend them to come with their partners, the partner may select someone they prefer other than the disabled person. Maybe the disabled person had another person they wanted to elect or to tick, but they didn't have an opportunity to do that. So what are you doing about it? I would want you to include persons with disabilities, you include materials, and you allocate a budget with the same, and maybe you can advise us how to push for that, because we need the brailles and the people who can speak sign language to come and help these people so that they are included in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Again, my name is Rosemary Mudhoni Kenothia, Kiambu County Incoming Women Rep 2027. Now, I wanted to direct my question to one IBC, and also because I come from civil society, I'd also want to address it to the gentleman at the far end. We've seen what happened in Olkalau. I'm a member of DCP, a proud member of DCP. We know what happened in Olkalau. All the bribery was out there for everybody to see. The other day, we saw what happened in Nakuru during a tour of DCP to Nakuru. Their cars were attacked. Linda Mwananchi was also attacked in Homa Bay. My question, an honest question is, are you guys waiting for disaster to happen, or can you strike right now so that it also becomes a lesson to others who are planning similar things? Because you can't sit down and wait when guys are being killed, because if you don't do something, coming the next few months, it will be actually very hard for women, people living in with disability, and youth to actually manage these political spaces. So we're just waiting for civil society, because I'm one of them. Si tutengeneze kitu tupige hizi streets tuambie the goons need, their time is done, because we can't continue doing business the same way.
Thank you. We'll take that round. Dr. Anne, there's lots of questions for you.
Thank you, and these are very good questions, and I will go direct to them. The first question is on the unacceptable language, and especially what we call hate speech, and an example was given. From IBC perspective and action, there's what we call the Political Parties Code of Conduct. No, the Elections Code of Conduct. From OLPP, they have the Political Parties Code of Conduct. And apart from IBC, there are also other duty bearers like NCIC that deal also with hate speech. But from where we sit, those people who were caught and brought to our attention, or we saw or investigated and had breached the Elections Code of Conduct, were summoned by IBC. There were fines, others were given warning. But unfortunately, because it's their right, they proceeded to court after the verdict that IBC found them guilty. And those cases are still in court. I want to agree with one fact, that elections is not IBC alone that is responsible. We are all responsible, and every institution that is a duty bearer, including the citizens, should actually hold their stick and ensure that they do their part. But as IBC, we are very keen, and one way of getting disqualified from running or becoming a candidate is when you consistently breach the Election Code of Conduct. So it's one way how you can lose your right to participate in elections as a candidate or in any other form. You also know that even as a voter, you have a responsibility also to keep peace, and as a citizen also. So we are watching and we are taking action. We are not just looking at it, as somebody have said, we are actually taking action. The issue of, and I will join that with the issue of election violence that we have seen, and the menace of goons. I think also, let's agree that we all are responsible. As institutions that are working in the security agencies, they have a stake to play. As institutions that are working in the judiciary, when those people are brought before them, they have a role to play. As IBC, we also have a role to play. As OLPP, they also have a role to play. I think the issue of election violence must be a concerted effort from all of us. We play our part, and every other institution play our part. IBC does not have its security forces. We actually draw our security from the national security that is given to us. And we expect that they are also going to do the right thing, so that all of us convert that. The civil society, as Marcus, you have been asked, I think you also have a right and a duty to bear, to really highlight those issues that are against the Election Code of Conduct, to ensure that we are working seamlessly. Finally, the issue of disability. It is true sometimes there are challenges to do with assisted voting. That if you are unable to vote, whether because you are disabled or you are illiterate, your literacy levels do not allow you to be able to interpret and mark the ballot papers correctly, you have two options. Option number one, which is the most preferred, you come with a person you trust so that he is able to help you vote. We are assuming you are going to choose a person who ascribe to your aspiration, what we intend to vote for. Maybe you are matching. Which side, whichever political divide you are in, look for a person who is ascribing to your political divide so that you don't say you are misread.
But in terms of facilitating person with disability, this time round, we are going to come up with Braille. We are printing Braille, especially for persons living with blindness, to assist, bring down the number of assisted persons. But there shall still be people who shall be assisted. The first option is to look for that person who ascribed to what you are ascribing to. The second option, if you lack anybody to assist you, the law allows the presiding officer, who is under oath and neutral, to assist you to vote the way you are supposed to vote. And a presiding officer, because he's under oath, we expect that he cannot mislead you. But it's all concerted effort to ensure that persons with disability are included. We are also taking feedback, especially on the issue of sign language, to see where we can provide sign language. For our register, when we are registering people this day, we ask you, if you have you are a person living with disability, you say in the register, I'm a person with disability. Then we go further and ask you, which type of disability do you have? So we are informed by the register where there are persons who are living with deafness, so that we can send a person who can interpret for them. But we are also keen to see other disabilities are facilitated by identifying the right rooms, especially for physically disabled persons, and bringing the service close to where the person is as far as their disability is concerned. So let's do all concerted effort, all of us, to see how we facilitate election, because election is for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anne. Marcus, there were questions to you around, are you as civil society waiting for a disaster to happen before you take action? And someone also directed the question around political goonism to you. What's civil society doing about that?
Thank you very much. I would like to write on what Commissioner Annas has indicated. First is that, although you didn't respond to the sunset clause on the woman rep position, as a comment. Yeah, so in terms of what I know as an observer, and I think the question to the credibility of elections and its outcome is a responsibility of all of us as Kenyans. However, the Constitution and other legislative instruments vest certain powers to certain institutions. So for the case of electoral offenses, like we have seen, if they have been investigated and proven to be true, the work of investigation does not rely, I don't think it relies on the IEBC, for instance. It relies on a different body, that is ODPP. I think for me, the major disaster that we must reflect on as a country, why wait until the end of elections to see prosecutions? So by the time you go into the elections, they have won the elections. If they visited mayhem before the elections, they're already out there, they've been elected. So I don't know whether we must have a conversation. I think maybe for Kenyans to decide, members of parliament in the room, should we return the power to prosecute and investigate to IEBC? Because then that is what we must address, because you want IEBC to act, but it has no power. It imposes penalty, you run to court. So what should IEBC do? That's for me the first comment I'm making. What we do stays as observers and as actors in the space. Our work is to, among other things, build the capacities of our people to not be misled, not to be misused. Because goons are you and I. They are human beings like ourselves that are being engaged by the political class. So if we desist from being misused, then they won't do anything about it. So I think for me, it's enrich our people with the relevant knowledge, tell them to desist from it, but also, once again, have the relevant organ take action before elections are held. So the other thing I wanted to comment on is, and I'm happy that IEBC will be using tactile ballot. I wanted to, some of you have visited Ghana. How they do it in Ghana is very cost effective. They just have an envelope. I'm sure you've seen it in envelope. So they have an envelope which is reused. So you put the ballot paper inside that envelope, and then the visually impaired person just keys in what they want. Then it is done. Then they reuse that envelope. It's very cheap. But I'm happy that IBC has finally heeded to the call to include guys. I think that's all from me.
Thank you, Marcus. RPP, would you like to add your voice to the
But
discussion?
just before I go, the issue of someone has suggested about the women rep. I'm sure the members of parliament are here. I'm sure Honorable Millie has been in this fight for many years. But the question as to whether we must have sunset clause to the woman rep position, it is something that Kenyans must discuss. Initially, it was there, but I'm sure it's no longer there. It wasn't there. Other countries have a sunset clause. You do 2 terms, then you move on. I think Kenya must reopen that debate, whether we must have it or not. Yeah.
Thank you. RPP?
When it comes to the code of conduct for political parties, ORPP, when it comes to the code of conduct of political parties, ORPP will be having 290 monitors for the next 1 year across all the 290 constituencies. We'll also have 47 county monitors, and we are working very closely with OCSs in those very constituencies, so that we have a link between a multi-agency working link between ORPP and the security forces to ensure that we monitor campaigns. This time it will be a bit different. We'll be monitoring campaigns. We'll be receiving weekly briefs from our county monitors, from our constituency monitors, which we'll be forwarding to the relevant security agencies. Yes, I think that is all.
Tracy, before you ask your question, I have a very, very burning question to Dr. Ann before we conclude. The other day, there was this conversation about treating and voter bribery, and this is from what we saw in terms of the Olkalau by-elections, whereby we saw that there was a lot of money that was poured to the residents, but also the question of investigations was not able to pinpoint who was that particular person who was giving that particular bribe. So in such a way that it could not be taken as an offense to the court of law. The question then that I'd ask is IEBC considering disqualifying candidates who participate in goonism and who also participate in voter bribery? Because the thing is, mtoto akikosa kusikiza mara ya kwanza, umwambie tena mara ya pili, we cannot still continue telling them again, you have to stop bribing people, you have to stop goonism. Why don't we just tell one and let one serve as an example that if we find you participating in goonism and we find you bribing other people, then you're disqualified, because as IEBC, you have those particular powers to disqualify candidates who do not adhere to the code of ethics. So show us that one whom you disqualify, then once disqualified will be now like IEBC is now very ready. Is there that example?
First of all, we can only, at this particular time in time, we can only promise to disqualify. Sidio?
Yes.
Because we don't have candidates who have already said that we are the candidates. But it is true that if you consistently breach the code of conduct, and I think he had said that, one of the penalties is disqualifying you from running for the next general election. And the people who appeared before us, before the Code of Conduct Enforcement Committee, were told with no uncertain terms that they were issued with a strong warning. Should it be repeated, that means that you actually are a candidate for disqualification, and it can be done. The issue of bribery and treatment, I think the question is you have to prove that whatever is being done to influence the voter, and that your intention is actually to influence the voter, and that requires investigation. And in the cases of the people invited before the Code of Conduct, it was proved beyond reasonable doubt that actually they were bribing, they were giving people whatever they were giving with an intention to influence them on how they are going to vote. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You've heard it from IEBC. I know we are so much pressed on time. I'd like Tracy together with the panelists to take a group photo, and then afterwards we need to quickly jump into the next session.
So the chair of KEWOPA, the executive director, please come for a photo op with the panelists. As that is going on, we will quickly be transiting. We've talked about institutions. We've heard from
civil society and the IBC, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. We've had across the room from political aspirants. We have talked about laws. We've talked about our aspirations for what we want to happen. Now we want to talk to something that is more personal, and that's the women behind the political journey. Because every woman who's entered political leadership has a story that never appears on the ballot paper. And today, KEWOPA has brought into the room different women political leaders. We have members of county assembly. We have political leaders that have been elected. We have those that have been nominated. And so we want to quickly transition into the next session. Thank you, RPP. Thank you, IBC. And thank you, ELOG. Now we want to quickly, and we apologize that we are really rushing on this, but we want to get into the Intergenerational Leadership Lab. Daniel, what do we have planned for that?
Oh, this session is going to be an interesting one. We have our long-serving members of parliament here. We have Honorable Millie Odhiambo, and we also have Honorable Martha Wangari.
Daniel, I must...
You know there has been a joke that has been going on in terms of people talking about you're seeking one term, there's two term. They are saying they're seeking fourth.
Okay.
Fourth term.
You know, I must remind you that I must just remind you. You know the way people who went to Alliance?
Yes.
Hata kama unakufa, before they help you, they'll remind you that I went to Alliance.
Yes.
I must just let you know that Millie is my classmate.
Oh, hey. It must be a great honor. Millie is your classmate.
She is.
Where? Tell us.
Millie, tell them. They have doubts. Yeah, and not for a second undergrad. Take the mic to her. Let her tell you.
Let her tell us.
Hi. Yes, indeed, she's my classmate in Daystar University, where we are doing a PhD in development studies.
You've heard it. It's a what? PhD. Hey, bad girl. Hey, bad girl. Lanes. Huh?
Yes, and so... guests, ladies and gentlemen, youth, political aspirants, we are quickly transitioning into the Intergenerational Leadership Lab, and we really want to hear from the women in those seats on what it takes, what does leading with purpose look like, and what lessons do we have from those of you in the room who've broken the political glass ceiling. Daniel, please introduce who's coming to be with us for this session.
Absolutely. First to take on stage is Honorable Millie Odhiambo, our AKA Bad Girl. She's the Member of Parliament, Suba. You can take a seat. Hey, tupige Bad Girl makofi jameni. Hey. 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 Yes. Hiyo imetosha. Bado. DJ Waiwa, tuweke hiyo tena ya Bad Girl. Tusimame tuimbie Bad Girl. Hey. Fourth town. Hey. Hey, asanteni.
Daniel, I am a bad girl, and as a bad girl...
Utacheza na mi.
Nyinyi ndio watu mnajoin masi kusema bag ni ya uraia, si ndio? Who else do we have joining us?
Joining us, we also have Honorable Martha Wangari from Gilgil constituency, Member of Parliament. Tumpige makofi. Hey! DJ. You know, sijaiona Honorable Mother akidance na ile move ameangusha hapa.
Ni mbaya.
Ile move ni mbaya. Si ndio? Arudie hapa juu. Haya, Honorable Mother, twende. Ni mbaya. Also joining us on that particular seat, we have our very own chair, that is Honorable Leah Sankaire. Tumpigie makofi. Ya Leah. Okay. Next we have Honorable Beatrice Elachi, who is Mama Dago. And she's also our deputy chair at Kewopa. So let's give her a round of applause as she comes to the stage. Hey.
Daniel, umesikia hiyo TikTok? I just arrived. She just arrived.
Buruka, hey. Figure out. Hey. Mama Dago, burukanga ulijulia wapi?
Hello.
Kanairo? Sawa. Next, you're also going to invite Ms. Daisy Amdani, who is the Executive Director at Crown Trust. Hey, tumpigie makofi. A music for her.
Daisy, you must dance.
Daisy, anguka nayo. Hey. Okay. And then we still have two more. Bado hatujamaliza. Still have two more. We also have Honorable Lilian Gogo joining the panel. Let's give her a round of applause. Tumpige makofi. Hey.
Makofi ya Lilian.
Hey. Makofi ya Lilian Gogo. Makofi ya Dr. Lilian Gogo. Hey. Nani Dakitari, Dr. Lilian Gogo. Okay. And then lastly on that seat, we're going to have Senator Tabitha Mutinda. DJ. Hey, Senator Kidogo. Hey. Now, we also have other ladies, because of the space we can't have all of them, but they are also here and they will chip in into the conversation. We have Senator Hamida Kibwana in the house. We also have Senator Consolata Wakwabubi in the house. And also we have an MCA from Nairobi, Honorable Waithera. And we also have Honorable Priscilla Nyokabi, who was a woman rep for the county government of Nyeri. Yes, and so they will chip in into the conversation even as we proceed. We also have an MCA in the room, Nairobi County, Honorable Malyuen. Hata yeye makofi kwake. Okay, sawa sawa. So we're going to start this interesting talk in terms of the intergenerational dialogue. And first of all, I want to ask Honorable Millie and Honorable Martha, how do you do it the first time, the second, and the third time, and now going for the fourth time? What the fifth time? Hey, where do you get the resilience? How is the terrain? What are some of the challenges? What have you had to go through? Please share with these particular women who are looking up to you and wanting to hear what have you been able to do and how has the path been in those 5 towns?
I wish I could get my phone, maybe because I wanted to read something from it. So maybe Martha can start as I look at my phone.
Thank you. And I will start because Honorable Millie is the most senior, doing her 5th, going for a 5th. I'll be going for a 4th, but all of us have somewhere we started. And I would say we are the poster girls for that affirmative action works. I was first nominated in 2013 in the Senate. We were founder members with someone like Kamiza there of UDF party, yes. And it nominated me to parliament. And I was able to run for election once in 2017 and 2022, successful. And I will say, one, as Honorable, the chief guest said, when you get the opportunity, what do you do with it? Ukitupiwa mawe, how do you make it foundation stones to do something? And I'll give an experience because I know we can talk the whole day about what we can do. Haina marking scheme, but I'll give an example of when I was running the first time in 2017. First of all, I ran in a constituency I'm not born in. I'm born in Murang'a, but I am elected in Nakuru for one reason or another. And I remember the one thing I was dealing with that time is to be told, umetoka Murang'a, wewe ni outsider, to be elected. And even now, as I'm running for a 3rd re-election, that is still a story, by the way. So normally, I go to meetings and I tell the women, because I know Gilgil, many people have immigrated there. I normally tell them, ebu nione vitambulisho zenu, yako inasoma wapi Hamida? Huyu anasema Nyandarua, huyu anasema Nyeri, huyu anasema Nyamira, huyu anasema Kisumu. So at the end of the day, I made it my strength that you don't have to be born in Gilgil to lead and to be a member of parliament. So you demystify that. Second, I am the poster girl of children in parliament. I joined with a 2-month-old baby. I've given birth to 3 more in parliament. And every parliament has a child. But I remember in 2015-16, when I started my campaigns for Gilgil. And I remember one of my opponents said, huyu sasa ataenda kunyonyesha ama ataenda kufanya kazi? Because I am one proponent. Watoto wangu wote nanyonyesha miezi 6 bila kukula kitu. Exclusive. So I will pump in very funny places. I have pumped in people's houses. Ninatembea na kitu hivi natoka na maziwa. Wamama wanauliza, hiyo ni maziwa ya ng'ombe ama ni ya... So wamenizoea, unaenda unatoka na maziwa. And I remember one of my opponents said, ataenda kunyonyesha bunge. And I was very proud of it. What I did, nilienda nikatafuta umbrellas. Nikauliza wamama, nyinyi wamama, watoto ni kidonda. Si nyinyi muko mikutano yangu na muko na watoto. So I made it something and I bought very many umbrellas. Kila mtu ako na mtoto nampatia umbrella. Kila mtoto ako na mtoto under 1 year nampatia umbrella. So by the time I was done with that campaign, I had already used zile mawe wamenitupia na nikazifanya zikakuwa foundation. And I tell them, mtoto ni wa mama. Watu wanasema, oh, baba huyu mtoto ni nani? My children have been given to everyone. People have said all those things. And as a woman, especially young women, you will hear those stories. Utajua baba za watoto wako wenyewe ujui. And I'm very candid. I said I'll just say it the way it is. Because I know women come, you think it will be a smooth ride. It won't be a smooth ride. Watu watasema mababa za watoto wewe haujui. So, demystify. Unauliza wamama, nyinyi nani anajua baba ya watoto? Ni nani? Then unauliza wanaume, unaambia hata wale munalea kwa nyumba, munalea by faith. Juu bibi alisema ni wako. At least sisi, you can never be not sure about your children. So women have a strength that men don't have. So using it and throwing it back is very important. But the other thing I'll talk about is the political party. Najua wengi, hata sasa, na kutakuwa na heartbreaks. I think we'll need a heartbreak hotel for after the elections. Because we think you have done so much for this party. We have been there. I remember when I left the university, we formed a group called Warembo na Kibaki. We were the original Kibaki Tena campaigners, including Waithera here, including all of us who have been in that situation. But we thought, watu watashika simu zetu. Then after elections, hata wale ulikuwa unasema kwa chama, mimi najua ED, najua secretary, nobody picks your call. And you're left in the wilderness. So I think you need to also prepare in terms of put some shock absorbers to your heart. Run for an election, but I think in the political parties we should make it very clear that at least if you run and you lose, you have a chance to be nominated so that you are able to start your journey. And I agree with the lady who spoke here about woman rep. I remember in 11th Parliament, we brought that conversation ya kusema wacha women rep na nominated ikuwe 1 term. Wengine wakasema hapana ikuwe 2 terms. So the consensus was, let us have it even for 10 years. And for me, I remember when I started running for MP, people came, I was sent delegations to tell me, wachana na hiyo, run for women rep. Women rep utachukua chini. And I was like, no, you know, the one seat I'm sure I'll never run in this country is a women rep position. It's like eating Cerelac. Unajua, ukiwa mtu mkubwa, unakula mpaka chakula ya watoto. I am convinced if you have been nominated or you have served in the women rep position, you should not serve more than 2 terms. After that, and we are living examples. Millie is one, Cecily Mbarire, Priscilla was one, Wanga is another. All of us have served in affirmative seats. So if you give women a chance, achia wengine. Wacha wengine nao wajilee kidogo, sisi tupambane na wanaume. So I will put it there because I know time is short. It's a big panel. Yes. I wish we had the whole day. We'll share more experiences.
Okay. Can go to Honorable Millie.
Thank you. I've got my phone. And this morning, I want to read something that I got from a lady called Amakove Wala. Some of you maybe follow her online. I don't know if she's here. She's seeking to be women rep for Vihiga. So Amakove wrote this morning. Is there an organization that can offer psychosocial support for members of Linda Mwananchi who are caught up in the fracas in Homa Bay yesterday? We have some injured and admitted. Some died, in bracket security. And many of us feel truly traumatized after 2 hours of being stoned, shot at with live bullets, robbed, tear gassed, and driven in vehicles that were broken. Then now I want to read to you, I think this was shared to me by my nephew. Then he says, then somebody says in the comments section, Jiudendi. Lilian, what does Jiudendi mean? Jikaza, kaza mwili. Like what you are saying, weka tight, bado. In other words, they're saying, haijaanza, it's not yet. All that you are saying, you want psychosocial support, it has not started. Solve this for me. So what I want to say is, because you've asked us, how was it for us? I was nominated as a member of parliament, and so it gave me a platform from which to be known. And sometimes I feel sorry when I see women who are nominated and you don't become visible. So that when you go for elections, people don't know you. I was visible. I was super visible with Kinashebe. So that by the time I'm going for elections, people know me. And you think people don't follow. People follow these things we do. When I went to an island in my constituency called Remba Island when I was seeking for votes, it's very far. You go on a motorboat for almost 1.5 hours. The speedboat, 1.5 hours, that's from the mainland. And when you reach there, you get the network of Uganda. It's very close to Uganda. And we have also Kenyans and Ugandans there. But when I went there, they were carrying placards when I asked for votes. And they were saying, X2, INS2, we vote you. They didn't get it right because I'd said in Parliament, we need XZ2 and in-situ fishing. And they knew I was talking about issues of fishermen. And they are fishermen. So they said, yeah, we are voting you because you talked about our issues. So first, as women, we squander the opportunity. When you are nominated, sometimes power gets into our head. The fact that I've gotten money, a little more money, I can change my design of clothing. I can fly to 1 or 2 countries. I go to a place naitwa Mheshimiwa, but I forget that I need to be elected. So if you get that platform, use it. And use it in a focused manner. Me, I used it to focus on where I was likely to be voted. And one of them was to focus on women, because at first I wanted to actually vie in Nairobi. And I know women are faithful voters. So I focused on women. But then when strategy changed, I focused in my rural constituency. Like Martha, I was asked many issues when I went. And for women, they will get a reason, it doesn't matter where you are. Martha, they told her that she doesn't come from there. Now, me, I went to a constituency where my parents were from, you know, my father, I wasn't born there, but that is my home. That's my ancestral home. They know my father, they know our home. But they told me, you are not married here. Yeah. And when people like Gladys Wangavai, they say, you are our wife, you are not our daughter. But me, I'm their daughter, I'm not their wife. So you never get it right as a woman. That should not discourage you. And in Luo, we have something nice called Migogo. Migogo means you are our daughter, but you are not our wife. And as Migogo, we respect you, but you have no voice and you have no say. And because people kept telling me, some old men called me aside and they said, now we want to teach you culture. And they told me in our culture, Migogo was allowed to go into the granary and to pick anything she wanted in the granary. So tell them you went to the granary and picked leadership. So that's what I started. I used culture against culture. So when they used that culture against me, I said, no, I went to the granary and I picked leadership. So the issue of Migogo became a non-issue. Then the other issue was that I was told that I am childless. And being childless is a very negative thing. I didn't even know before I went into election that it is actually stigmatized. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, so what if I don't have a child? That's who I am, that's how I think. But for people, even now when I say it, even here I can see you people looking at me. They're like, huh? How can you even say that? Now in the rural, there is even a word for it. It is called, what is it called, Lilian? I forget what it's called anyway. But they call me, it's a negative word, yeah? And when you say that I am that, then all the women say, oh my God, oh my God. But you know, women have a way of covering each other's nakedness. So when they saw that the men were making me naked, they took a lasso and covered my nakedness. They said, Hana mtoto lakini ni wetu. But then I also told them, God has blessed me to be childless. It is a blessing so that I can focus on you as my children. Yeah, yeah. But there's another, Lord. Yeah, she's reminded me the word is Lord. So when I tell people they call me Lord, women go, you know, they are too shocked. Then the other thing is because people were attacking me all the time. Contrary to what people say, and I want to encourage you that focus on women. Very aggressively focus on your fellow women. And unless there's something you are getting wrong, women support women. And when I went to the constituency, because I'm a feminist, and I'm an educated meskia, nimefanya sasa mpaka PhD. By that time, I'm a lawyer from Nairobi University with a degree, and a master's from the New York University. Sasa nataka kwenda kwa wenging in the constituency. Nimeenda kwa constituency, and I've come as a feminist, and I've been taught as a feminist that we should not use things that limit us. That men will always focus on our nurturing and caring roles. They want to look at whether we cook, whether we want. But now as I'm going to campaign, wamama ndio hao wametoka na mwiko. But I've been told it's a limiting role. Now they are all carrying cooking sticks. And it was not my symbol. So at first I started telling women, we can use of it. Women were not listening. They came with their cooking sticks. Then at one point, I love the rural women. They teach you without realizing. And I realized they were telling me, this cooking stick means we see you, we hear you, we feel you. You are one of us because you cook like us. The men don't cook. You are one of us. So find a way of reaching the women. And finally, on the issue of violence, which I started with. I just wanted to let you know, because we don't want to sugarcoat for you. And Amakove has seen it. And she has been told for a fact, Jiudendi, Ijaanza, that's the reality of politics. And so if you are in politics, you must find ways of protecting yourself. Unfortunately, nowadays, the people we use have become goons. Yeah? But now you need to find a way of having security around you. Yeah? Also assess sometimes situations where you can go or you don't go. Lord, the women went there yesterday, but I knew the situation was dire. But sometimes that bravery is what pulls you up. And I can also tell you that you must be alert, because violence will be used against you, especially if you vie against men. Because men want this power through thick and thin. They will kill you. I think many of you know that my house was burnt and my bodyguard killed because I was vying for a seat. And when I finished my first election, Martha will tell you usually that first one is the most difficult. And then the second one is equally difficult. Third sasa inakuwa rahisi kidogo, ya nne inakuwa rahisi, still tough but hard. By the fifth one now it starts becoming difficult because people tell you, hey, we love you, lakini tumekuzoea. Umekaza. And they tell you, you love you, you are doing well, lakini umeka. So you have to tell them why, even though I've cut sana, it's okay. But what I tell you is that you, for all this term, especially the first term, it's going to be difficult. So you get ready, have resilience, be tough. You will be intimidated, go forward, but take measures to protect yourself. I agree with Martha that even though the Constitution does not allow it, we did not put a sunset clause on the women rep. So unless the Constitution is changed, it is here forever. But secondly, we did not put a term limit. But I agree with Martha, we should have put a term limit because it is an affirmative action seat where you are supposed to come in, learn, and let other women go, take over. So it should be, we can debate as women, we can debate with women as women, but based on my experience, perhaps we should give women 2 terms. And after they have had 2 terms, they move to the next term. Because learning with that process, you're easy. But you see somebody like Honorable Wanga, she did twice, then now she moved as governor. And it becomes easy for women. Cecily Mbarire, because she had opportunity to be nominated twice and to serve once, she now got in as governor. And you find somebody like Kawira Mwangaza, At least she managed to serve once as women rep and move to governor. Yeah, na wakamtoa. Women, when you have managed again, wanakutoa. So it's not easy, but it's doable. I've written my book, which I know many of you know about, called Rig or Be Rigged. And I will just tell Mercy, if anybody wants, we offer it normally at 2,500, but if anybody wants, I'll discount it for today at 1,500. Mercy will whatever, get a list. For those who want, then I can get somebody to bring before we disperse. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our honorable members. That is very, very encouraging. Sindio, are you feeling encouraged? Or you're feeling a little bit stressed? No, Sindio, it's encouraging to hear what they've been through and what they have gone through, isn't it? As we continue with the conversation, I'd like to just remind you of a few things. First of all is that on your tables, you have some particular QR codes. You can go ahead and scan them for you to be able to get the live link for the YouTube and also for the Facebook where this particular convening is being live streamed. Then secondly is just to remind us that we are here for a Women in Politics gathering. Therefore, please let's restrain from chanting names or political terms or of persons who are not here, so that again we can also create the environment which is very neutral and very conducive for a very healthy conversation. Now,
and by the way,
yes,
those chants, women chant the loudest, but they are not chanting for themselves. Even the names they are mentioning, none is for a woman, and that is the truth.
Okay, thank you. I think the question can run through to the parliamentarians on how it has been for them, because each and every person's journey is unique, yeah, and they have their own stories. So we can now go to Honorable Leah Sankaire. She had given us a snippet of her story when she was giving us her speech in terms of being in one of the conventions convened by KEWOPA, and then she became the County MP for Kajiado County, and not only that, the chairperson of the same KEWOPA where she attended the convening. Honorable Leah, please share with us your story.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much to my fellow parliamentarians and Daisy Amdani, who we are also recruiting to be one of us in the very near future. I want to appreciate this convention today, and I'm very glad to be here. My experiences, I think I want to say that one thing for sure that is going to take us places is focus. And as Martha said, that I was also nominated MCA in 2013 at the County Assembly of Kajiado. When I got nominated into the County Assembly, I didn't know much about politics. I think that was my first time for me to vote in 2012. I think that was the first time that I voted or actually got active into politics. And when we finished electing the people that we're electing, I don't even know how I found my name in the list for nominations. And you know, we were transiting from the old constitution to the new constitution. So for me, an MCA was like a councillor. I didn't even want it because I was like, you know, the way the councillors were before, and they were old men, and you know, they were nominating women the age of my mother. And somehow I got nominated into the County Assembly. But when I got there, I got an interest for politics because I had campaigned for people, and I now came into the tables of leadership. And I think I seized that moment because I took the opportunity to learn about the county. I became very active in all meetings, in participating in small fundraisers, participating in going to schools and talking to children about, you know, I come from a county where we have very high rates of school dropouts due to early pregnancies. And so I took time to go to those schools and talk to girls. And I just found myself gelling into the politics and the livelihoods of the people that I come from. And so from there, I started growing. In 2017, I was again given an opportunity at the county government. I became the chief of staff. And from there, I had started building my networks across the county for me to run. And I think during that time, between 2013 and 2017, there was a time that Kewopa came to Kajiado, and they called a forum like this of women leaders in different places of leadership. I attended that forum, and I used to look at these women parliamentarians, and something came into my mind and said, maybe one day I can be a women representative for Kajiado County. And from that day, I started focusing, I started building up myself towards it, and I can proudly say that today I am in that position. And it is so fascinating that I made it to Parliament, and when I came to Parliament, I found this beautiful body called Kewopa. I know that when I even submitted my papers for nomination to the chair, Mercy called me. Mercy is the CEO for Kewopa, and she didn't even know who I was. And I remember even Martha, because we were friends with Martha even before, she just looked at me and said, "We Masai umetoka wapi? Umetoka na majoto ya kuja kuongoza hawa mama wakubwa hivi." So you can imagine, I lead these wonderful women, but I want to say that experiences that I've had is amazing. I know when we started Kewopa, it's not once or twice that I have sat with Martha and she could tell me that do this, and do this, and it's been wonderful. I have also sat with Millie Odhiambo many a time. Sometimes we get worked up in our walls, and we're exchanging words and everything, and Millie will just call and tell me, just calm down. These women will calm down. And I actually want to acknowledge that I have been a greatest beneficiary of Kewopa, and I've been a beneficiary of women leadership because they've been counseling me, they've been leading me. You can imagine the likes of my able deputy chair here, Beatrice Elachi. She's my deputy chair. I'm serving my first time. And most of the women that I'm leading are serving their fourth time, their third time, their second times. And I've just come in and I'm leading them. So I want to say first, I appreciate their counsel and I appreciate their guidance and even the opportunity to allow me to lead them, even with the vast experiences that they have more than me. I want to say that for women here, the best thing you can do to yourself is to focus. I know that you're here because you're a leader in your own capacity. I know that you're here because you have a vision. You're here because you have an aspiration. The best thing that you can do to yourself is to assess and get to know what you want. You know, most women get into politics and they don't know what they want. They become cheerleaders. They become used by politicians. They really don't know what they want. The first goal towards becoming a leader is actually analyzing yourself and asking yourself, what do I really want to become? Do you want to be a cheerleader? Do you want to be a person that is a kingmaker and you never become the king? Do you want to be someone that sits on that table making decisions, or are you helping people to make decisions? Because that is actually very important. Most of the women who are not running for this seat will be good leaders today, but they actually don't know what they want, because politics is very elusive. You get in there, you get lost. You don't know what you want to become. You don't know what seat to go for. You don't know what party to go to. And you know, those are the things that make you a politician and a leader in the future. By first identifying what you want, because you can't run for something that you don't know. You want to run for a women rep. You don't even know the budget of a women rep. You don't know the responsibilities of a women rep. You want to become a member of parliament. You don't know what it entails to become a member of parliament. And that is why sometimes you don't talk about issue-based politics, because you don't know what you're going for. What I did when I was running for women rep, I took time to study. What does women rep does? How much money does she get? What can I do differently? And I ran with a narrative that when I become the women rep, this and this is what I will do. And so I found people trusting me. I found women following me because I am giving them an option of what I will come and do. And so today when I'm campaigning again, I am telling them in 2022, I asked you to give me by faith, because I was going to do this and this. And today, judge me by the things I have done for you. So even for you, before the parties come up with a manifesto, before the parties comes up with IBC give regulations, give yourself a manifesto. Please stand for something. Run for something. Be known for something. Not today you're talking about this. Tomorrow you're talking about that. The next day you're talking about a woman. The next day just be focused. Know what do you exactly want. And that is one of the big things that are going to be a change maker for you. Because if you identify, you know, then now you can decide how you're going to do it. I want to tell you that politics is not easy because I don't want to take much time, but it is also possible because it is possible for us here. It is possible for you. There are women who would rather run for a bigger position when actually when they focused on MCA, they will get it. You know, because you've been in that community, you have served the people in that locality. But you see, sometimes we run for things that has names and we forget that we can start. I am so impressed by my sister here. She's been an elected MCA for 3 times. And you know, because she checked and identified that this is my area and that is what I want to do. I look at Kajiado County today, the politics of Kajiado County. We have like more than 10 women running for women representative, but we don't have a single woman running for MCA position. You see, it becomes like, I'm just giving an example of my county, which I invite my fellow women vying for that position. It's good to be competitive, but I'm also saying let's spread our wings. I am a women rep, and I'll be running for the women rep because in 2032, I'll be running for a higher seat in the county. I need my roots there, I need to do my work there, and I need to get myself acquainted to the county. And so I don't mind the women rep position having a term because it's true, it's an affirmative position. But I also feel that women reps need more time also to get acquainted with county politics so that they can transit well. I look at women who've served second time as women reps. They are now established governors. Sometimes I look at Kawera Mwangaza, I don't want to mention names, but she served for 1 term. Maybe she did not create enough roots in her county, and that is why she became the governor, and within no time, she was actually again removed. So it's also about how much you're strategizing yourself and how you do it so that you can get elected. For me, I wish you all the best. We love you so much. We invite you to this game. I also want you to know that there's no free seat in politics. You get into politics, everybody is sitting on their seats. There is no single day I will wake up and tell you, my sister, have this seat. You'll never have it. So it is you to get in, identify the seat, and say for sure, this is the seat that I will sit on. And when you do that, it will be easy for you. I'm just giving you, because you know sometimes you say, oh, the party should create spaces for us, oh, the party should be fair. Nominations will never be fair, for real. Let me just tell you the truth. They'll never be fair, my friends. If you will sing every single day that we want fairness, we want equity, but the thing is, it is for you to create that fairness by winning. It is for you to create that equity by winning. It is you that is going to create that space by bringing out yourself and making sure that you're there. I went into a nomination in 2022. It was not easy, but I dared, and here I am today. I went to a nomination with a member of parliament, and I dared. I strategized myself. I put resources aside for it. I made structures within and outside the party, and I won. So even for you, don't wait for someone, don't lament. Take a step, be bold, plan yourself, because if you have not planned, you're planning to fail. Plan yourself and take that bold step. We are waiting for you in parliament because I'll be there in 2027.
Okay, as Mama Dago comes in, that was a powerful one from... that was a powerful one from Honorable Leah in terms of being focused and looking at the bigger picture and understanding the woman representative seat and the challenges that it has. Now, Mama Dago, as you come in, give us a context of how it is in terms of running in Nairobi. What are some of the challenges? Because Nairobi is very versatile. Nairobi hakuna mtu atasema ground ni yake, because Nairobi is so versatile. You don't know which side people are going to vote for. And then as you tell us about that, I'm also being told that today the young men are feeling a little bit marginalized. So you can also give a little voice to the young men who are here and who are aspiring to do politics. What can they learn from you, and what are some of the things that they should look into? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to greet you all. Hamjambo. Kanairo muko. Muko? Muko Kanairo? I understand mnasema ati Kanairo unaingia tu. Hey. Hiyo, that narrative demystified today. And you need to ask Waithera. Yes. Don't assume. But first I want to thank you and to thank my senior, my whip, and my chair who sits on the speakers panel, and Daisy, who has walked a journey with us for the many, many years that we have known, and now she needs to come to Parliament to do policies. And I've told her, on that one, she has to come. And you know me, when I promise, I don't promise to enjoy mutu. No. Now Daisy is supposed to leave this space, hand over this space, and come on this space where he questions us so many things. Sindio? But then I want to say this. In Nairobi, I'll speak about Nairobi because my seniors have already spoken about so many things. And I want to tell you, Nairobi ni shamba la mawe, but Nairobi also is just like any other county. It is very tribal, sorry to say today. Ukiingia hapa Kanairo ukifikiria it is just a place utakuja hivi, you will lose it vibaya sana because it is a very tribal. And when you look at our constituencies, now this I want to say because we are women and also the young men in the house, that look at the way we did our demographics of our boundaries in our constituencies. And that is how Nairobi is split. So when you come on the western side, you have to think through what political party you will use to win that seat. And when you come to the eastern side, you have to look through and ask yourself what political party you will vie to win that space. And that is how Nairobi we are. Nairobi is not a place where you enjoy rallies the way we enjoy. Women in Nairobi do not appreciate the rallies. They will not give you a vote. You have to go back to the constituency and learn to do a door-to-door campaign for yourself. That will put you to a place you want. The rallies in Nairobi, we normally call them isonima optics. Ni mwecheche, ni mbio mbio. In those rallies, I can tell you, very few people will hear your voice. Very few people. So you have to go back. You have to build your brand down there. In Nairobi, we have grassroots. Don't rely that hakuna grassroots. Tena grassroots mbaya sana. That you work with them to the end of your election. To the end of the election. And then, I know somebody else will say, utajuaje fulani? Wanajuana vibaya sana. Sana. So, usiseme, ati in the kijiji, uwezi jua fulani, wako na chama. Tuko mpaka na chama ya kijiji, wamama wa hiyo Itora, wale wanajua Itora. Abashere Bamlembe wako. So, utaenda kwa hao. And they are very sensitive, but they are very good the moment you understand them. And so, if you want to really understand Nairobi, our politics we do at night. Because remember, people go to work. So they are not in your rally, mchana. Imagine, in your rally, by the way, you can have the same team, and the same team, talking to the same people. So, Nairobi, your rally starts at night, your movement starts at night, you will finish at Natulalagi, by the way. Ukumbuke Kanairo saa 7 ya usiku nikiingia wakulima kwa Waithera, ninapatanga watu washafika. So don't tell me you can't do it. If you come to Kawangware saa 6 ya usiku hapo tushaamuka. Watu wako soko, they are waiting to now. So people are awake 24/7 in these places. So you want to meet them, you have to do a door-to-door at night. And then wale walilala usiku wakifanya kazi, ujue mchana wako, you see how to meet them. And then if you want to do a good meeting in Nairobi, saa 11 asubuhi amuka fanya mkutano yako. By saa 12 umemaliza mkutano ya watu 2000, watu wanaona tu watu wamechomoka uchwa. Wanashindwa, uliza Selina pale anaelewa jene nasema. But if you start a meeting at 10, let's say for example in Dagoretti North, Mazenta kuwa na 20,000 people, ni wazuri, lakini wewe umekuja mgeni, you will not understand. You will be in a rally now, and you must deal with this rally. Na Kanairo, hao vijana mnaita goons, kama unajua, unaweza deal na hao, tafuta machairman wao. The day before your meeting, meet all of them. Tell them in my meeting, I don't want this, I don't want vita, I don't want munatakaje, mkuwe security, musimamie watu, because even if you don't tell them, wataingia. Yes, so don't run away from our young people. Umeogopa ni Deal with it, pole pole. The next day, you'll find your meeting. And then the other thing, sababu tumezoesha watu mawe, kuwekelea. Mazeo sikimbie uache watu. So when you're going for that meeting, plan well. Plan how you'll deal with those who came in without you inviting, and plan how to finish. Be always the last person in your meeting. That day, from there on, people will trust you. People will know, ukiambia watu, rudi, nitatumana, they will go. But the day una come into a meeting, do a meeting, leave people in chaos. The next day you come, that in Nairobi, you'll always have chaos in your meeting. So avoid chaos, avoid. And if you're looking for an MCA, for example, and Waithera can tell you, I always say, cluster that ward properly. Know how to meet people. I'm talking about women, how we can campaign. Cluster the vote in your ward. Get to know. If we invite 10 of us, so you need like 6,000 or 7,000 votes. Why can't you work on that? Than going all over, and you will not get. There is no way. One of the things that Her Excellency Martha taught us, Karua, when I used to train in Geshogo, is that there's one word she used to tell me, don't bother so much in that word, Elachi. I will not get the vote. My opponent is coming from there. So all I need is to get to know how will he not be able to get into the 3 words that I have. So there is no way you will be voted in by everyone. So can you cluster your vote to get to know what is your winning pattern? Because if my opponent is coming from the other side, just know that place you will not get a vote. So let us learn to cluster. I always say, run because you want to lead. But don't run because you are a woman. No. Run because you want to lead. I was privileged. We were with Martha, yes, in the Senate. Do you know all of us, that Senate, we told ourselves, no one is coming back for this affirmative action seat. We are the first. We must give an example. We all walked out and went to compete and left those seats. So it is important also for that. And I want to ask Anne, who is here. Anne, there are 2 things we need to help ourselves. Because women work so much with political parties, but the list comes early. I know it is asked Parliament to change that. If I was asked, we would have gone back to where the list is done after the election, so that you know who has worked for a party. So that you don't just, people work, and then somebody from nowhere, London. I remember one time in the Senate, we had a senator from London, straight. We are asking ourselves, hey, London, do you know even here? She has no idea, and she didn't care. Because she has no idea how people struggle to do these things. So we have to really be even if we don't change it, we must tell ourselves, if people can come and say, this one never worked, this one was never here, she can be removed. So as I finalize, you remember from 2013, we have now had the highest. The women who are elected in county assemblies are only 115 out of 1,450. And all of us are here, some want to vie. We must think through, why have we been that low? What is this that is a challenge? Especially if you have been nominated in the county assembly one time, second time, please go and vie now. Uwezi niambia bado unatafuta ground. Uwezi sema unatafuta ground gani unatafuta? Yes. So let us not be also people ati wewe unapendanga tu ukinominatiwa, hapana. Now, even us, there are many positions. If I know I failed, see, I failed also when I vied. See, I went for the speaker seat. Kwa nini wewe usifail na uende ukue CC? Umewachia nani? Hapa ndio tunafanya makosa. Anybody who has vied, go back to your county and look for a position there, so that ujijenge tena uweze kurudi. But don't now get off, you are disappointed. One of the challenges I know we face, when you fail, we don't know how to deal with that also, because you feel very depressed. I can tell you today, the men who have the political parties, starting with ODM, come to Mrima's, what is it called? DCP, then come to UDA, then come Sijui to God. So many. But let me tell you, the most challenging part women go through than men is that you, a woman, can be removed anytime on a seat, and a man will be welcomed, will be told. In fact, you can go in a rally and they have pangiaed you. So you are just there, you don't know. The moment you stand with the mic like this, ile vita unapigwa, kumbe ulipangiwa. So you just sit down and you start saying, now what is it? And at that time, the one of the party is saying, wewe kachini. The one who is now the good one, come, ongelesha watu. But men can never be done. Men will be treated very differently than you, a woman. A woman, you will be removed on a rally like this. 10 other women are the ones who have come with your panty there. They have packed some damu there. They just throw it in front of you, shwap, and you get confused and you start now thinking about the panty. Please don't. Please think very fast. If anything happens in a rally that they have decided this is how they are finishing me, what do I do next? Always have your mind set that anyone, if you are powerful, will say anything to demonize you, put you. You're talking of goons. Today I said on radio, and I know the bloggers are here who are good bloggers anyway. I said we have 2 goons now in this country. One is a goon on a phone. The other one is a physical goon. Yeah. The one on the phone decides to tortures you, tells you how you have a woman, you did porn, you slept with this man, and the men, were you sleeping with women or men? So when? Yes, you have to ask that question without fearing that did I just sleep with a man? Then what's the problem? Yeah, he was a man. What's the issue? Does it have to deal with my issue? But they will say, women, you must have character. And so in politics, even me in the beginning, I thought there's a lot of character. But I came to realize you must be as lethal as the character. Yes, lethal. Yeah. And when I say lethal, I don't say now go start thinking, oh, I will have goons. You can also be lethal in another way. That you don't joke when you're in your meeting. That somebody cannot just come and terrorize you in your own meeting. No. And women will stand with you, by the way. So I finalize by saying it is a space we can decide to take, but we need good strategy and we need a lot of respect, because in the end we are judged very harshly than the men. The men can do anything, they will walk away with it. But remember, the seat is occupied. We have men in parliament who have been there 7 times, so don't ask my whip why she's coming for the 5th, and nobody's leaving the seat. You must push me out. But don't say, there is this, not in politics. Have you seen in the US anyone being pushed out? Have you ever seen? Have you ever looked in the history of the US? Go and see how many times those congressmen have sat on those seats, the Senate. You have to work it out to remove this person. But when you are elected, deliver to the people. Deliver to the people. 2 years in your election, deliver to the people. They will remember that, not this thing that is coming now. They remember your first 2 years. What did you do? If you did 0 and you are coming back now, trust me, they will not have trust with you. So God bless you and I wish you well. Lakini Kanairo tuko na hatucheki. Tumebeba mabegi bana. Begi tumezibeba. Tulee mtoto Bag ni ya nini? Bag ni ya nini? Bag ni ya nini? Alele mtoto ama vipi? Sasa.
Okay, so let's give a round of applause to Honorable Elachi. So Honorable Mother wants to leave, so we would want to ask anyone who has a question to Honorable Mother. Honorable Mother? Yes, just to Honorable Mother and then we'll proceed. Just 2 questions, just 2. Okay, 1, 2. There is one on that end.
Wamama hi. Wamama hi. Okay, my name is Bilha Joyce, Lady Tosha on socials. My question is, like, for example, the people vying, maybe you are a single mom, you are widowed, you are just in that space. Then maybe your opponents are typical men. Like, for example, I'm vying in Embakasi Central. There is no woman there. And when I look at it from the other angle, when we plan for small meetings just in the community, these men will send people to disrupt them. When we come like to town, they also know. Now, I'm just wondering how you maneuvered, because they are also looking at your kids, your what. And when we look at the community, we've done something. The community can speak and say, this person has moved us from level A to C. How do we go about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Then to one last one, and then we'll open it up to the other MPs.
Good afternoon. My name is Salma Ochieng, and I'm glad to be here, an aspirant for Member of Parliament, Langata constituency. Yes. So, wale wako hapo mbele ndio sponsors. Thank you. My question, Honorable Martha, you've been nominated once before you stepped into the, elective position. And now as a member of parliament, we are looking at reviewing the IBC rules, political rules, and all that. And this will also go hand in hand with Honorable Andy Ritu. You are rich and you came from ORPP, moved into IEBC, critical and key players within the political realm. My question is, sitting at Parliament, and we have discussed the issue of party lists. How do we bring order to party lists? The term limitations for members who are nominated into Parliament. I believe there's a start and there's a stop. When we regulate the constitution of political parties so that we entrench certain policies such as term limit of nominated members, then we are able to cure. We are able to cure this thing of extension of people to be nominated forever and forever. So, sitting at Parliament, have you considered political parties, having entrenching that particular clause in their respective constitutions and ORPP? By the time political parties are submitting their constitutions and rules and document policies, are these some of the things that you look into? Because we sit in forums. This issue of term limit nominations have been mentioned forever and forever. So, how, as stakeholders, what are we doing to ensure that we deal with this issue once and for all? And moving now into 2027, now that we are having that discussion here, IEBC, when the party list is submitted to you, how do you then sieve those who have been nominated for more than the required time limit so that we are able to cure this? Thank you.
Asante sana. Honorable Mother, you've picked the two questions.
I have.
Yes.
And my apologies, because I wish I would have stayed throughout, but allow me, because I know there are also other members who are here, they will handle the questions. But allow me to start with Mama Embakasi. You said your mama? What is that clarion call you said? Mama Tosha. Nianze na wewe. And I would say what I had said earlier, and I know Millie also touched on it. By the way, as a woman, they will get something on you. Whether you're a single mother, whether you're a marriage dropout like myself, whether you're married, whether, it does not matter. They will get something. And I say that because, marriage dropout, yes. But the most important thing, and I know women, we second guess ourselves. Even when we have been invited to a show in the media, you want to be an expert. I keep telling women, men go there with no knowledge and they get free airtime, but women want to be experts of constitution, want to answer things, want to be very methodical. We are second guessing ourselves. And that issue you've raised, me what I would tell you is what I had started with. Use it to your advantage. How, in terms of Embakasi Central, is that where you're running? I can bet to God, there are more single mothers than the others who are married. And I say that because even in Gilgil, I say it. There are more single mothers. I go to meetings, mahogas, naambia nyinyi ndo wengi. And sisi ndo tunalea watoto. Even those who are married, some are single. They are the ones taking care of their children. They are as good as single. So my point is, use it to your advantage. And don't let them threaten you with that. It is not a weakness. And when you throw it to them and they realize you have embraced your weakness, they will never use it against you. Millie is bashed for being childless. I was being bashed for being a breastfeeding mother. My neighbor, Jane Kihara, in 2017, and she taught me something in Naivasha. One time, she was being bashed because she's too old. Yeah, alikuwa mzee. Hata sahi is still a campaign. So one time we went to a rally and Jane Kihara said, najua watu wanasema mimi ni mzee ati matiti zangu zimeanguka. Akauliza, hawa nyinyi zimeanguka zikinyonywa na nani? Watu wakasema, ni sisi, si nyinyi ndo watoto wangu. Use it. They said, I'll breastfeed, I will go to a rally and I'll tell them, nitanyonyesha, mwingine kwa mgongo na bado nasonga ugali na haiungui. Use it to your advantage. It does not matter if you're young. Those of us who were in the Senate in 2013, Naisula was being bashed because she was unmarried. Now when she's married, she's being bashed, she's married to another county. And so she's asking them, ni musamburu mugani ashai niuliza anioe nikakata. So for a woman, it does not matter whether you're young, whether you are old, whether you have children or you don't, whether you're single or not, they will bring something. Embrace it. The moment you use it, nobody will use it against you. To Salva, is it Salva? Salma, no, she has a very nice name, Ochieng. I have met you in many forums and I hear you because we have had this discussion before. But I also know it's a matter of the constitution. By the way, the limitation of terms, even IEBC has no say. They cannot say, take this list because she has been nominated once or twice. They have no mandate, no locus standi. It has to be done by law. And we have had this conversation from 11th Parliament. And I remember when we opened it up for debate, actually people started saying, instead of even limiting the women reposition, ata itolewe. And I want to tell women that the one danger we have in opening up the constitution is that it is not very easy to say our mama ni wengi na hata hawasaidii. And that's what Martha Karua spoke about, that we are bashed as women leaders, that we have not done much. But remember, we are not even 25%. The 75% is left out, but the 25 must be perfect. So there is a danger of this constitutionalism and the debate. If you open it, you also risk losing all the gains. But I agree with you, me, I'm a proponent for a term limit. If you have been given an opportunity, use it to run for an election. And maybe I'll just give it at that point because I know even my colleagues have something to say. But I want to encourage all of you because I'll be stepping out. It is difficult, but it is not impossible. It is difficult and not impossible. And I think you are in a very good time that we can even talk as we used to see Kina Martha Karua on TV, and we would pray one day to even shake their hand. Now we are here to also mentor you. We are online. We are doing our own Facebook. We are doing Twitter. If you want to ask questions, we'll answer them. But there is no one size fits all. Mimi nikiachwa kwa Elachi, I cannot survive. Hii mambo ya Nairobi ya kufanya mikutano 5 a.m., we can't survive. In fact, I keep asking her, how do you know wale wa Gilgil wako in Nairobi? How do you tell ni wako ama ni wangu? Because they vote for me. So for us in the rural area, it's different. So every place has their own dynamics. And if we keep doing it, the more women are coming up. The women's seat have made us visible. There is this girl here called Akech who told me, we liked you when you were in the Senate. We were under 30 years. Just by being in the Senate, we were able to give young women hope. Myself, Joy, Naisula, Elachi, we were very young. We gave hope that you can be elected. And that term, including MCAs who were nominated, ended up being elected. But with all fairness, and this Senate maybe has done better, Connie has done better. The last Senate, I was asking Millie to remind me one senator who was nominated. Just the one, and they're usually 18. Who can remember last time? Who was nominated? They came, sat on the seat for 5 years and disappeared. By all fairness, when you get the opportunity, run for something. Wacha hiyo jina watu wakumbuke, it is possible. It cannot just be for the sake of it. You must make a difference. Thank you so much.
Maybe, I know that we are still going on, but I just wanted to say 1 minute to speak 1 minute towards Salma. Because I think if I got you right, Salma, you are speaking to the nomination that me and Martha originally got in. So not the women's seat. Yeah, so because you are a lawyer, right? You are a lawyer. Yeah, so as a lawyer, you know that there are 2 ways to go about it. One is through constitutional amendment. Actually, 3 ways. One is constitutional amendment. Second, by legislation. I've actually spoken to it. Legislation, even though somebody might go and challenge it in court for not being constitutional, that there is no term limit. But the third way, which I could challenge you to do, is to go to the Supreme Court for interpretation. If you go to the Supreme Court for interpretation, they may tell you that because this is an affirmative action seat, mtu akae moja na aende kabisa asirudi tena. Because why would you, me and Martha, we were nominated once. There are women who have been nominated 3-4 times. Kwani when you nazaa Jesus Christ? Let other women also get in. Because nomination is not like women rep. Women rep, you fight with women. But nomination unaitwa the way hata yeye aliitwa. We kuja, ingia, unaingia, unafanya, enda, wacha give space for other women.
Agreed. Nothing more useful to add.
It was moving that way. Yes, to Honorable Lillian. So, Honorable Lillian, you can also share with us your story and also chip in into the conversation, especially in terms of the challenges that you have gone through and the challenges that you have faced in pursuing leadership as an MP.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Gogo. I have a Doctor of Philosophy in Food Science. But when I got into Parliament, I went and studied law at the University of Nairobi in my first term, LLB. And in my second term, I focused on doing my LLM, Master of Law. I've done my classwork. I'm supposed to do my project and get my Master of Law. Other than that, I want to celebrate KEWOPA. I want to celebrate KEWOPA for bringing us together as people who intend to participate in leadership of this country. But I also want to inform you, the aspirants, that KEWOPA normally chips in at the time of elections for women aspirants. They will chip in and give you materials. They don't give you money, but they help with the campaign materials. Why don't we clap for KEWOPA? So that is a strength. So ukishika ground yako vizuri, know that KEWOPA will help you. They'll also come with training your people who are around you so that they can help you expand your wings. Now, nobody allows you into political space. You must create your own space and occupy it. Nobody will cede space for you. And I've had people concentrate on the women rep position, but I want to thank also those who know that you can aspire in a single constituency. I represent Rangwe constituency that has been led entirely by men, and I was the first woman to represent Rangwe in Parliament. Millie is on a single constituency, and so is Martha, and so is Mama Dago. I want to tell you that we have 47 positions for women representation, but we have a whole 290 positions for women to compete with men. Come on. Why are we only going for 47? When we can go for that 47 and more people go for 290. Ama mtu amekasirika na mimi sasa. Hello? Hello, hello? Ama sasa watu wamechoka. Wanataka nomination. Wanataka women rep. You can also run for Senate. You can run for Senate, friends. You can also run for governor. So I'm just opening up the political space that you can run in. If you want to run for MCA, you can run for MCA, darling. You can run. You can be nominated as an MCA, but you can also run by the way MCA runs in a ward. A ward is like a small space. You run around like this and finish it in one day. Hello? You run around, finish it in one day, then now you start doing your small meetings. Focusing on my single motherness. I'm focusing on the leadership and allocation of resources for development that I want for my people. If you say, Mimi ni malaya, it is okay. It is women who can be malaya. Hello? What I'm saying is, please focus. What I've learned in leadership, and I was taught this at the University of Ghana, thank God, because I'm an Howard Fellow, they took me for training on leadership in Ghana. Learn to say no where you need to say no. You are not a charitable organization to participate in all Harambes, in all funerals, in all church. You are not a charitable organization. In any case, bana hauna pesa, ndio unatafuta. So what you're able to do, do. What you cannot do, learn to say no. Yes. When you cannot do it, say no. I'm told they are goons. I am told they are goons. I don't believe in goons. We just have our young people, and there are also old people in the system. They are not only young people. They are not goons. They are just sent to go and disrupt a meeting. When they come to disrupt your meeting, include them in your meeting. Tutafanya aje? What we do, tulieni tu nitawapanga. Mwenye amewatuma, amewapee kitu. Si hata wewe uwapee kitu, watulie hapo warudi kwao. Huh? There was a day I was in a meeting. Na nikakutana na some village in my opponent's place. Then when I was to leave, somebody whispers in my ear, ati nikubaya hapa, pale kwa junction kwenye tulitan, tukiingia hapa, there are very many young people who are with crude weapons. So we cannot leave. And that was the only exit. So hakuna mtu anataka kutoka, watu wangu wenye nilienda nao wameogopa. So I took the car and I started driving it myself. So I just drove. I told the driver, enda kwa hiyo gari ingine. I'm alone in the car. Na nikaenda mbele. Nikishaenda mbele, I switched off the engine. Nimewapata wako hapo kwa junction. Indeed. And a very scary position. Alafu nikawauliza, unade? Unade means what, Millie? Mko aje? And you know, they didn't expect me to come out of the car. Just do something unusual. Face these people. These people are your brothers, they're your sisters. Hakuna kitu watakufanya kama mwanamke. Nobody wants to beat up a woman. Are we seeing the strength of a woman? Ukipata mtu mwenye anapiga mama, huyo ni mjinga sana. So I got out. After getting out, nikawambia, unade, they kept quiet and gave me a face. I mean, okuwokoda, mbona umuongei na mimi, kwani kuna nini? I know kuna kitu, but I want to know kuna nini from them. Have a chat with you. The people who have been sent to disrupt your meeting, they will not come again. In any case, identify one or two, include them in your system. So wale wakikuja next time, watapata wenye walikuwa wanaleta nayo fujo wakiwa huku. These are the strategies that you use. Another thing, so that I don't take so much time, I've talked about goons. Don't run very many meetings. You get exhausted. You get exhausted, and money for politics. Yani inamezwa mpaka unashindwa. Oh, enyewe milioni 10 imeenda. Hivo. Mchezo tu milioni 10 imeenda. Na unajua bado hatujaenda party primaries. Please be strategic in using your resources. Are we together? You know, when you get into politics, you find you are using more resources on people around you than using these resources on the electorate. Ama mtu sasa amekasirika na mimi? Hello? Who is following? Niwache ama niendelee? Niwache ama niendelee? Politics is local. Politics is local. If your electorate uko kwa kina Sankaire, please put your PhD down and learn to do this. Munafanyaga huko kwenu na shingo. Make sure you have what the locals will identify you with. Don't go for political meetings in stilettos, my friend. Hello? Warembo mpo? If you must do heels, please do blocks. But, okay. Yes, yes. I've prayed, okay, ini ya Kanairo. Sindio? You know, I normally see aspirants come in tight jeans, which is okay, and they have heels, you know, to te. My friend, mbio ikianza, how will you run? Unatoa sangapi? Utakanyaga mawe? Milia na nikumbusha, utakanyaga mawe na stilettos? Even with the bare feet. Please, as aspirants, choose how you dress. Najua nimekukosea lakini nisamee. I want to tell you the truth. As an aspirant, know when to be in the media and when not to be in the media. Ama ninasema uongo? The media will make you and the media can also destroy you. Mimi nitasema tu. I know the media is here and I love you people. Na nyinyi mumenijenga. Lakini saa zingine muna bomoa. When you enter a political grouping, what is your role there? When you enter a political formation, we have several formations right now. There is Linda something, there is the broad-based, there is the something else, DCP, and many others. What is your role there? Or you're a flower girl there? Are they able to identify with, is this Salma? Salma, in the political formation where you are as you run for Langata seat, are they able to identify with Salma and say, Salma Bukuja Wonge? Are we together? In the political formation where you are, you must be visible. Millie said that. You must be visible, create your own space and occupy it. Daisy, thank you very much. If you are aspiring, please be friends with Daisy. Make sure you know her number. She's going to change your life. Hiyo tu ni kitu nimekuibia. They may not know you, but I'm telling them that you are a very big resource to aspirants. Mimi nimesema tu. I think I'm finishing. I'm done. I am done. Alafu, nilisema it is local. Politics is local. Kama kwenu watu unajua like politics of Rangwe, Homa Bay, and where Millie comes. We dance. As we dance and show different styles, na wamama wana dance. Kama kwenu watu wa dance, please don't dance. Yes, it will spoil for you. As we can even be vulgar. If your place people are not vulgar, don't be vulgar. But this vulgarity only affects women. When women talk, oh, go-go is vulgar, go-go is vulgar. When there was another time we had a meeting with women, and we talked, the women talked, and they said, some of us, we come for meetings and hatujaoga vizuri. Some of us, we come for meetings and kwetu kwenye tumetoka, hatujatengeneza nyumba vizuri. Saa zingine wazee wanaenda. My partner in crime, Martha ameenda. We are criminals with Martha. This one is a good girl, not a bad girl. So, when I went now to talk about this in another meeting, and I said, Wamama, tuoge. They just packaged that small portion of Wamama tuoge, wakasema nimefanya nini? Ati nimetukana Wamama. Hapo tu. So I made sure that for every meeting nikienda, ninaambia Wamama tuoge, na kama tunaweza tuogeshe huku. Tutu. Tuogeshe hapa tu vipoa. Unasikia uko na mimi? Sasa nyinyi sasa sijui kukoje. Nasema wamama tukioga tunaoga. Lakini pia tuogeshe huku vismart. Mimi nimeshika tu hapa chini. It doesn't matter how you interpret it. Alafu nikaambia wamama wengine hawa brush. Tukiweza tufanye nini? To brush. This was repackaged and it was like nimetukana wamama. What I'm trying to say is, either way, as a woman aspirant and as a woman leader, your message will always be repackaged against you. Stand your ground. Stand your ground. It is possible. If Millie is doing it a 5th time, Gogo is doing it a 3rd time, Mama Dago is doing it sijui how many times, hata amekuwa speaker, Madam Speaker sa. Si ulikuwa Madam Speaker sa? Mama Dago si hata amekuwa Madam Speaker sa. Sankaire anasema ati alikuwa MCA na alikuwa kanjora. Ulikuwa kanjora? Alikuwa MCA na sasa ako bunge. The most beautiful woman in Africa south of Sahara. Yeah. Mama Nai. Mama Nai ako hapa. If Mama Nai can do it for 2 terms with the complications of Nai, here, ebu angalia huyu tu. Angalia, ni mtu si mtu. Kama naweza fanya hizo terms zote na asome. Imagine anafanya term 5 na anafanya PhD. Aya. Here is this murembo. Ninamalizia. Mimi ninamalizia. It doesn't mean that if you are a woman MP, you are untidy. Look at this. Isn't she so pretty? But she's still in political space. Si hata wewe unaweza? So focus, you have our support, mukituitaji tutawa support. Sawa. The woman community is bigger than Kenya. The woman constituency is bigger than Kenya. So you can do it as a woman. Are we together? I wish you well, and when you need us, we'll be there to support you. God bless you.
Asante sana Honorable Gogo. The advice. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee, si ndio? Coming up next is Senator Tabitha Mutinda, aka Mama Mutinda.
Asante.
Acha tuongeleshe.
Asante sana. Najua saa zile unazungumza saa 8 na watu mimi niliona mshawapa zile ticket za lunch. Najua wanashikilia matumbo kidogo, lakini naomba atatumalizie. I'll first start by saying congratulations to every one of you. To my colleagues, my senior, my ranking members, for showing us the leadership and they're taking the lead. And every woman who is here to get the leadership skills today. Manze, congratulations, big up. because that is the start. Sometimes they say, usiende kuuliza mtu advice ya tire imepata pancha, sorry to say, lakini hana hiyo gari, unajua mtaelewana. So sometimes some of you want to go to ask your friends mlikuwa mnasoma nao high school about kuvae, anashindwa mkwani umechanganikiwa because you are asking somehow the wrong person. You are in the right forum. And thanks so much to KEWOPA. Shukran sana for putting this together. On behalf of the nominated, because on this platform, I'm the only one who's nominated. But big up so much to my political party, UDA. I'm nominated by UDA, representing the great county of Nairobi. In the nomination list, they normally also indicate the county that you represent. Why? Because it is where you voted last, first of all. And I'm happy because I'm not alone. I'm also here with Senator Hamida Kibwana, who's also part of the Nairobi delegation. As much as we have a Nairobi elected senator, as nominated, we are also under him when it comes to the delegation. We are close to, I think, 8 of us who are Nairobi nominated. Now, critically speaking, as far as nomination is concerned, when my colleagues were speaking and talked about you always need to be loyal to your constituents, ukiwa nominated lazima uwe loyal to your party. Because most of you have asked the discussion about that nomination. Your party haitaki mchezo. And that loyalty is 24/7. Hata ukiamshwa saa 6 ya usiku. And I think you've seen the consequences with some of our colleagues. It is out there. If that loyalty is not there, then you're not in the safe space. But now, narrowing it to Tabitha Mutinda, I fully agree with my seniors and my colleagues say, it is just a platform for you to move to the next level. Yes, and that is why they call me Mama Nairobi, Mama Mutinda. Because I have pronounced myself that in 2027, I'm running for Nairobi Woman Representative. Why? Apart from my responsibilities, the legislation, representation, and oversight, ile ambayo nimefanya vizuri kabisa, na nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu, I said I also need another woman to be nominated. I need to leave this space because the discussion, when you raise the questions of why should we be nominated more than once, I need to leave and go for an elective seat. I'm very happy and very proud of Mheshimiwa Elachi, Bad Girl, Leah, they've spoken, even Martha. Now wamesema wote they were nominated once. Now you can imagine if I also sit back and say I want another nomination, what about you? That's why I say allow us, and you are the determinants, allow us to move to that and transition to the next seat so that now we can have more women still within these nominations. And at the same time, and with a lot of respect for the incumbent Nairobi Woman Representative, Esther Passaris, I always say I'm very proud of her because when you guys asked about serving 2 terms for woman representative, you guys discussed that hapa, si ndio? Si mumetuuliza? Si mumeuliza kwa nini sikuwe only 2 terms maximum? Ama hiyo swali kutoka hapa? Ilitoka na nyinyi? Na tukasema namna gani tumekubaliana na nyinyi? Because the examples that were given, case example for Wanga, she served 2 terms in women rep and she went, now she's a governor. Cecily Mbarile, even Kihika Susan, she was a senator and now she's the governor of Nakuru, true or false? Now, I also agree with you. If given a chance, even 1 term will be enough. I need to transition now to the single constituency, the same she said, I also want to leave this so that we can be more women in Nairobi because it is only Honorable Elachi who was elected single constituency as a woman. And she said, I want to join her so that we are more women. And so I also want to move so that others are also nominated. Now, narrowing it to the county of Nairobi. Wengine waliniuliza, na Mutinda kwa nini wewe usiende Wiper? You've been told it's tribal, yes. I come from the Kamba community, yes. But I asked, Who nominated me? Who saw that potentiality in me? Exactly. So why should I leave it now at this particular point? Pale Nairobi wakati mimi nimekutana na marafiki hapa pale, walinipa wasia, an advice that I refused. You know what they said? If you want to run in the city, Mwesh, si utupatie scandal. Like seriously? So should I go walking naked so that you vote for me? Is that what you want? Yes, they told me, tupatie kipindi, fanya kitu. What is that? Further to that, when you are nominated, not even nominated, when you are in Senate, katika bunge la Seneti, hakuna fedha. Not as an MP, you have what you call the CDF. For women rep, they have the NGAF. For senators, they have no kitty. Okay? Further to that, you are now nominated. But me, I have made efforts. Case example, the issues of food. And I agree with Mheshimiwa Elachi. Chakula mimi nimepeana saa 11 asubuhi. By saa 1 tumemaliza. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu tunaheshimu wamama pia. What is the point wewe unaweka wamama mpaka saa 6 mchana? Ati wako pale wanangoja Mwesha wapatie food. Kwa nini usikutane nao asubuhi mapema, uwape kile unawapa, mfanye mazungumzo, then you let them go. Hii tabia unaweka watu kwa, it is bad manners. So yes, in Nairobi it is true, ni shamba la mawe, lakini mikakati yako ndio inakuokoa. When Mheshimiwa Lilian Gogo talked about being misquoted, but sometimes it is the bloggers who want to put something that will trend in their pages. Juzi tumekuwa pale State House tukizunguzia mambo ya SHA, tulikuwa na CHPs. Mimi nikaeleza na nikasema ya kwamba hata wale wasichana wetu wadogo hawajafikisha miaka 18, because I sit in the health committee. Kwa njia moja ama nyingine, sababu inafanyika, tuongee ukweli, unapata mtoto 17 ya 16 hata 14 wanajifungua. Ni kweli si kweli? Na nikasema ya kwamba hata akijifungua SHA iko na ile platform ya kwamba wanapatiwa temporary number, wanalipiwa na SHA. I was trying to communicate kwa sababu tumeenda kufanya oversight, and I'm happy Senator Mida is here because we serve with her in health. Unapata watoto wamefungiwa. Wameshajifungua lakini wamefungiwa pale sababu ya deni. Lakini ukipeana hiyo information inakuwa Mama Mutinda ana encourage watoto wazae. I was giving information. Lakini sasa watachukua vile wanataka kufanya nini? Kuichukua. La mwisho labda sijasikia wenzangu wakisema ni kwamba, na ni kinaro tu hapa Nairobi. Honorable Millie talked about you being visible. But the question is, you are visible for what? Wewe unajulikana lakini wajulikana kwa mambo yapi? Lazima ujiulize hiyo swali haswa kama mwanamke. Sisi vile tuko hapa kama viongozi wengi tumejaribu sana. Na niwape kongole wote walio hapa. At least to protect the women image. So that tomorrow they don't say, wewe utawezaje na unaona vile mwenzako anafanya. We've tried so hard because it's a space that mwanamke anakarangwa zaidi, lakini hata mwanaume atembee pale uchi. Mimi nilisikia mwingine akisema ati kama ile ilitokea ya nani anaitwa aje? Acha nisiseme jina. Lakini wakasema lakini yo transformer ni kali. For them it was like, I mean, he's okay. Kumbe akona iko serious. Imagine that like it's okay. But if it was a woman who was photoed or videoed naked, it's a whole, that is it. That becomes the end of that particular woman. But also women. Who created us? He created us in our mother's womb. He knew when he was creating you a woman. Why do you want to work with disability? Is being a woman a disability? Is being a woman a disability? Our umbilical cords are very powerful. And the moment you realize that, you realize the power you have as a woman. But wengi tunataka kuingia mahali na kwamba mimi ni mwanamke, mimi nihurumie, mimi nifanyie. Ile mshahara sisi tunapata bunge, tuwe uwe kike uwe a man, it is the same. The privileges that we get, they are the same. The allowances, they are the same. Hakuna ati because you are a female MP, this is lesser for you. So let us face these political spaces head on. We are the ones who have given birth to these men, true or false? So, there is no time that you should feel lesser. Jambo la kwanza hapo Nairobi ni wewe na image yako, hata across. It is you and your image. And of course, Nairobi is very different from the other political formation. Sisi tunaweza vaa jeans vizuri sana. Kuna kwingine hawezi vaa jeans. The other second thing, yes, politics is local. And in Nairobi, yes, which community do you come from? It's not a secret. Where are you coming from? That of all, which party now? Because right now, yes, we have ODM, we have UDA, we have DCP. Na zile zingine zina follow. Yes, tuko na Linda Mwananchi. Yes, correct. So which formation? Tuko na Wiper. Very true. So which formation are you in? You need to start from somewhere. Ya mwisho ni hiyo pesa hiyo watu wanang'ang'ania hiyo. Because without these other elements, hata kabla ufikie pesa, you need to have these other elements. Na nikimalizia. I also somehow agree, yes, with the term limit for both nominated and the affirmative seats. I fully agree with you guys. It makes sense all the time. In a nutshell, I'm a risk taker. Mimi walianza kuniuliza kwa nini usisimame huko Ukambani? Why? Why should we all be in those our rural areas, the 46 counties? I want to encourage any woman here, especially from the great county of Nairobi, please, let us see you rising up and saying, I am vying. And as Lillian has said, kwa nini sijaona mwanamke governor Nairobi? Mimi sijawaona, wako wapi? Mbona sijaona mwanamke senator? Wabunge mimi nawashukuru sana, kina Salma, Lady Tosha na wale wengine. Na tuwe na wengine wengi wale kama MCAs. It will be good. Mimi nawatakia laheri tena sana. Mungu awalinde wakati wote. Shukran.
Asante sana Mama Mutinda. I'm being informed that we have the lunch is supposed to be closed at 2:30 and it's 2:24. But the conversation is so interesting. Sindio? So what we'll do is I'll open it up for just 2 minutes for Honorable Passaris to say something, then Daisy to say something. Then I'll also open it up to Honorable Hamida to also say something, and then Honorable Consolata in 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Sawa. Zikiisha nitakukatiza. Yeah, 2 minutes per person. So 2 minutes per person, then we open it up to the public for questions, and then we just conclude. Yeah, so that then we go for lunch in time. So itatosha. Sawa. Uraia, Danish Embassy, we need this for 2 good days, so that, you know, and Naivasha, venye Mamutinda amesema, Naivasha, so that we can have this conversation. The women aspirants are learning a lot. They are truly learning a lot, and they are taking home a lot. And there's a lot that they have to share. So, Tanzania, Honorable Passaris, 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. So if I have to say something in 2 minutes is, first of all, thank you for showing up. All of you showing up. That means you are connected with your future, right? You were able to know that there's an event today. You were able to present yourself today. So when you show up, then you are able to make the conversation and be on the table. The second thing is, you know, for me, I'm very spiritual. So everything starts and begins with God, all right? So never, ever think, you know, there's this word called ego, where you think you're everything, all right? When ego itself is etching God out. When you have a big ego and you think that you are the solution to everything, right? It's your journey towards failure, because nobody has all the solutions. I ran 3 times. I failed 3 times. Okay? 2007 for Mayor of Nairobi. 2008, Embakasi Member of Parliament. At that time, it was the 5 Embakasis together. 2013, Woman Rep. I got in 2017. And it wasn't because of the people that showed up to vote. It wasn't because I was in one of the best parties to be in, all right? It was because I went to the Lord in prayer and said, Lord, open the path for me. Let me win, okay? You will go to many churches, you will go to many mosques, you will get anointed oils, but at the end of the day, it's your personal prayer and His blessing. Because let me tell you, I want to just give you a story about Saitoti. He wanted to be president of Kenya, all right? He bought a bulletproof car, which he never even got to get into that car, all right? His chopper came down. Ole Magello was coming with his car, the Range Rover from Mombasa, to meet him at Wilson when he came back from his trip. In the end, the Range Rover ended up at the crash site, all right? So at the end of the day, God is the giver of life. He's the giver of positions. I am chosen. I was chosen in 2017. I was chosen in 2022. If I will be chosen in 2027, it is all Him. So that's what I want to leave you with. Another thing I want you to know is that Baba, Raila Amolo Odinga, who we all have a lot of respect for, lost many positions. And when he lost those positions for presidency, what did he do? He put the country first. You cannot want to serve the country, all right, in whatever position, and then you want to be part of its destruction. So every time Baba had an opportunity, he went to the table to discuss. So it was Nusum Kate, it was handshake, it was broad-based. It was because the country that he wanted to lead was bigger than him. And he didn't care about positions. He cared about Kenya and the future of Kenya. As we all prepare to take our respective seats, all right? Shebesh and I are friends. We love each other. I congratulated her in 2013. She congratulated me in 2017. We remain friends, okay? So the thing is, when you're going for these positions, if you win or lose, if you're competing with a man or a woman, remember, it's not the end of life, all right? The country is bigger. Now, the women that are in here, for me, I'm Nusu Nusu. I've got Dutch blood, I've got Greek blood, I've got Kikuyu blood, all right? But at the end of the day, my tribe is women. I come from the tribe of women. If I know I got that position, it was because of the women. If I'm going to get a future position, it'll be because of the women. It's because of my track record, and it's because of my party, all right? So what I want to tell you is you might want something, like I wanted to be the MP for Makadara. I wanted to go single constituency. But the problem is my party told me, go back to woman rep. Why? Because we want to deliver the seat to ODM, all right? It's an ODM seat. We want it to remain in ODM, and we want to win it, okay? So we're in it to win it. We're going to elections to win, all right? We're going to elections to win, and we want to make sure that that seat remains in ODM, all right? We want to deliver more seats after Baba's gone than what he left, so that this party that he created for 20 years remains strong. So all of us who are in ODM, we have a mandate to make Baba proud. So we want to deliver the seat for ODM party, broad-based, and for Raila Amolo Odinga. So what I want to say, the party is a determinant. You might say you want this or you want that, but the party is the one that will guide you. Okay. And then being loyal to the party is very important. But I know that we come from a party that where the democratic space is also respected, yes. Right? So when I went and supported the housing and the 2023 finance bill, Baba said, you know what? We understand where you're coming from. Pay a fine, meet the disciplinary committee, and continue with the party. So all I want to say is that at the end of the day, follow your heart, all right? Follow your conviction. Don't lose yourself to politics. Remember who you are before politics, because you will still need to be the same person after politics. Politics will not define you. You, the person you see in the mirror, will define who you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Pasaris. Let's give a round of applause to also Honorable Mutinda. She has to catch a flight to some other place. We thank you so very much for joining us and giving us your insights. If you have any questions, please leave them to us. we'll get them to her. Sawa sawa? Yeah. So we'll now welcome Daisy in 2 minutes. So Daisy, you can address us in terms of networking, building the coalition, and also post being voted in.
Oh, thank you so much. I think it's very exciting to listen to the women leaders, particularly given the work that we do around mobilizing support for women candidates and pushing. Even when you hear us pushing, for the laws and everything, we can see the value in it. The support that we give to women candidates, I think you have heard from Honorable Gogo. We look for money, even Uraia, we look for support to support women candidates so that as they run, we are able to support them with meetings, with materials, and whatever else so that they're able to make a better, a stronger showing. But at the end of the day, I want to reiterate what Esther has said. Because one of the things is that we find, even as we deal with aspirants, before you become candidates, or if at all you become candidates, we find that we have women who are running and they don't know why they are running. It's like a wave, because you have heard, kuna aspirant, so unaenda unasema ata wewe ni aspirant. So that is part of the problem. And a lot of the time, you will find that that ends up being a very expensive venture. Okay, where you are running, you don't know why you're running because other people are running, you're running because you hear there are women running, you're running because you're hearing that there is support for women candidates. I think that is problematic. And we actually have very, very strong mobilization teams. I see some of our coordinators who are here, and I think you can stand. This is Elizabeth Kaguta and Rosfella Matingi. These two are just some of our coordinators. Honorable Leah, you know her. Kaguta is a very serious mobilizer in Kajiado County. And we work with them. Rosfella is from Machakos, and we have them in different counties, different counties where we mobilize. We get them to mobilize for women, to mobilize for support. But they are also used to mobilize for political parties. And I think that this is where we need to look at how strategic women can be. Even now, I think we need to sit down, members of parliament, those of you who are defending your seats, and we need to map out this country. We map out this country, we map out every single seat from MCA, because we know that IEBC are helping us now. They are going to enforce the Katiba, judgment, meaning political parties will be looking for women. And so we need to map out, number one, where the women are defending their seats so that we make sure those who are defending their seats get all the support that they need. Then we look at now the others, from even MCAs, then we look at seats that are available and aspirants and begin to position ourselves so that even as women, we are more strategic. We have coalitions. Whether we like it or not, we are going into an election of coalitions. We have broad-based, we have whatever will emerge from the united opposition. How you engage yourself there. By the way, don't go saying 1 term, 2 term if your bread is not buttered there. The people who are saying 1 term are saying 1 term because their bread is buttered in 1 term. The ones who are saying 2 term are saying 2 term because their bread is buttered there. So for you, you must see what is it that you want, and look for the path of least resistance to getting there. And these are the things that we advise. So at the end of the day, we are here to support, first, our women who are sitting on the seats. By the way, we are not going to be looking to support women who want to unseat our women. That is something else that we also want to agree. And let me tell you why. Because the men, no, listen to me. Listen, let me speak. You may disagree, but let me speak. When you see these men leaders sitting together in a room, you will find that maybe all of them want to be president. But they sit down and they agree. At the end of the day, they will say, okay, Millie, because you are the one who can, we will back you for president. But me, what I want is ABCD. What I want is, by the time they come out, they have already negotiated their positions. We must be able to do that as women. As we go into the election, we cannot be trying to reduce the numbers of the women that are holding seats, especially dual gender seats. We must defend the seats that are already there while we look to pile them on. And so I'm hoping, KEWOPA, Uraia, as we move forward, we have already started our coordination for the 2027 general election. We need to work together. We need to map out this country. All of you here who are aspirants, let us sit down and talk. You may think that maybe that, this way is the right way to go, but there are many ways to get what you need to get. So the most important thing is that we have a discussion around it and see how many women we will be able to get, because what we want ultimately are numbers. Sawa sawa. I can see Daniel has come, but let me tell you, we've made incremental gains. By the way, despite the refusal to implement the 2/3, every election we have made incremental gains. But now we are 3 elections in. There's a lot we have learned. We need to make a big bang for 2027. Whether or not they give us the 2/3 law, we need to be able to be strategic enough to get as many women elected as MCAs, as members of parliament for the 290 seats, as senators, and to get as many women as we know. We don't complain there are people brought from London. Strategic enough to get the right women nominated as well. So me, that is my take, and we are in it to win it, and I look forward to 2027 because we must not speak negative about our country, please. It is not going to be a bad election. It will be a good election for women because we're going to make sure that it's a good election for women, that we organize ourselves so that we get as many women elected and nominated, the right women, so that we move the country forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can pass on the mic to Senator Hamida.
Let me just stand. Habari zenu wote.
Mzuri.
Mine, camera, okay. Mine is just talking about nominations first. You need, for those who want to be nominated, you really have to work hard. By the way, getting a nomination seat is not that easy. Because you work 3-4 times as hard as wale wako kwa constituency, ama kwa county. It was never easy. I was identified by Right Honorable Baba. Nikatolewa, he pulled me out of UNDP, and I had a senior position in UNDP, and he pulled me out. But kwa sababu ya nini, I had really worked hard for the party. As much as you know, I may not have been known. Chini ya maji. I think Daisy na Honorable Elachi will tell you where we have come from. We came from the gutters. The 2/3 everything, zote tulikuwa kwa hapo ndani. So as much as you know, hatuwezi kujulikania, but we really worked hard. When I went to parliament, what did I do? I decided to be one of the best parliamentarians. Nimeanza kuangalia bills, nimeangalia statements. Every day you look at the order paper, my name is there. But at the end of the day, I think Honorable Millie said, lazima utoke ujulikaniwe. For me, I think I've been so naive that, nimetumwa parliament, nimetumwa ku change lives. That's what I thought I was sent to do. By having these things, you know, all the motions and everything, of course you do change lives. Lakini hiyo sio hiyo, lazima utoke nje ufanye nini? Upige makelele. Sasa hii ndio time yangu ya kufanya nini? Ya kupiga makelele. Lakini niliwafanyia kazi for 4 years. Ya mwisho ile nimeona tu nitasema ni women, let us support each other. And I like what kina Daisy has done. Daisy is a guru. Daisy, you are one of the best, seriously. You have mentored some of us, so all of us actually. Na umetu encourage sana. I am Daisy ni mwalimu wangu na Elachi. I have come from there. Kwa hivyo ukiniona hapa, this nomination never came easy ati munaona tu jina Hamida Kibwana. I really worked hard for it. Ya mwisho ni kuwa, let us also try financial barriers. By the way, finance, katika kwa elections, finance. Kwa hivyo lazima ujitayarishe na pesa kidogo. What do I mean? Whatever it takes. Wanaume wanaenda kutafuta pesa kwa mabazi, wana cut deals. Na nyinyi wanawake mtafanya nini? So tusiogope, sote tutoke nje, tufanye hiyo kazi. Ya mwisho nitawaeleza, politics is a fool for, you know, politics is a tool for changing lives. You are going to change lives. For me, I believe for 4 years, I changed lives by making all the statements and bringing CSs wakuje wajibu wale watu wote wamefariki. Honorable Martha Karua aliongea mambo ya the women wale wakware. I made a statement and it's being followed up. The DCI, NIS na kila kitu. I know I have made a change in this country and you're going to do that mukiingia. Asanteni sana. Oh, mimi na Aika Mukunji. Na very soon, within a month or two, nitazungumzia mambo yangu. Nimezaliwa Kamukunji na mimi ni Kamukunji finest. Asante.
Asante sana, Senator Hamida. We are now moving to Senator Consolata. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I would like to begin by thanking God for the gift of life to enable us convene here today as women. Secondly, I want to thank the conveners, that is Kewopa and Uraia, and any other partners in the House, and the female aspirants. Welcome to this session. I'll be brief because most speakers have already presented so many views regarding women in the political space. And I want to speak as a last born. I am a last born in the Senate. On 22nd of this month, I'll be a year old in the Senate. So I am a nominated senator. I'm a nominated senator of the Republic of Kenya from Bungoma County. You know the politics in Bungoma County, the politics in Western Region. However, I want also to appreciate the trailblazers. Honorable Martha Karua was here in the House. This bad girl is one of my mentors, Honorable Elachi and many, many others. I began my political journey as a teacher unionist, where I served as a pioneer woman representative in Bungoma North, that was Tongaren and Kimilili. And I was the first proponent of this position of a woman representative. When we attended the national delegates meeting here in Nairobi at Kasarani, I remember I stood up and asked that the woman representative position must be created in the political arena, or rather in the national platform. And I want to thank God because I advocated for it and it came to pass. When I went back, I didn't have it well or smooth with the executive secretary of the branch because he thought that this woman was growing horns. But then I realized I was just, articulating the issues of women. So I have a soft spot for women. As a nominated senator, the roles of a nominated senator are just legislation, representation, and oversight, just like an elected senator. However, we don't have a special constituency or other fund to run projects. So we are not project implementers. However, our focus, we have a special focus on representation on matters affirmative action, whereby we have to amplify the women voices and also the special groups' interests, where we also have the marginalized groups. We have the women, we have the children, we have persons living with disabilities and all that. And two, we also work on committees as nominated senators. So our major task is to bring on board special perspectives in matters related to health, education, gender-based violence, peace, trade, health, and any other social amenities. And these are the basic issues that will normally affect the people at the grassroots. I want to finish by saying this. As women legislators, let us always avail ourselves in Bunge or rather in Parliament to share in the discussions, mainly during budgeting process, so that we focus on gender responsive budgets. We are looking at women. Woman or women is a large family. We have women with disabilities, we have divorcees, we have single women, we have widows. Are we keen to look at those specific budgets to cater for these different categories of women during parliamentary sessions, or we only appear there to be seen and not to be heard? That is a challenge to my fellow women legislators. So I want to finish and encourage fellow women that let us be there
and let us avoid this women foible, hate for one another as women. We are just one, a woman. Why do you hate a fellow woman? Although sometimes in the political affairs or in political forays, we shall tend to have some political frictions, you know, those clashes. But please put humor on it so that you are not hurting to your competitor. Our competitors are not opponents. They are merely competitors just like any other. I want to wrap up my presentation by saying that every woman is a star, and as women, let us be like desert flowers so that we observe resilience at all times. I want to finish by saying that mimi nimejitupa katika ulingo wa siasa kama mwakilishi wa kina mama. I'm aspiring to be a woman representative in Bungoma County, where you have seen most of the male counterparts bashing me, but shaming me, but I don't care. I cannot chop off part of my flesh and live at home. I have to work with it. Women power!
Asante sana, Senator Consolata. Now, I know we are pressed with time and I know there are burning questions. Sindio? So what we are going to do is we are going to take 2 questions from 2 women and then 2 questions from 2 men. Honorable Priscilla has something to add in just 1 minute as the roving mic goes with Tracy.
And thank you so much. I'll be very, very quick, and I just want to make 3 points. 1, to move from being an aspirant to a candidate is a legal status. And what has happened to us, which is what Daisy was saying, we have many women who are aspirants, but many women who don't become candidates. So you must get a campaign strategy that has milestone. And one major milestone is to be a candidate, which means that you're even gazetted. So that even Kina Daisy and Uraia, as we do these forums, we are doing them based on the election calendar. So that from this stage now, we are aspirants, we then move to the election calendar and start talking about protection of the vote. Because women are being voted on, it is the votes that we're not protecting. But that milestone, and I'm begging you, dear sisters, because for 2/3, the election in 2013, we had 15,000 candidates, 14,000 men and only 1,000 women. In all the elections that we have gone into, we have not achieved the 2/3 number of candidates. So for 15,000 candidates, we need 5,000 women candidates in 2027. For us to even get a chance at 2/3 that win, we must start by 2/3 that vie. And when you vie, you are 50% in. When you don't vie, when you don't become a candidate, you are 0%. When you become a candidate, you are 50%. Because the level and the rate of men and women being elected in Kenya is 1-1. What we have is fewer women vying and more men vying. So in this election now, 5,000 must be the number that we take to the election. And then lastly, a certain level of madness is required for you to be a woman leader. Like Sankara said, a certain level of madness. Wazimu kabisa. You know, you have to walk with you elbow this one, you elbow that one, you elbow this one, so that you make progress and we move. The drama, the color, the issues, the agenda, the dancing, but you are dancing according to your area. In Nyeri, where I vied for Senate last election and had Azimio ticket, is just that I didn't read the ground. Sikuskiza ground. Saa nikavai na Azimio, so when Mzee lost, we all lost together. But when you vie in the region, you have to be region specific. In my region, they won't even allow lipstick. They won't allow makeup. Kwetu ukionyesha matako, utatoka na hiyo matako. So please, please, read the ground. Dance like a leader, dress like a leader, do everything like a leader, but remember, a certain level of madness and 5,000 women.
Hey, Meskeo, a certain level of madness, a certain level of wakikuita chizi, achana wao, sindio? So the roving mic is moving around. So Jagero and Tracy, we have one question there. Okay. Okay, there is a question on this side. Jagero is coming with them. Ndio huyu Jagero anakuja na mic ya hii side. So so we are starting with that side.
Habari zenu?
Okay, let's wait. So we are having only 4 people and asking a question. Sawa sawa. So we'll have her as one. Sawa. These questions are many.
MC.
Just a minute. Let me pick them. So we'll have 1, then 2, then the one in the green suit, 3, and then just for equality and representation, we've not had a man's voice other than mine, so we are going to have him as number 4. Sawa? Yeah. And then for the others, lunch is open. The honorable members will be there. You can ask questions to them. Sawa sawa. Kwangu ni kwa Kavi and the Danish embassy. You can see the demand. The demand is there. Empower us to also empower the women. So on that end,
habari zenu. Mimi naitwa Plan B. Ule moja. Swali yangu inaenda kwa hao viongozi wako hapo mbele. Kwa sababu naona kila mtu akiongea anaongea mambo ya goons, women, disability nyinyi umeweka wapi kama wamama? 2, tunaongea mambo la loyalty. Hakuna wako loyalty, mtu wako loyalty kama person living with disability. Lakini kifika kwa nomination, it's about you know who, how much do you have. Mheshimiwa, fanyeni kazi pande ya wamama, ya walemavu. Sasa ile nyinyi unahesabu wamama, hata mimi ni mama. Sipokuwa ni working style yangu na yenu ndio tofauti. Mambo ya discrimination about people living disability. Bad girl must be tough, must be soft with immediate effects. Tunafanya kazi
no, see Mike Mezima, she's repeating.
Bad girl, ikifika kwa walemavu, microphone shwi. Kwa sababu wao ni others. Tunaomba wakubwa wao wako hapo, viongozi wale walitangulia mbele yetu. Mambo ya disability haiendi vizuri. Paka saa hii tumetoa slogan yetu, we are supporting the person but not the party. Kwa sababu ya sira. Tunafanya kazi, ikifika nomination, wewe you know who, how much do you have. Jameni, tuoneni huruma na si huruma, tunafanya kazi kama hao mama wengine. Asante sana wale wanafanya kazi, wale wamama wa viongozi wako hapo. Wanatetea walemavu kama sitawataja, wanajijua. Mambo ya SHA. Walemavu wako na shida hapa na wamama wale wako na watoto caregivers. Ule mheshimiwa shajitolea kalipa hiyo SHA hiyo hapo iko wapi? Kuna watoto wanaitwa caregivers. Hata sisi kuna walemavu wale tunajua. Hisi party waache mchezo na mambo ya walemavu. Tutawalani. Kwa sababu tunawafanyia kazi, kifika nomination, girlfriend, money, you know who, pungulu, pangala, bad girl, Amilo yo, Maketha.
Asante. There was another question. There's a lady in the green suit, then the 2 persons here, and then we finish. Make the question very brief and straight to the point.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Asha Rajab, aspiring Member of Parliament, Embakasi North constituency, under ODM party. And Honorable Mili, having built a long political career, what is that one thing you would have wished for? Someone would have told you when you are entering politics as a young woman that would assist us as young women trying to aspire for parliamentary position or a member of county assembly or the governor. Kindly tell us. Asanteni sana.
Santi.
Good morning. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. It's because I'm not eaten. My name is Governor. Hallelujah. Juliet Kimemia Daktari from Kiambu County. Nilitafuta kiti ya governor na chama imara kama Simba, chama ya KANU. But kwenye sasa nilikuwa natafuta kura, kukakuwa na ugonjwa inaitwa yellow fever, and the rest is history. My two proposals to our elected members of parliament and senate, we know what we are going to go through as far as zoning is concerned. Because I was in Azimio in 2022 and I went through hell because I was under intense pressure to step down for my other Azimio nominee for the governor's seat, who was the incumbent in Kiambu. I know it is not going to be easy, but kindly just go and sit down, probably with Kewopa, and draft guidelines that will ensure that women are not disproportionately affected by zoning. We lost very, very many strong leaders just because, like me, I was in KANU, the stronger party was Jubilee, but we were all in Azimio. That is a kind and very passionate request that put a motion in on the floor of the House. Number two, I just want to echo what Priscilla has said. Please, let us be candidates. Let us avoid going for nominations when we know very well that we are not going to make it to the ballot. Yes. Let us work for the numbers because there is a relationship. So, karibuni chama imara kama Simba ya KANU, we will get to the ballot. I went to the ballot and I became a CEC. So you don't have to be elected, but you will get appointed. So let's get to the ballot, my dear fellows. And I'm still running KANU, Governor Kiambu.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invite. I think we are a few gentlemen in the room, and it's also good to get how women are being mentored to come and compete us. My name is Vincent Opar. I'm running for the seat of Embakasi East Member of Parliament. I wanted to ask Madam Gesa Gesa. You felt that what was happening in Homa Bay yesterday was not correct. But Nyokabi has also told us that if you're a woman, you also need a little strength. Governor James Orengo went to Homa Bay and attacked Governor Wanga. Is it wrong for Governor Wanga to respond the way she responded? The rest, no. You know, I'm asking.
Okay, Miss.
This question is going to Gesa, not yourself.
Okay, MP for Embakasi, incoming.
There's no.
Let's go straight to the question.
Yeah, that was the first one. If you are a woman and you're going to compete, if somebody comes and attack you, you have to retaliate back. That is one. Two, the term for serving in office. Can it be capped to a maximum of 2 terms? Because as an elected member of parliament, what are you going to do in 15 years or in 20 years that you did not do in 10 years?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for those questions. Now lunch is almost being closed. So for our honorable members, just 1 minute closing remarks while answering to the questions. Here's the mic. We can start with Senator Hamida and then we'll move that way. Yes, closing remarks and answering a question that has been asked. For instance, to Honorable Millie, there's the question about zoning. There's also the question about the 2 terms. And also the question of persons with disability, so we can respond to those ones, and then we give closing remarks in just a minute.
Okay. It's very difficult to give responses in 1 minute, and especially when people are hungry. But what I can say, it's there a chapter in my book called No Manners, Please, We Are in Politics. So don't come into politics thinking that I'm going to be a good girl, I'll sit, I'll cover my dress. No manners, please. We are in politics. And the reason is because people are going, look at my book, it's actually a chapter. I'm not making it up. When I got into politics, I would be waiting to be given a seat and I'd be told, Honorable, come and sit here. You'll go there and there's no seat. You grab the seat, you push with your buttocks, so use your buttocks well. They are an asset. Use your buttocks well, they are an asset. Then the other, hello, I'm trying to rush. One of the things I think I want to be very keen, because we all want to aspire. Please be very clear about the political party you are vying in. Like Priscilla has told you. You cannot win with the DCP in Homa Bay County. Even if you prayed from morning to evening, you will not win. In the same manner, you will not win with ODM in Nyeri, even if you pray from morning to evening. Nairobi is a different ballgame. It will be difficult, I know, especially for the government side, but you can push and push and push and win. And then Hamida, your work, yeah? It's good to do work, but it must be known. You can't hide like, hapa si kanisa, I'm a mosque, ati God bless my work, hakuna, announce your work. The way people tell you out here, people tell you, why are you doing and letting people know? How will they vote you if they don't know? Disability, we've had you, that's why we even brought an amendment to the Constitution to ensure that persons with disability are now in Bunge, but we are going to try and bring more rules to ensure that persons with disability are in. Asha Rajab, what would what you asked what I would have been told, or what you would be told, yeah? Or I wish I would have been told. As a young girl, I think it is in the first thing, but for me, not as a young girl, if I want to get into politics, I wish I was told, don't give a damn, because I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn because here people will tell you all manner of things. People will abuse you. People, as one of us said here, you will have boyfriends which you are hearing. Martha told you. You will hear boyfriends you don't know about. If you read my book, in my book I was told I'm a girlfriend to Raila, I'm a girlfriend to William Samoei Ruto, I'm a girlfriend to Uhuru Kenyatta, which is good for me because I'm a girlfriend to presidents. That means I'm going to be a president. So I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. And then on the issue of zoning, I know my party is very strong on zoning, and if the party makes a decision, I respect it. Personally, at a personal level, I do not support it. Because I know anybody who comes in, tukutane mundu humundu. So that even if UDA, we are in the same coalition with UDA, and me, I'm encouraging that my brother Silas, who is in UDA and vying against me, akuje tu. Anybody who wants to vie against me, even in friendly, wakuje tu tukutane mundu humundu. Just make your ground fine. And finally, for Vincent. Vincent, you've asked me a sensitive question about Homa Bay. I do not know who the organizers were, but it was a terrible thing. No, I can't say that it's Wanga because I wasn't there. But, but I can say that it's relaxed. So I cannot say because I do not know if she organized, but what I can tell you is the people who organize, that is terrible, that is shameful. We have actually reduced the votes for the president instead of adding the votes for the president. If I showed you the things if I showed you the responses I'm getting in my WhatsApp, people who have been supporting the president are telling me now we are thinking otherwise. So there are things which we need to think about before you do. Sometimes you spoil by thinking you are making. And women, Vincent, again, you've told me that women, when you are attacked, fight back. When I've been attacked, I do not fight back. Because sometimes being a victim helps. And that is part of the reason that you can see the people who attacked for today. The good thing is we still have a year. For today, they're actually the winners because they are victims. When you make a person a victim,
they become a hero. So don't make people victims unnecessarily. I said it when we were chasing Sifuna, niliambiwa nitapigwa for saying that. Now, if you ask very honestly, who is the greatest challenger to the president? Sifuna. And we created him by making him a victim. It's not necessary. If somebody beats you, weka tu kama victim, kwa nini wananipiga? Lakini be also strong. You must learn how to play smart and victim and strong. Usiache hao watu wakunyoro sana. Thank you.
Okay, mine is to just say, if there are any women MCA or MP aspirants from Nairobi County, Tabitha, where are you? Tabitha and Charlene? Okay, that's Charlene. Tabitha? From, Tabitha is not here. Okay, so you can mark Charlene, right? Please go and give your name and the ward you're running to Charlene so that she can add you to the group of women aspirants for Nairobi County.
Yangu tu nitasema, believe in yourself, support one another, and never be afraid to step back. Tukutaneni ground. Mbwekse, 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 wanawake mbwekse. Wamama mbwekse.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been a very interactive moment. And it's true, I think we needed 2 or 3 days so we can finish this conversation. I want to say, because we only have 1 minute to finish, I want to say that all politics is local. And can we be in the same page, please? I want to say that all politics is local. What works for Kajiado may not work in Homa Bay. And what works in Nairobi may not work in Kajiado. If I try to use my buttocks, as Millie says, in Kajiado County, I think that will be the end of me and my seat. And so just know your environment, know your ground, know your people. Don't do things extraordinarily, but also know your space and don't be a pushover. Like nobody can push you because you have this soft power that you can actually use. So I want to wish you all the very best for vying, for those of you, all of you who are going for elective positions, because I know all of you are going for them. I wish you all the very best. I know that we shall meet again in these forums, because this is not going to be our last forum or our last engagement with you. So we'll still calling you, we'll still be engaging, but please read your environment, know your environment, and keep the focus. Thank you very much, and see you another time.
Okay. Honorable members, we are really much pressed on time. It's already 3 p.m. And people are hungry, and also the hotel wants to really close the lunch. We have an afternoon session. Honorable Beatrice has said she's going to be here. Also, Honorable Waidera is also going to be here. So your questions are still going to be asked, and they are going to be answered. Sasa, yeah. So let's come back after lunch with a lot of energy and also with a lot of questions to ask. Before we leave for lunch, let's kidogo too. Before we leave for lunch, persons with disabilities, I've been told there's a special place that has been arranged for you. So you're going to be directed in that particular place. Then for our dignitaries, Jagero also has some particular instructions as to where you're going to be serving lunch. Yes. Jagero?
And then for those who want Millie's book, please see Jagero and register with him. Jagero, please wave. Please register with Jagero so that we can have your names, and then we'll arrange on the delivery. Yeah, thank you. Oh, karibu sana, Senator Hezena. You will join us for lunch and the afternoon session. Karibu. Thank you.
DJ, we are praying for lunch. Father, we bless you and we thank you. We go for a meal. We pray that you bless it and sanctify it. In Jesus' name we pray.
And also a very quick session that we had left out in the afternoon, where we'll have Ms. Waithera just give a little bit, then we get into the mental wellness session.
Sawa, sawa. So if
Yeah.
you can hear us, clap once. If you can hear us, clap twice. Haya, tunaomba tuketi. Please take your seats.
So in the intergenerational dialogue, we had we had only remained with only one speaker. That is Honorable Waithera. As you've heard, she's also an MCA who has gone not only for one term, but 2 terms, but also another term, the 3rd term. Honorable Waithera, tunaenda 4th term. Hiyo amesmile, so ni kumaanisha tunaenda kitu ingine. Si ndio? Hiyo ni kama hiyo ni kama naona kuna kitu ingine.
Daniel, so unaona vile nilikwambia I was classmates with Millie. Guess who my MCA is?
Who is your MCA?
Si nimekwambia guess.
Okay. Aki mimi sijui.
Aikekwa Honorable Waithera.
Ni yeye?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I am promising you that she has good things in store.
Yeah. Good things. So tutampea dakika 5 to 7. Si ndio? Just 5 to 7 minutes. Utuongeleshe, then we welcome our clinician atueleze mambo ya mental health. Si ndio? Aya, sawa. Wanatupandishia the podium. DJ, tuwekee Honorable Waithera hiyo wimbo. One, two. Kidogo DJ, unajua mimi nakuanga wa Arsenali. Watu wa Arsenali hoye! Watu wa Arsenali hoye! Si jana tulibeba kikombe wakasema ni sahani. Imagine. Ati Manu hakuna. So sisi kama watu wa Arsenal fans, hii wimbo ya finale inatubamba sana. Si ndio? Na ndio tunataka tukaribishe nayo nani? Mheshimiwa Waithera. Si ndio? DJ, tucheze. Watu wa Arsenal mnaweza simama tu dance hii wimbo. Watu wa Arsenal msiache nyuma. Tukaribisha Mhesh. Kuja. Silali. Kuja dance. Ati nini? Watati finale. Referee finale. Ay. Finale. Mhesh, ati watafanya nini? Watati. Finale. Tupigie Mhesh makofi.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes because I know mkishakula lunch. Sasa mmeshiba, si ndio? So my name is Waithera Chege. I am elected by the residents of South B to represent them in the County Assembly of Nairobi. I am also the Deputy Minority Leader, and I'm the chair of elected women MCAs in Kenya. I want to first thank all the women MPs who are here, especially in the morning. I think only apart from one, the rest of them have passed in their hands, and especially a special tribute to Honorable Martha Karua, who has mentored me to where I am today. and Honorable Alice Wahome in absentia. My work is very simple. I want to take you through how to win an election. Watu wangapi wanataka kujua vile watawin? Very good. And I also suspect that most of you, if not all, are aspirants. So by now you are not candidates, you are aspirants. So if you work with me, I want to give you 10 points, 10 things that you need to do to win an election in Kenya, bearing in mind that me, I run in Nairobi. So you'll also see how to give it a proper definition for those who are running in the rural areas. So, number one, you need to determine your motivation. Why are you running? What drives you? Why are you running? What drives you? Is it a hospital within your area that you have seen there are no nurses? Is it the education sector that is deteriorating? Is it about the environmental issues? You need to first determine the reason why you are running, what change you'd want to see within that community that you are running in, and what are the specific policies that you'd want to see different that are not being done by the person who is holding the seat today. How you are going to contribute into people's lives once you get that seat should accompany the reason why you are running. Number two, you have to choose the right office. Number two, you have to choose the right office. What is your scope of interest? What are you interested in? I have seen so many aspirants who stand before people and they say, I am running for a women rep seat. Is that statement correct? Is that statement correct? It is not. In Kenya, there is no such a position as a women rep seat. The position is called woman rep because you're not representing women only. You are running as a woman representative. You are representing both men and women. So those people who are running for the woman rep seat, please, anytime you are addressing the people, remember it is not a women rep seat. It is a woman rep's seat. When you're determining the scoop, you have to remember that there are two levels of governance. Do you want to go to the county or do you want to go to the national? If you make up your mind, for example, you want to go for a national seat, you have to think about the skills and some of the experiences that you have. If you want to go for a local seat under the county governance, you need to understand what are some of the functions of the county governance. What are some of the functions of the national government? Today, I hear people who want to run for MCAs saying, I would want you to vote for me because I'll give you a university bursary. Is that statement correct? It is not. So when you stand up before people and you're running for an MCA seat and you're very busy telling them that I'll give you a bursary, a university bursary, those people who are wise within that gathering, definitely they'll know that you are lying. If you stand up in Nairobi, for example, you want to run for an MCA seat, and you say, I want you to elect me because we are going to improve Kenyatta National Hospital. Is that statement correct? It is not. You need to understand, yes, healthcare is under county governance, but there are levels of hospitals that belong to the county and the ones that belong to the national. So you need to understand which are these hospitals that belong to the county and which are these hospitals that belong to the national. When you're running for office, let's say, for example, you are a lawyer and you understand your expertise. Debate will not be a problem for you in the assembly. But let's assume you're a businesswoman and you're running for office. One of the things that you need to do is to frequently practice before a mirror how to address the people. Because not everybody anataka kusimama mbele ya watu na kuweza kuongea na wao. So understand your expertise, understand your passion, and why you'd want to campaign for that position. Point number 3, understand your eligibility and the legal requirements. You hear somebody saying, I'm running to be a governor, yet they have a diploma. Are they going to get that position? You need to understand the legal instruments. You need to understand what are the educational requirements for that position that you're running for. If you're running to be a member of parliament, the Elections Act should be a book by your side every evening so that you understand that these laws, and I'm happy that our members of parliament were here in the morning, they amend these laws every single day. In the coming months, I know they are still going to amend the Elections Act. So make sure you understand the legal requirements for the position that you're running for, and ask yourself whether you meet these legal requirements before announcing that you're running for that office. Each office usually has its own rules and regulations, and it is important that you understand what those rules are. For example, there's an issue of age and maybe residency to some people. Rural areas, you may not have these problems. But there are times, sometimes in Nairobi, people will ask you, you want to run for a position in Nairobi South B, where do you live? People will have a problem if you live in Roysambu, yet you want to represent them in South B. It is always, we are encouraged that especially if you're running for an MCA seat. For MP, that is understandable most of the times. But I always encourage people to try and live within the areas that you're running for office. The issue of filing in the documents when you're running for office, under both IEBC, the party constitution, you need to get those documents in order, file them accordingly before you declare your candidacy. Still under the same, there's the issue of campaign finance. You need to understand the laws governing campaign donations. Ensure that you're in compliance with the campaign financing and donations. Number 4, you need to research the political landscape within your area. Before launching your campaign, conduct a thorough analysis of the campaign landscape within that area. You need to assess the incumbent. What kind of a person is he or she? You need to do a SWOT of the incumbent. A SWOT of the incumbent is very important because it points where you are heading to, whether that candidate is strong or whether that candidate is weak. You need to do something called the voter demographic. The demographic will be able to show you the age group. Is it the Gen Zs who vote in this area? Is it the millennials? Is it the baby boomers? You need also to check things like the income level. What kind of people are you addressing? If you come to my area, for example, the highest percentage number of people who live within that area live in the informal settlement. So what is the income level? So that it will guide you when you are doing your manifesto. You understand the kind of people you'll be addressing. Are you addressing people who live in the estates? Are you addressing people who live in Ruda? Are you addressing people who live in Mukuru slums? And it will help you also tailor your campaign message. Because you cannot go to speak to the people in the informal settlement the way people are rich on this side, yet they cannot afford a bread a day. what are some of the past election results for most of the candidates who participated in the previous elections? Those are the demographics you need to understand. What was the percentage number of votes for the person who won? That is information you can get through the IBC. Number 5, you need now to develop your campaign platform. Number 5, you need to develop your campaign platform. I want you to understand that your platform is the heart of your campaign. You need to articulate your issues so that your residents can be able to understand you. And not only articulating the issues, you also need to give them the solutions to those problems that you're trying to articulate. For example, you cannot say that this healthcare does not have medicine. So as an aspirant, what are you proposing? What kind of change do you want to see that the incumbent is not providing? Identify key issues depending on the position you're running for, whether it is the county or the national. The things like saying I will improve healthcare, that's just a general statement. What are you telling people? What are you going to do when you get in? I'm going a bit quickly because I don't have time, so I have to jump a few issues. Number 6, you need to build a campaign team. You need to build a campaign team. Most of the successful campaigns require a very strong team full of dedicated individuals. You are there campaigning. I always propose that you need 4 people to the bare minimum. Number 1, you need a campaign manager. The campaign manager, his work is to oversee the day in, day out activities and to handle the volunteers and the logistics of the day. So that's a very important person you need to appoint. The second person is the finance director. Finance director will help you in fundraising. Fundraising is very critical in campaigns, and the finance manager will be able to think about where you're gonna get the donations from. Your work is to appear in those meetings. The other person you need definitely is the communications director. The communications director will be in charge of media outreach. They will handle your social media pages. They are going also to deal with the issues that you're going to speak about in press conferences. And they have to come up with your media strategy. And they have to sit down with you and discuss the strategy. The other person you'll need is a field director. The field director, his work will be to organize the voter outreach. They will help you canvass. They'll help you do the phone calls. The voter mobilization efforts have to be done by the field director. And the last person you need is the legal advisor. Most of the people don't see the need of having a lawyer within their campaign platforms. But it's always important so that anytime the things you also speak about, they'll be able to tell you or to guide you whether you're speaking things within the legal framework. Number 7, you need to create a fundraising plan. A fundraising plan, in this case, you're not going to use that money to give people along the road. This money will help you to pay the staffs that we have just mentioned. The field director, the finance director, all those people at the end of the day, they must be paid. They may not necessarily be political. You need money to buy outreach materials, and that is why you also need to carry out a fundraising plan. You need also to advertise your events. Most of the people who advertise their events, some of them even advertise them on newspapers. You need to set a budget for that. I know I have 1 minute. Sorry, I will jump most of the things there. Let's go to number 8. Number 8, engage the voters. Engaging and connecting with the voters is the most important part of running a campaign. Also very good when you're interacting with the voters because you'll have a time even to discuss your manifesto and all those things. Social media nowadays, you cannot ignore it. You need to engage voters even on social media and phone and text banking. You also need to text your voters when the time is ripe so that they can come out and vote. I will jump the issue of preparing for public debates and speaking because there's no time. I will go finally to number 10, where we are talking about the issues of getting out the vote. On the election day, remember there are those people who always wait for the candidate to call them out to come out and vote. Focus should be on getting out the votes. So mobilize your supporters both through the phone, through reminding them on social media, providing them with information on where they are voting. You know, there are people who have voters card and they don't know where they are voting. You have to remind them. So social media is very, very important. And one thing I don't want to forget to say, for those people who are seeking nominations, those people who don't want to go for elective politics, and they are waiting maybe to see whether they will be nominated, I want to give you a piece of advice. Let's say you have set a budget of, for example, 1 million shillings, and you want to run as an MCA, and you realize that this money is not enough to get me to succeed. Just go and pay and say to your party of choice, and say you want to run for a governor's seat within your area. I'm advising you. These big political parties, what they do, for the governor, women rep, and senate, they don't like going for nominations because nominations are very expensive, even for parties to manage. So what they will do, they'll call you on the table to negotiate that we do not want to go and conduct nominations for this position. So you come here, we are requesting you, we can nominate you to be either an MP or an MCA. At that point, make sure you sign an agreement with them that your name should be number 1 on the party list. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you. That when you're negotiating, your name should be number 1. Number 1 on the list. Tracy.
Thank you, Honorable Waithera Chege. Now we know everyone is tired and we are coming to the end. But one thing that a lot of young people, whether men or women, and women in both the youth and women in politics really raise as an area of concern is mental health issues. Daniel, you have not yet vied for a political seat, but you work with politicians. How is your mental health in a campaign season?
Hey, I'd say I thank God for the next speakers that are coming. Because if it were not for them, hey, hata hatujui.
Right, so we want everyone to think about this quietly for just 5 seconds. When you think about your mental health as either a young person or a woman who is aspiring to vie, what is the one thing that most threatens your mental health when you think about entering politics? Think about that. What's the one thing that really threatens your mental health when you think about vying? Whether you're thinking about vying or getting into nominated positions, your mental health is still very much affected. So in the morning, we had a discussion on TFGBV. Then we went into a discussion on, we had Honorable Martha Karua coming in and sharing her experience. We've had different women political leaders, both nominated and elected, sharing their experiences. Now we really want to hear about the candidates. Wewe kama mtu mwenye unataka kusimamia kiti ya siasa. When you think about your mental health, so there's a financial aspect to it, there's a social aspect to it, because if you have a family, then there's less time for your family, there's more time ya siasa, you have to create more time for politics. If you're in school, you're probably going to take a break, ndio focus na siasa, but your mental health is one thing that we rarely ever focus on. Sindio, Daniel?
Yes, and most especially after you've done all that. You've done all the work, you have vied, you have been called names, you have decided to say, I am going to choose the madness that Honorable Millie was talking about. And then you're also saying, let me be damned. And then after all that, the votes don't become enough and you don't get the seat. What happens after that?
Na hata kura zikitosha. Honorable Waithera, you're a multiple time MCA, correct? does that mean it doesn't affect your mental health? So hata kura zikitosha, you are not left behind when it comes to mental health issues.
Yeah.
So who do we have coming to speak to us?
So coming to speak to us is a very, very good specialist, renowned. Her name is Miss Gathoni Mbugua. And let me read her profile because it's an astounding one. Ms. Gathoni Mbugua is a renowned senior clinical psychologist with over 15 years of experience in the mental health and psychology field.
A little differently. As opposed to her speaking first and then we ask questions, we are going to take questions from the plenary. So that as Ms. Gathoni comes in to speak, she's speaking directly to the questions and concerns that women and young people who hope to vie in the next election have. She's able to address those. So Daniel will be coming round, and Daniel, you will see where to start. But we really want you, you've had her bio, you've seen from the program who she is, and as Ms. Gathoni comes, please join me on stage. We want to hear from you. What questions, what concerns pertaining to mental health do you have for Ms. Gathoni? Mpigieni makofi akija.
Any questions? Wala watu wangu wenye walikuwa nataka kuongea. Okay, so it's a question on mental health. So you have one. We can take 2, 3, and maybe one more.
So Ms. Gathoni, please take note of these questions. So as you come in to make your remarks, you are answering those questions.
So we can have the first one. You can proceed.
Good afternoon. We are listening to the question. Okay. I would also like to request somebody to help me move the podium down here.
If we can have the ushers in the room, please help us. Is your mic working, or do I need to bring this?
Okay, thank you. My name is Eunice Mukai, the next member of County Assembly Pipeline Ward, Embakasi South constituency. I'm Eunice Mukai from Embakasi South, a member of County Assembly, the incumbent. Wacha mwenye ako sahi mwenye anakuja 2027, the incoming, that is 2027. And my question is, I invite for a seat 2022 in the same area. And there is this issue of when you are vying for a seat, you are used to all these people going around you, waking you up in the morning, so many calls because of what you are trying to do. And then immediately after the elections, everything goes off. Even friends vanish before you get into yourself and your senses. What is the best way to deal with that kind of emptiness? Because you find you are alone. Most people will leave you alone. So long as you've not gotten that seat, unajipata uko peke yako. That is the reality. Even those who used to wake you up in the morning, they are normal. How do you deal with that? Number two, when you are, the last one, very short, when you are asking for a seat, unapata you are supporting people in a way. Then after umekosa, they still want you to support them. Kuna arambezi, kuna nini. How do you deal with that?
Thank you. Daniel?
Good afternoon. Hey, hata kama tumeshiba. Good afternoon. God is good, and all the time. I will ride on the protocols that has already been established. My name is Winnie Atieno, aspiring MCA, Embakasi East, Upper Savannah Ward. I have one question. There are like 3 questions, but I'll put them as one question.
Please go ahead.
And I'm happy Madam MP, Biti Selachi is back. I was really looking forward for you to be back. Number one, I applaud you for being the first female in the history of Kenya to be the speaker, isn't it? Majority. Situmpigie makofi. And my friend, my good friend there, MCA Waidera Shege. Hey, when you were MCAs, 3 times elected, it's not easy. I'm almost done.
Now, my question is, you find like most women who are here, they are grassroots leaders, isn't it? We work so hard for the party, so hard for the million, everybody. But unaona jinako imeandikwa, but in the morning it's not gazetted. And this chairman, tunawajua too, madam, they've eaten your money and they've promised you everything. Wamechukua loan, but now there's
of one term and then they won't be re-elected again. So what mechanism have you found most effective for keeping in touch with your people beyond the election period? And the other question is to Ms. Gathoni Mbogwa. In politics, we are always, or maybe we are often told, we are supposed to build a public image. But how do we make sure we don't lose ourselves while constantly performing the version of ourselves to the public expects? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gathoni?
Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, ladies. Thank you so much for that. It's always such an honor to support KEWOPA in any way, but I think the greatest honor for me is to be in rooms where women are. I'm such a great and firm believer of women in leadership. I am also a parent. I like saying that my last born is 13. I feel like that's my biggest flex on top of all accolades. Yes, and I'm looking forward to this conversation. Thank you. Please feel free to write the questions down. After this afternoon's conversation, I'm going to answer some of those questions. I would like you to take as much advantage as you can of me being here, rather than coming to see me out there, all right? So we are going to have an interactive session. Actually, I had so many slides, but I will respect the atmosphere and the time. So I'll jump through them. There are some key things that I think we need to understand. So I want us to start this conversation by answering the question, is this the right conversation for us? So I would like us to stand up. Please stand up. Make sure you're somewhere near your seat, because I would like you to close your eyes. And then I'll ask you 5 questions. And if any of these questions apply to you, I would like you to have a seat. Are we together with the instructions? Right? And the reason why I want you to close your eyes is because, first of all, this is a safe space. I don't want you to sit because other people are sitting. I also don't want you to focus on the pressure of who is looking at me. All right? So please close your eyes. I will ask you a series of 5 questions. If any apply to you, please have a seat. The first question, have you ever smiled, shown up, and performed as a leader while privately feeling completely overwhelmed? No. If that applies to you, quietly sit down. Please do not open your eyes. Do not sit because of pressure. And if you're seated, please have your eyes closed as well, quietly. Question number 2, have you ever felt mentally or emotionally exhausted by the demands of leadership, work, family, or public expectations? Please have a seat quietly. Question number 3, somebody is saying we'll start leaving. If you can't sit lower. Have you ever felt that you had to be strong for everyone else, even when you yourself needed support? No, don't sit again. Have you ever felt that you had to be strong for everyone else, even when you yourself is seated? Yes? Yes, but she was a round of applause. The reason why, let's give them a round of applause first. The reason why this is an important conversation for us to have and why I always ask those questions is because when we talk about mental health conversations, we imagine these are conversations that belong to other people out there and not we ourselves. And the first lesson, why it is important, is because number one, we can see that we all sat down, right? We all sat? Yes, so this actually tells us this conversation is about us. Cope with what? Yes. Please get me another mic. Cope with daily life stressors is number 2. Number 3 is cope with daily life stressors. It's okay. And one that is also very important, be fruitful and productive, and the last is make a contribution within the community. Those 4 key things. And I want to bring to your attention that mental health is not about illnesses. Mental health is just the state of overall well-being. Afya ya kiakili. Can we say afya ya kiakili? Exactly. So the next time you hear a mental health conversation, or if somebody asks you, do you have, actually let me ask you, how many of you have mental health? Let me see by a show of hands. Ladies. Just one powerful table there. Let me see by a show of hands. Just know that admissions are individuals, they are not community. Let me see by a show of hands. How many have mental health? Okay, 1, 2, 3. I can see a good table here, 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 here. And 2 here, and 2 here. Right? How many of us have physical health? Physical health? Okay, I think the hands are more. First of all, we say mental health is your state of mind. You cannot take care about what you don't know. You can't take care of your mind if you don't even know which state is it at. So the difference is some people experience good mental health and some people experience bad mental health. But the difference is first those 4 key things. Your overall well-being. Are you coping with daily life stressors? Are you fruitful and productive? And are you making a contribution within the community? And then we come to the other things. So for today's conversation, I want us to take our pens and papers because I want us to do a brief audit on ourselves. I don't know what happened to the slides. I want us to do a brief audit. Do we all have our pens and papers? Do we? So, firstly, we have to recognize that whereas your leadership is public, your nervous system is always private, and you have to protect both. But before we get into that, I want us to look at these very good questions, and I want you to score yourself out of 10. Question number 1, how much capacity do I have? Ask yourself that question on a scale of, with 1 being the least and 10 being the best. How much capacity do you have? Question 2, I want us to evaluate about sleep. Sleep is the number 1 clinical red flag. If you want to know that something is not okay with you, and whatever it is not a physical illness, it's actually your mind overwhelmed, interruption in sleep patterns. They are definitely going to show. Am I actually recovering? Please put the full display. Okay? Yes, thank you. Question number 3, that is very important, your emotions. Your emotions, are you able to regulate under pressure? And I'll tell you about something about all those categories. The next question, are you able to say no without guilt? I can hear some yeses. Yes? Okay. Number 5, does your phone serve you or you're the one serving it? Does your phone serve you? You're not the one serving it. You're not addressing. On a Sunday, some people are able to go take an off. All right, who has your back? Support. Can you list 3 people who you can call and they will show up for you? 3. 1. At least it's somebody. Do I still know why I am doing this? Purpose. That is a question of purpose. The question of purpose. And the last question, is there still life outside leadership? And I want you to answer those questions genuinely and authentically. Not what you think. I want you to answer what has been happening. Because once the leadership position is gone, what happens? Give yourself a score. But as you do that, let me bring to your attention what these questions are about. When women are exhausted, the first things that gets depleted completely is their energy levels. Right? And I keep telling women, and especially parents, that if the first thing you always say every time you enter your house is, I am so tired, that is what the people around you will always remember. That you always said that you're so tired. It's the first thing that you say. Not, I am so happy to see all of you. Not, I am so glad to be home. It is, I am so tired. Could we please put the slides and do not remove them at all? All right? So energy is usually the first thing. And do you know how you need to know when the energy levels are down? You'll find that one, the body language is completely different. You'll find that when you look at that woman, they could be dressed in the best possible way, but their eyes look completely hollow. You can see that they are so tired. Sleep patterns. You'll find that people are not sleeping. If there is one thing that is the next national pandemic, is sleep issues. I don't want to ask you to raise your hands, but you know that people are constantly taking medication because of sleep. The number 3, and this is a black and white symptoms, is emotions. And if there is one thing that you can always observe where women are concerned, is their emotions. Do you know how it shows up? You're so irritable, you're always complaining, all right? Of course, there is bursting into tears, right? If it gets to that. But the irritability is usually the first thing to actually know that things are actually not going on well. So your emotions are a black and white symptoms, and they always tell you. And the other thing that is very important to know is boundaries. If there are people who struggle with boundaries a lot, it is women. Do men struggle with boundaries? No. Do men struggle with boundaries? Not at all. Let me give you a good example. When people get into leadership as women, their thought process is that there is no room for mediocrity and they have to be the best. So then they will keep saying yeses over and over again. And before you realize, even their resources are not their own. They have given all their resources. They have given out what else? Their time. Because they're always showing up in meetings from one place to another. What else do women give out? Attention. Trying to solve every other person's problem. And sometimes leadership can also look like that. Leadership can also look like the high-functioning woman, whereas that high-functioning woman, unfortunately, is internally getting depleted. And as we talk about that, let's look at how burnout looks like, how stress looks like, how emotional intelligence looks like, and how resilience also looks like. Okay? One word. What does leadership feel like for you? Let me see by a show of hands. How does, when nobody is watching, leadership feels like? Can we complete that sentence? A call, a blessing, sorry? A responsibility. Yes, Another word? A burden. Yes. A sacrifice. Have you heard that? Those are the things that people are not talking about. And all those words you have said actually describe who a woman actually is. The person who has to find themselves sacrificing, being responsible for every other person, toying with the idea, this life, by the way, this is actually a burden. I have to do all these things. But you cannot talk to anybody about it. You can't even say it in black and white. You just feel it internally. Let's look at, briefly, I like the analogy of looking at a flight. And I want you to think about all your journeys, the journeys that you've gone through in leadership, in politics. And I want you to ask yourself this question. First of all, are you able to identify your why? Then that becomes your mission. Why are you doing this in the first place? What is your why? Are you able to answer what is your why? Other than you are told to? Other than somebody in your family does this? Number 2, your fuel. Can a plane operate without fuel? No. You need to figure out what is your fuel, because that is what will help you both in having the energy but also the recovery. Number 3, you can have a good plane, but it must have the right instruments. The right what? That becomes your emotional awareness. Are you able to tell when you're getting depleted? Are you able to tell when things are going down? What is number 4? What is needed when you're flying? Crew. You cannot fly without a crew. You could have the best plane and everything is intact, well-fueled, but you need a crew. And I think somebody also talked about it. Yeah, have a campaign manager. I remember hearing that. You must have, yes, it was here, 4 people that are a must. Your crew. This is a very important one. Number 5. What is number 5? Is turbulence part of growth? Is turbulence part of the journey? Yes, and some of the questions you asked are in relation to that. Conflict is part and parcel of leadership. Do you know, sometimes also being a woman, then it becomes another increment of more channels of conflict and criticism. And we'll look briefly into that. So that's something that you have to always evaluate and always expect. And then the boundaries. we say that even when you're flying, you cannot control the weather. Do we not say that? You can't control the weather, but you can control the conditions. This is also about response. You cannot necessarily control maybe what people will say, but you can control yourself, what you're going to say, what your agenda is, what your mission is, how you're going to do it, how you're going to respond to situations or even to criticism. Before I get into stress slowly, the reason why it is so hard, and you know, every time I'm in a leadership space, I keep saying that women have no room for mediocrity. Like, you have to do it very well. Yes? If you want to take a break, it is said that you're lazy. If you express yourself strongly, we say that you're too aggressive, too emotional. Yes? So the first thing that will always be questioned for women is, can she lead? Competence. That will always be questioned. If all the accolades are there, what is the next thing that goes into attack? Character. Say character. What kind of a woman is she? What has she done? And then they start digging in. And the other thing that also comes into play is what? Appearance. Unfortunately, you will always be judged. Was the hair combed? What was she wearing? Is it too long, too short? Is it a trouser? Is it a skirt? And we had in today's panel, sometimes actually it doesn't matter. If somebody is out to make a comment about you, then it doesn't matter. You can only do your best and be confident in that. Appearance. Family, whether you have it, whether you don't. If you have a boy and a girl, they'll be like, it would have been better if she had two girls. Yes? Or it would have been better if they had twins. If you're married, what does the husband do? If you're not married, why is she not married? If you're divorced, you're breaking the family. If you stay, you're teaching young girls to get stuck in marriages that are unhealthy. Like, there's no winning. There is no winning. You just have to live on your own standards in who you are or who you are destined to be. And the other one is emotion and ambition. When a man wants to scale all the heights, we say that man is very ambitious. But for a woman, is too ambitious a compliment? It is a compliment. But is it said as if it's a compliment? No. It's said as if it should be an insult. So that's also the other thing. Women do not enter political leadership on a neutral field. Every woman has to negotiate all these things. And this is also very important for the people who are going into that space of vying. Have mentors. Ask what they have gone through. Ask, how do they cope? That's one of the questions that I always ask. Today over lunch, I sat with a very nice lady, I think aspiring MCA in Moshada somewhere. I can't see her. Yes, there she is, well done, yes. And one of the things that I asked her is, how do you cope? How do you cope with a loss, if a loss has happened? How do you deal with it? What do you go back to? So that's a very, very important question. Because what we are going to experience every single day is definitely about stress. And stress is about your nervous system. Now, let me teach you something as Daniel puts the time there and as I run away from it. But we say stress is a response. There are two types of stress. We have positive stress and negative stress. Positive stress, we call that eustress. E-U-R-S-T-R-E-S-S. Eustress. And then we have distress. And distress is the one that is bad stress. First of all, I'm trying to say that stress is actually not a bad thing. Eustress is what you need for your brain to be able to function well. because this is what brings in the demand. Now, I want us to look at something very briefly, and you can just take some screenshots of that. Why this is very important is because women carry the highest levels of cortisol, and this is what is produced when somebody is stressed. And cortisol is what contributes to weight gain. That is what contributes to breakouts. That is what also what contributes to sleep deprivation or even lack of emotional regulation. So stress is something that you have to master as a woman, not the absence of it. This is actually part and parcel of life. Number one, the pressure will always be there. Pressure is there. And when there is so much pressure, your body gets into activation mode. How do I fight that? That's the stress. And some people hide, others combat the stress, and then others just freeze. So you also need to figure out, where do I fall in this category? Okay, do I run away? Do I freeze? Or do I go head to head with it? Why is this important? Because self-awareness is a first key thing in terms of you being in charge of yourself. For example, if you know that you can be combative where stressors are concerned, then it means you must always be aware of your environment. Because if somebody stresses you and then you answer them in a way that also sabotages you, then you're also the person to lose. So you have to figure out, what is my normal response? And is that response actually healthy? And how can I regulate that response? Are we together? If you know that you're in the category where when I get stressed, I hibernate, I withdraw. Do we have those people? Do we have the people who just withdraw? Yes? I see you, exactly. And what you need to know if you're in that category is that no matter how long it takes, you must deal with that stressor. You will never be able to hide from it. You can bury it, but eventually you have to come face to face with it. Because that is what helps us in recovery, which is what we need to go to baseline. So I'll only say 3 more things. When you don't figure out how to manage stress, then this actually, you jump into burnout. Let me tell you something that is very, very important. Today, we are admitting so many people in hospital because of burnout. I don't know if you know somebody who has been completely unwell. They're sick, admitted, all the tests are run, and all those tests are negative. Have you heard that? Yes. Imagine, and somebody is completely sick. That's how burnout looks like, because burnout is actually mental exhaustion. Complete mental exhaustion. You're completely sick, but all your lab works are okay. That's how burnout looks like. And my reminder this afternoon is that it is okay. You can actually love the mission, but still be completely exhausted from it. Those two things can be both true. And it doesn't mean that you don't like the mission. It doesn't mean that you don't like what you're doing, but because you're specifically exhausted. And I want you to ask yourself whether whatever it is that you're doing, no matter how meaningful it is for you, are you able to actually have breaks? Because if you're not able to recover, then you actually cannot be the best version of yourself. You cannot pour from an empty cup. And the second last thing I would say is, people see the great things, your work and the speech, but the hidden burden is the hypervigilance, the fear, the anger, the frustration, the disappointment, and especially when losses are there, or especially when you feel unheard, unseen. But of all those hidden burdens, and I don't know if you've ever heard of this, the worst of them all is emotional numbness, what we call apathy. When you're emotionally numb, nothing moves you. That is actually not a good space. Because after emotional numbness, that's how people now break into depression or anxiety. Emotions are not bad. You're supposed to feel, you're supposed to react. It is okay, there is nothing wrong with that. But if you find yourself that you're completely numb, then you need to be very concerned. Emotional numbness is something that we need to be on the lookout for. I want to jump into self-care. What is it that we can do? And then answer the questions. Before self-care, we say, actually studies today show that EQ is way higher than IQ when it comes to considering overall well-being and when it comes to considering who will be best for what. Are we together? So if there is anything that you would need to always master, is your emotional intelligence. Number one, we say that emotional intelligence is your ability to know your own emotions, the emotions of other people, but also most importantly, how you impact the people around you. That's, in simple words, that's what emotional intelligence looks like. Number one, take a notice. What are you feeling? What is happening? Are you able to regulate? Number four, what is it that serves your leadership? And number five, at the end of the day, are you able to connect? Your emotional regulation becomes part of the climate that is around you. Emotional intelligence is basically about regulation. Okay? So when we are talking about the resilience ecosystem, these are the questions I want you to answer. One, how does your inner circle look like? The people you can be yourself around, your real self, your authentic self, not the one that you present out there. Two, do you have a list of psychological support around you? Your professional support, how does it look like? Do you have a doctor, a psychologist, a lawyer? Who else is important? A mentor, professional support. No, somebody for your finances. That one is key. That one is a must, 100%. That one needs to go there as well. Next to psychologist and doctor, a financial planner. That one is very good. Your values become part of your ecosystem. Your practical team. These are the people who would protect your information with everything that they have. And lastly, a safe space. Do you have a safe space where you can go to? When you need advice, who can you be able to call? When you need to run away, where is it that you can go? Let me see by a show of hands. How many have a place, a hideout, somewhere they can just go and hibernate and nobody will know they were there, maybe apart from their host? Yeah, look at that. Well done. And it doesn't even have to be a posh place. It's just somewhere where nobody knows who you really are and you can be yourself. You can take a small break. And lastly, the reset. We will do the reset as the last thing because I want to teach you an exercise on how you can be able to ground yourself. But as we talk about the reset, please write that word downward. S-E-T. Write that word reset down. This word reset is about when the ballot says no, what next? When the ballot says, what next? You reset. But how do you reset? Number one, you have to recognize the loss. So where R is, write what? Recognize them. Yes. Come face to face, own it. This happened. And you know, I was having a conversation earlier today with somebody, and they told me, by the way, when you're about to lose, you always know. That's what she told me. And I had that in my mind. You always know. And rather than burying your head, already begin to map out, where am I going next? Who can I work with? How can I still remain relevant in the face of the same community that did not vote for me? That is one of you, a very young girl. That is what she told me. Recognize the loss. E is for evaluate, don't erase. Evaluate, don't erase. Evaluate that loss. You cannot bury it. You can't pretend that it didn't happen. It is going to be part of you. A scar will always be there, and it will remind you. But you can be able to figure out, how did this happen? What can I do? How can I still live along with my values, my mission, even though I have lost? And then the S, very important, stabilize yourself. And you do this by protecting your mental health. Yes, out there, we say out there is a ghetto, right? Yes, stabilize. Look for a way to ground yourself. And that's what I'll teach you. How do you ground yourself here? And then the E, envision what is next. Envision what? What is next? And the T in reset is transform the setback. Transform the setback. Psychologically speaking, we say that loss, just like failing, just like missing an opportunity, loss is an outcome, not an identity. Can we say that? Loss is an outcome, not an identity. Yes. You can lose your position, but that will not mean that you have lost who you are as an individual. You can lose your position, but that does not mean you can lose who you are. Now, practically speaking, let's do this exercise, and I want you to tell me if you actually feel a difference in it. So put your pens down. It's a practical exercise. Legs flat on the ground. Lean on your seat. I want us to do this exercise, and you will tell me if you actually feel a difference. Lean on your seat. Phones away. Hands flat on your thighs. This way. Close your eyes. So I'm going to do this practical example. So breathe in through your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Breathe out through your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Eyes closed. Eyes closed. Breathe in normally. Breathe in through your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Breathe out through your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Eyes closed. Last round. Just breathe in normally. Relax on your seats. And clench your jaws. Relax your shoulders. Breathe in through your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Breathe out through your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Open your eyes. Yeah? If you forget everything I've talked about, don't forget the reset. It's about what to do, but also don't forget the breathing exercise. Breathe in, a count of 4, hold a count of 7, and breathe out a count of 8. That is a game changer. That is actually what we use for panic attacks or anxiety attacks. But that also lowers your heart rate and it lowers your blood pressure. So if you can't sleep, this is what you need to do. Before you go to a big forum, before you speak, before you answer a question that is triggering you, that is what you need to do, because it is also a thought-stopping technique. So we say when you're doing that exercise, nothing else can pass through your mind. All right? I'll be here to answer any more questions. I can see they are here. I'm trying to see if there is a question that I wrote that I didn't answer. How do you deal with emptiness? I think there was that question. And my answer is surround yourself with people who know you for who you are. But at the end of the day, sometimes it also doesn't matter the level of support you have around you if internally you already are not okay with yourself. So it has to start internally, then outward. And I think the other one was on the reset, on what to do after there's a loss. And yes, that was it, right? So thank you so much. Karibuni sana.
Please give her a better clap.
Sorry, I have some bookmarks here. And I think Daniel will help me to distribute. And these bookmarks have a self-assessment place. So there's a QR code. When you scan this QR code, it has all the globally accredited mental health tools. So if you're in this if you're in this congregation this evening and you're wondering, could I be depressed? The patient health questionnaire is here. If you're wondering, I think I have anxiety, the assessment is here. If you think maybe I could have PTSD, the assessment is here. And most importantly, also, if you partake of the drink and you're wondering, has it been too much? The assessment is also here. These are not diagnostic tools, they are screening tools, and the answers are immediately. But we will also share the link with all of you guys. There is also a number to call, 020-397-1000. In case you need any form of help, then there will be somebody on the other side to support you. So thank you very much. The number is 020-397-1000. 020-397-1000. That's the wellness support number.
Thank you, Ms. Gathoni. Please clap for her one more time. And as we said, Ms. Gathoni is a senior clinical psychologist with the Chiromo Hospital Group. So we are right at the end point. 2 things left. One, we promised gifts. Nani anakumbuka tulipromise nani zawadi? Unakumbuka tulipromise ama wewe ndio mwenye zawadi? Daniel. Here we need a form 34B. So in the morning, now just be honest, who did we promise gifts? The people who? Correct. Kumbe we have an honest audience. Clap for yourselves and your honesty. So none of the people who participated got the right answers, but we decided to award them for their participation regardless. And there was 4 of you. So the 4 of you, please come. Honorable Waithera, please come. We have gifts that we want you to give a few people. Wale ambao walikuwa hapa, please come. There was 4 of you. So these ones are being awarded because in the morning we had a quiz and they had the courage to participate. Si mumeambia watu ni courage. Correct. So here is a little gift from Kewopa. Please go and receive your gifts. DJ. Thank you. No.
Have you seen it, Gazani?
Thank you. In the morning, I also told you to please put up a social media post. And Daniel told you the hashtag. Daniel, what was the hashtag?
The hashtag was hashtag Women in Politics KE.
Now, how many people put up a social media post on X? Yes, on X, formerly Twitter. Relax. Ni mimi nauliza maswali. You answer the questions I'm asking. How many of you put up a post on X? How many of you put up a post on Instagram? How many of you put up a post on Facebook? How many of you put up a post on all those 3 platforms I've mentioned? Daniel, sasa hapa. Daniel, now here what you will do. And Vincent, you know you're the comms specialist in Kewopa. The gift is here. So what Vincent will do is he will check through the Kewopa social media handles, and the one with the highest engagement shall be gifted.
Yes. So far, hapa tunaona there's one on X that has really gained a lot of engagements. So please just look at it and also look at one on Facebook, and let's see ni nani atakuwa mshindi, si ndio?
Correct.
Yes.
And remember, there was a hashtag to be used. What was the hashtag?
Women in Politics KE.
Good.
Tracy, before you proceed, as you go to the communique, our guests from Chiromo have given us very beautiful bookmarks, sindio? And during the intergenerational leadership lab dialogue, Honorable Millie Odhiambo said that her books are on offer, not at 2,500 shillings, but at 1,500 shillings. I can confirm that we have books out here by Millie Odhiambo. I don't know whether one Asha can bring to us one. Ndio muone atu joke. So there is a book by Millie Odhiambo, Rigo, or Be Rigged, that is going for 1,500 shillings, and which you can go ahead and put in your what? Your newfound bookmark that you have been given by Chiromo.
So Miss Gadhoni ametupea a bookmark.
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Gadhoni. And then Millie has brought us discounted books.
Yes.
And then Kewopa has given
As
notebooks.
notebooks.
So lazima tu tusome. Okay.
Ndio hizi vitabu, you can see them. So they are here. Rig or Be Rigged. If you want one, it's going at 1,500 shillings. You can put a very beautiful bookmark that you've been given. Yeah.
Thank you.
And then also, Tracy,
Yes.
one more announcement before we go to the communique. We have a survey that is going on, so you can scan this particular QR code for you to be able to access a Google form, and in that Google form you can fill in your feedback. So kuna ratings hapo. How are you rating us? Are we a 1 star? Are we a 2 star? Are we a 3 star? 4? Mtupe 5. So are we at a 5 star? So you can give us that 5 star award. You can also tell us one thing that you have learned, and you can also tell us one thing that you'd want us to improve in the next Women and Youth Conventions or Women and Youth Meetings. And if you have any suggestions that you'd want us as Kewopa to take, please let us know in that particular feedback form. It will be running even as the communique is being read. Yes, Tracy.
Thank you. So today we have seen, and I hope we will conquer. Hiyo tu ndio imebakia. Now, we would please like to call on stage 2 people who will read the communique. And please remember that this communique is not just another document for us to shelf. It is ideally meant to be a reminder of the deliberations that we've had today. So Kewopa, one task we have is we must make sure that the communique is disseminated to all participants here so that kila siku tukiamka tunajikumbusha this is what we discussed, so that as we look towards 300 and how many days?
58.
358 days, we're able to see what we discussed and how far we are with that. So I'd like to call on stage Caroline Njoki Mushiri. Caroline is an MCA aspirant for Ngariama Ward in Kirinyaga County. And joining Caroline will be Honorable Waithera Shege, the MCA of South B. They shall be reading that communique just to capture what we've discussed today, what deliberations have been brought to the fore, what commitments have been made. In quick succession, we will then have a vote of thanks and closing remarks by Honorable Beatrice Elachi, who will also officially bring the engagement to a halt. So, Honorable Waithera and Caroline, please join us on stage to read the communique.
We'll begin with Honorable Caroline.
Thank you for this chance. I'm Caroline Njoki Mushiri, incoming MC in Ngariama Ward, Geshogo, Kirinyaga County. I'll read the communique preamble. We, women leaders, women and youth aspirants, youth representatives, civil society organizations, electoral stakeholders, and political parties representatives, having convened at the Women and Youth Convention 2026 in Nairobi on 17th August 2026, recalling that this convention is the culmination of policy cafes held in Kiambu, Turkana, Homa Bay, Nyamira, Nairobi, and Uasin Gishu, in which women and young people spoke to the barriers standing between them and political leadership. Noting that the 2027 general election is 358 days away, the party primaries are expected in March and April 2027, and that the two-dance gender principle remains unrealized 16 years later after the promulgation of the Constitution. Noting further that women hold less than a third seat in Parliament and the county assemblies, that fewer than 2,000 women contested more than 18,000 available seats in 2022, of whom only about 110 reached the ballot, and that only 1/4 of women aged 18 to 40 who are eligible to vote have registered. Concerned that women candidates continue to confront discrimination within political parties, zoning and coalition arrangements that displace them, unequal access to political financing, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, physical violence and intimidation, negative media profiling, stereotyping based on age, marital status, motherhood and appearance, and the absence of any physiosocial support after political violence, concerned further that persons with disabilities were not adequately facilitated to vote in recent by-elections, and that assisted voting arrangements do not always protect the voter's own choice. Acknowledging that the responsible for a safe, inclusive, and credible election rests not acknowledging that responsible for a safe, inclusive, and credible election rests not on any single institution, but on electoral bodies, political parties, parliament, the judiciary, security agencies, the media, civil society, development partners, and citizens, hereby resolve 7 resolutions, which are: 1, the safety of women and young candidates in digital spaces; 2, electoral violence and the enforcement of the Electoral Code of Conduct; 3, political parties, nominations and zoning; 4, the 2/3 gender principle and affirmative action seats; 5, disability inclusion in the electoral process; 6, campaign financing and the timing of support; and the last one, media representation of women leaders. I'll now call upon Honorable Waithera Shege to continue with the commitments. Thank you.
And the following are our commitments. As KEOPA and its members, we will draft guidelines ensuring that women are not disproportionately disadvantaged by zoning and bring the matter before the House. We will pursue the legislation on the 2/3 gender principle and the term limit question to conclusion in this Parliament rather than leave them to the next. We will convene subsequent forums along the electoral calendar, moving from candidature and gazettement to campaign conduct and the protection of the vote. And we will continue to work with our members after the election and not only before it. We will extend mentorship, training, and campaign material support to aspirants across the counties, and we will not support women seeking to unseat women who currently hold these seats. As women leaders and aspirants, we will present 5,000 women candidates to 2027 general elections, since men and women are elected at a comparable rate once they contest, and the deficit lies in how few women do. We will move from aspirant to gazetted candidates, campaign on a personal manifesto and a defined record, choose the office that matches our experience and our ground, and contest wards, constituencies, the Senate and county governorship, rather than only affirmative action seats. We will map every seat from ward upwards, defend the seats women already hold, and negotiate our positions collectively before nominations. We will build campaign teams rather than campaigns alone, appointing at minimum a campaign manager, finance director, a communications director, a field director, and a legal advisor. We will campaign without vulgarity, refuse to amplify attacks on other women, respond collectively and publicly whenever a woman is attacked on the basis of her gender, verify materials before sharing it, and refuse to be driven out of digital spaces. We will raise resources without ending an election in debt, and will protect the vote once it's cast. We will hold every elected representative, including the president, to account for the response of the state to violence against women, and pursue the institutional response to the killing of women and to the deaths of young people during the 2024 protests. We ask of our partners that Uraia Trust, the Embassy of Denmark, and other development partners place financial, technical, and support with aspirants before March 2027, since resources arriving after the primaries reach women who are no longer in the race. That partners fund the national seat mapping exercise so that support follows a strategy rather than a wave. The partners fund psychosocial support for candidates, supporters, and staff affected by electoral violence, which at present does not exist in any form a woman can reach. That partners resource digital safety and legal literacy training at county level and sustain support through the post-election period rather than closing the declaration of results. And those are our commitments.
Thank you very much, Honorable Waithera Chege. And as Honorable Beatrice Elachi comes to give a vote of thanks, we would please remind you to scan this QR code to fill the survey. It helps KEOPA to improve on its programming, and to scan the second QR code to access the photos. Whenever you upload those photos on your socials, please be sure to use which hashtag, Daniel?
Women in Politics, KE. And then we also have a winner for the post with the highest engagement.
Oh, really? Drum rolls, please.
Drum rolls, drum rolls.
Sasa Masi is clapping. Drum rolls can be done on the table.
So our winner is actually Mushiri Caroline, who has read the communique. She has posted a particular post on Facebook, and she has gotten over 135 likes. So we can give her a round of applause. So she wins in terms of Facebook. We'll welcome Mheshimiwa Beatrice Elachi to give her the gift, even as she makes the vote of thanks.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been our honor hosting you today. We hope you have enjoyed our company as much as we have enjoyed yours. My name is Tracy Osogo.
And I'm Daniel Murakaru. And just one more announcement. So after this, it has already come up. So our comms person, that is Vincent, I know you've seen him, and also our other media people have been taking very nice and beautiful photos of you. I've seen them, and they look so amazing. So please don't leave without those particular photos. There is the QR code here. Scan to access all those particular photos. Thank you very much. We've been your hosts, Daniel Murakaru.
Tracy Osogo, have a good evening.
Bye-bye. Till we meet again. And Vi, we wish you all the best.
DJ Wiwa. Let's give a clap to DJ Wiwa. And thank you, Daniel and Tracy. Metuleta, Joe. So, we need to close. Senor, see why there I said everything. Do I need to repeat anything there? But just to say, as we come to a close of this convention, it is my great pleasure or honor as I offer the vote of thanks, first to thank sincerely our Chief of Guests, Honorable Martha Karua, for honoring us with her presence and for sharing her experience and reflections on leadership, democracy, and the journey of women in public life. I also want to thank our chairperson of KEWOPA and to thank our partners, Denmark and Uraya. We say thank you for believing in this work and for working with KEWOPA in creating spaces where women and young people can speak together. I also wish to appreciate all our speakers, panelists. Gadoni, thank you so much. I mean, that last topic was needed. You were talking to us, and we want to say thank you. Thank you also just for reminding us. And I hope all of us here, even as I close, that you have a team, a group of women who are not politicians, yeah? Who you normally work with to do now your normal life work. Always remember that. Do not leave your space because of politics. Remember, as she said, that we need to see you also doing your own life and enjoying yourself. So as you see me here, I have a group. They are not politicians, different people in different careers. And we go and we share. That is when I don't talk about politics. Remember, not always is politics. Talk of your life and your children's life. So finally, to our young people, the women who are aspiring into the political space, I just want to tell you that one of the things you have to do, even as we help you, is to create your own political system in which your leadership becomes the norm rather than the exception. So you have to learn in all we have said today. Please go and sit down and look at which team will carry you to your next level, because you cannot do it alone. Even as you think of your political party towards 2027. So allow me also to thank the Secretariat of KEWOPA and to really say thank you very much for just organizing this meeting for us. All our partners, our CSOs, ELOC, CMD, Crown Trust. I want to thank Daisy wherever she is, Siasa Place, and IREX. We want to say thank you very much. I just want to close by saying, I want to wish you well. I know it's a difficult journey, but it's a journey all of us can walk through. It is your determination. I always say in this journey, if you don't have faith, toka kwa hii maneno unasema, enda fanya kazi ingine tukusaidie. This is a journey of faith where you believe today, as I walk in this journey, I will make it. Yeah? And it is a journey with a lot of trials. So don't forget to pray. Eh? And if you don't pray, don't forget to go to that altar where you normally go. Yeah. But for those who believe on that altar, we go and we pray. This is a journey you fast. Yeah, you take it and you fast. Because every opponent you have has a different thing that they believe in. Don't joke with politics, huh? Yes, it's good to tell you, and to be honest. It's a journey you need God in it to guide you and give you clarity. Especially when you're choosing your political party, you need a lot of clarity. Clarity from God, from the ground, from everyone. God bless you. Wish you well. 2027, I know I will find myself with many leaders who are here, both at the county assembly and at the National Assembly. Simbarikiwe sana. See, we have started the journey. See, you now you'll go and listen what IBC told you. Prepare yourself. And we shall do our best, as Waidera has said, that we shall look for everyone, see how to support. So thank you, and God bless you all. Nah. We have closed. Huh? The prayer. I want to declare, yes, but I'm trying to ask them the prayer. Oh, you want me to do again the prayer? No. But then, I now declare this convention of 2026 of women aspirants closed. DJ Wiwa, we can sing our national anthem on behalf of Kenya. Is it possible to get it so that it becomes our prayer? Yeah? So we can stand and sing this national anthem, which is a prayer for us. And as you go, we wish you journey masses back home.